Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
That's good to hear. Well, we're going to launch right now. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, good trades. All together, all in one little bunch here. Yes, you're at the right place at the right time. And yes, we've saved you a front row seat for the wonderful program we call Topstep TV. Yes. So let's get ready for a great day. It's I'm calling this day a lot of feds here. I tell you, if you look at the calendar, it's one after another, sort of like a band after band after band, and we'll get that going. But otherwise, let's say hello to our good friend, trading mentor, handsome guy, man with the plan, our market guru, John, aka the Hoagland. Morning, Johnny.
Quite the intro, Eddie, there. Thank you very much. And good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everyone. Thursday, September the 26th. It's great to be here with everybody. Top of the chat. Theo, first one in the room, winning the prize this morning. Nick Nichols, Dan Trader, John Jones, Pete, Eddie. Hey, you're in there, Eddie. Frizzo, Gen Z, JT, Bill Phillips, Chris, Buckshot, and Berlinda. It's good to see everybody this morning, and good morning to all of you. Great to be here. Happy Thursday. It's going to be an interesting trading day today and tomorrow, don't forget.
You know, let me ask you something, John. Have you ever seen that many feds lined up like they are?
Well, there's a conference going on. I'm going to go through, some of their expected talk. It's a lot. Most of it's not going to probably be about policy. Was going to go through them kind of one at a time when we get to the eco numbers and all that. So a lot of it's going to be, probably not all that impactful, but we'll check that out in a couple of minutes.
All right. Day of the Fed, Day of the Dead, Day of the Fed. U.S. stock futures edged into the green as investors awaited the statements from Captain Powell. Looked ahead to the release of what's going on here. The inflation reading on Friday. Well, the Dow was up 4.6. We were up big time here. S&P 0.8 higher. NASDAQ 1.5 better. So S&P snapped a 2-day winning streak in the prior session, retreating from advances that were made earlier in the week. Also, China announcing a slew of new economic stimulus measures. And yesterday, if you were with us yesterday at the end of the trading day, the benchmark average had lost about 11 points, 0.2%. 30 stock Dow fell 0.7, and the NASDAQ composite added 0.04, so really basically flat. However, all three of the indices are on pace to post monthly gains, and that's sort of fueled by the Fed's decision to roll out that supersized Big Mac fries 50 basis point interest rate reduction last week. As I mentioned, Captain Powell, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, is the headline band today at Fedapalooza. He's going to be, here's the thing, he's going to be delivering a pre-recorded remarks at the U.S. Treasury Conference. I know Johnny's going to get a little more detail in that, so I don't want to steal his thunder.
That's all right, Eddie.
I don't want to, man. Also, the several other policymakers talking about this big drawdown. They have been defending this, including Kugler yesterday, who came on just when Topstep TV was closing shop, and said that balance its focus between suppressing price pressure and avoiding pain in the broader economy. Now, if you want to dissect that, by all means, do that and let me know what the hell was said. But Fed officials have not been unanimous in their support of this cut. Now, we talked about Michelle Bowman. She did not like what was kicking. She wanted the 25 basis points. And somebody, or I was going to say a Fed official, has not did that since 2005. I don't think she even put a vote in. So she's worried about the inflation risks. So, Johnny, that's what I've got. And what do you got?
Well, a lot of economic numbers came out this morning. Just going to go over the 7:30 numbers here. The GDP final quarter two came out saying that the economy grew by 3% in the second quarter. That's the final GDP for quarter two. The U.S. initial jobless claims came out 1,000 lower than the previous week at 218,000 after being expected to rise to 223.4 thousand. So jobless claims continue to trend to the downside. Durable goods, the main number came out flat at 0. They were expecting a minus 2.7. The continued jobless claims were lower than expected as well here. So we're looking at now.
Hey, Jenny, real quick.
Yes.
Jenny, real quick here. We got crude. Just fell out of bed here, but I just want to point that out real quick.
Yep. So the Fed speakers today at 8:10, right about now, Collins and Kugler are going to be participating in a fireside chat, focusing on the intersections between bank supervision and financial inclusion. No policy there. Bowman will be speaking on economic outlook and monetary policy at 8:15. Then Chairman Powell will be giving a pre-recorded opening remark to the 10th annual U.S. Treasury Market Conference, as Eddie mentioned. After that, at 8:25, Fed Williams will give remarks at that same conference. Then there's a little bit of a break there. We've got Barr speaking at that same conference. Cook will be participating in a roundtable discussion at about 9:30 also. We've got noon. Kashkari is also now hosting a fireside chat with Barr on exploring the relationship between banking supervision and inclusive lending practices. So it seems like the majority of the things that they're going to be talking about, very little about Fed policy, more about banking. So we don't know how any of these comments or what they're going to be saying are going to affect the markets. This seems like that there's a little bit less focus on Fed policy and more on banking in all of those talking Feds that are speaking today. The VIX this morning is down about 3%, 14.9, where it was 15.65 yesterday. The dollar index, last I checked, was about flat at 100.9, a little higher than it was yesterday at this time at 100.43. The 10-year yield is higher a little bit this morning, a little bit higher after those 7:30 numbers, 3.8%. Yesterday at this time it was 3.76%. There's likely to be a lot of FOMO, a lot of high expectations in these markets today. The equities, obviously we've had some pretty decent upside moves. It's going to be an interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable trading day for everybody. Just remember, looking for trades, you're going to find them. With a kind of a higher expectations and big ideas today, just remember to be patient. Take the trades that come to you, because if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. Eddie, what's up with crude? What's happening there?
It just fell out of bed. Take it up 67.24, new low here. I'm sorry, Jenny. Yes,
it fell out of bed and banged its head.
Fell out of bed and it was on the third floor, I think. Wow, 67. Watch this. Crude traders watch this. I'm trying to check the news here. And of course, OPEC likely to go ahead with the planned December oil output increase as an impact hike. Small given expectation compensation cuts by some members. This is coming from OPEC Plus source. Currently focusing on addressing overproduction. So this is what's hitting the wire here right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. Crude traders, heads up. What I wanted to add is we might be having our sweetheart, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen speaking today at 10:15. That is a possibility. I see it on one calendar, but not the other. So we'll see. 10:15, we'll be watching. She's been talking usually about problems with China. So we'll see what she's got to say today. But anyway, crude, oil prices did fall, and falling even more. Following a report, top exporter Saudi Arabia was set to discard its lofty crude price target as it looks as expanding production. We did see Brent earlier today dropping 2.4%, WTI down 2.8%, and Financial Times reported earlier that Saudi Arabia, the world's second largest oil producer, is preparing to abandon its unofficial price target of $100 a barrel for crude as it prepares to increase output. Additionally, supply from Libya could return to the global market. That's after reports said that delegates from the country's east and west factions had agreed on the process, and they did appoint a new central bank governor. So there you have it with that. That is our news. And how about our Topstep tip of the week? We got Gabe running the carnival here today, and he is our ringmaster. And we've got it right there: risk management. One of the best things that you can do, one of the better things I should say, is keep a detailed record of your trades, which we call the journal. Do you journal? Including reasons, entries for exit, outcomes, lessons learned. Now, this is going to help you improve over time and refine your risk management techniques. And don't forget also, in your journal, if you are journaling, not only your trades and so forth and strategies and outcomes, but, record your mindset, how you're feeling, your emotions, right? It all sort of goes together. It's all a conglomerate that makes you move forward or backwards in your trade day. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, I'm a total agreement. It's important to kind of keep track of all those emotions and things that are changing in your mind and body when you're taking risks, and always establish risk before the trade. And, I've missed a lot of, I think, good trades today because part of my risk management is only trading when I'm feeling good. And I've been down to the weather all week. I haven't done anything. And, while I do feel a little bit of FOMO, I feel like I've missed out on some good opportunities. I think the smarter thing to do is just to wait until you're feeling good. And that is, top of the risk management there. If you're not feeling good, something's bothering you, you're not feeling well, you're hungover, anything like that, it's going to change your decision-making process. So make sure you're feeling tip-top before you get into the marketplace.
I totally agree, Johnny. And it's one of the things, as soon as you wake up in the morning or as soon as you get, that's the first thing you need to check. Mindset. Or how am I feeling? Mentality. Before you start logging on. And well said, John. Well said, John. All right. Let us get to, we got the charts. One thing I wanted to say, I can't wait till Johnny talks about gold because we are way up in the sky with a new high here. We hit the 27 handle. And I think I got in here this morning, looked at it and scroll. Oh, wow, 27 handle. So without further ado, without further me talking gibberish, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today? Charts. Chart.
All right. As always, starting with the E-mini S&Ps, the daily chart, obviously. We are at all-time highs. Somebody blow the horn. In the overnight session, we have broken out above weekly kickoff high, 5,800. It was resistant to there yesterday. We are now above it. Yesterday, we lost 13,000 in open interest. Probably some naysayers, some longs, liquidating some of those longs yesterday and probably hoping that they are still back in those longs today. And remember, when there's long liquidation, that does take selling power away from the market and bring buying power into the market if we do get a breakout in that direction. So a lot of data out there, a lot of talking Feds. Anything can happen. I'm going to be monitoring for continuation to the upside here today in the S&Ps. The upside auction is continuing. It seems to be doing very well. The jury's going to be out on that a little bit today. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Let's see where we're at. I know it's usually kind of upsetting to me when we have these big moves that happen in the overnight. A little more stimulus from China and all kinds of things, kind of creating this nice upside move. Overnight inventory is exceedingly long. If that's the case, then sometimes I'll look for, if we don't see continuation right off the open, we'll see some of these overnight longs get a little bit nervous, maybe liquidate some of those positions, giving us the opportunity for better trade locations if we are in the hypothesis that we're looking for a continuation of this move to the upside. We've got the VWAP tilting to the upside at about a 45-degree angle. That's pretty good. Buyers obviously have been in control all night. What are the longer time frame traders going to think about? How are they going to react to this when the regular trading hours open up? What are they going to be thinking when these talking Feds start talking? If they're going to be saying anything about monetary policy? Who knows what's going to happen? Just make sure that you are trying to stay patient. Yes, we are opening out of range. We are opening out of balance. Better trade locations may occur as the day goes on. Better trade locations may occur early in the session, I should say. So just be a good risk manager. Look for areas where you can take trades that you're close to points of invalidation, that you're close to your stop levels early in the day here, because if you get a little bit chopped up this morning, you don't want to put yourself out of the game for the rest of the day. Try and stay patient. Let the market come to you. Let the market come to you. I know we're all going to be looking for trades today. My suggestion is when you're going to be looking for trades, you're going to find them. A lot of them aren't going to be the ones that you're looking for. It's the ones that come find me that tend to be the better opportunities. So we've opening with a gap. Gap rules apply. We've got the buyers in control so far. If the buyers remain in control, I do not want to fight that. We're at all-time highs. We do have the PCE tomorrow. So again, ACH, anything can happen. Yesterday's profile was a normal variation day to the downside, which losing open interest indicates to me that up against this weekly kickoff high, we did take some longs out of the equation. Maybe some profit taking came in yesterday in shorter time frame. While those, again, that takes selling power out of the market moving in the opposite direction. It was a very toothy profile yesterday, very indecisive and toothy profile. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ also reaching for new highs. Hey, when's that going to happen, huh? Well, we're still a long ways from that. It's a stronger day yesterday in the NASDAQ than the S&Ps. The NASDAQ actually closed above weekly kickoff high, where the S&Ps actually closed a little below weekly kickoff high. We added 5,000 in open interest, indicating there was more buying coming in, more new buying coming into the NASDAQ than in the S&Ps, which had a little bit of long liquidation. So the upside auction is still performing well, especially here in the NASDAQ with the increase in open interest yesterday. The breakout above the weekly kickoff high in the extended trading hours, that always bums me out. I'm hoping that our good friend Dakota had a really good night last night and saw that this market was in buyer control and had a really good night. I'm sure we'll find that out later. But there's a lot of space above to monitor for continuation. This big down bar here, there's a lot of repair probably that is available for us in that big bar. I know that there is a gap above price that we can go fill. There's a naked point of control up there that we can go fill, and we're going to see that right now on the 30-minute chart. So there is a gap, a session gap that was never filled on the way down. That can be a target on the way back up. We're right at the bottom of that gap. If we get into this gap, we continue to see, of course, we're monitoring for continuation to the upside today. We continue to see that. We're going to see a possible gap close, which would take us up to 20,725. And there is that naked point of control up here at 20,828. Those are visual targets, and markets are very visual. They're all, when everybody's looking at a particular level, there's a tendency for price to reach out to those levels. So we'll watch if we can accept inside the gap here, if we can see continuation, monitor for continuation to the upside. There's nothing stopping this market from moving higher. PCE is tomorrow. Who knows what that's going to do? Talking Feds, ACH, anything can happen, but I think we're set up for, to monitor at the very least for continuation to the upside. Well, one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to fight a directional market. And so far, the equities are directional markets to the upside. If I'm going to fight them, I'm probably going to, I might just get run over and have my stops run over a few times. I need to find some sort of structure in the daytime frame, some sort of reversal pattern, some sort of thing that tells me, hey, this thing is kind of petering out. We're not even in the opening or in the regular trading hour session yet. Let's see what the longer time frame traders think about these price levels in these equities. Crude oil. Yeah, crude oil. All right. Well, we had earlier this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, we had a relatively close look at the weekly kickoff high, 72.60. We got up to 72.40 within 20 ticks of it. Proved to be too expensive. If you remember, yesterday morning, we talked about there was an addition of about 12,000 contracts, new business buyers up against this weekly kickoff high. We suggested those buyers might be a little bit trapped. Well, yesterday we lost 15,000 in open interest. So all those trapped buyers up against that weekly kickoff high from Tuesday, they bailed yesterday. Now we're seeing continuation to the downside with some new fundamental news. Makes sense for the market to, if it fails at weekly kickoff high, to seek weekly kickoff low as the next level of real importance in longer time frames. You look at the 30-minute chart here. So, all right, overnight inventory is short. Sellers have come in to continue or to try to continue this auction to the downside here in crude oil. We've got the last week's low, 87.70. The overnight low, which we're testing right now. This is a very interesting spot down here. If we can't hold below the overnight low, if we get a test down to 66.60, which kind of bothers me, that number for some reason, then, we could see this market kind of recover some of these losses. We have opened with a gap, so gap rules apply. If we can't close the gap relatively early, I understand that is a subjective term. We're looking for opportunities to continue the move to the downside, but we are getting a little bit cheap here. According to some of the longer time frame studies that I'm looking at, there is another naked point of control down below here at 65.90. We break 66.60. That's an obvious visual target. So right now, I would be watching the overnight low. If we can't maintain any price action below the overnight low, it might be an interesting opportunity for an execution. But again, anything can happen. This is not financial advice. All right, gold. We've been talking for weeks about how gold has been setting up for a decent upside move, and it is underway. It has been underway. Tuesday we broke out above the weekly kickoff high, 26.65. We added a bunch of open interest on that day, as far as I remember. Yeah, we added 9,200 in open interest. Yesterday we lost about 6,400 in open interest. So some of those longs decided, hey, we're at our all-time highs. We are going to take some profits off the table. Liquidating longs takes sellers out of the market. The market is attempting to continue this push to the upside. Overnight trade is where we put in that high. Let's take a look at the 30-minute here and see what we can see. So there's our breakout. There's our pullback. There's the real move. Just kind of coming off a little bit here off all-time highs. We did put an all-time high in the overnight session. That has now been taken out. We now have another all-time high in the overnight session. Overnight inventory just a little bit too long, taking price back to where we started the overnight session. If we're looking for opportunities for longs, this can be a decent area to look for, is where we started the overnight. Let's call that approximately 26.81. Well, where did we get down to? 26.82. Overnight inventory just unraveled all of those longs. Now the market is evened up as far as short time frame is concerned. What is the longer time frame going to do with this information? What is the longer time frame going to do? This is a classic overnight inventory adjustment. The market opened, didn't continue. All of these short time frame longs didn't get what they were looking for. And bam, the shorter time frame, weaker hands traders said, let's get out, right back to where the overnight started. Going to be an interesting trading day today. Take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray for peace and pray for everybody in Florida and everybody in the path of the hurricane that's heading towards the panhandle of Florida. And blessings to you all. Let's have a good trading day.
I'm with you on that, Johnny. Coming up next, we got some super guests. Anne Marie, CEO and Chief Market Analyst of TradingBook.com. and had a positive day in the trading combine yesterday. Also, Nick for a Tick, star of Market Kickoff, every Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central Time. Nick's trying to bounce back from a negative day in the XFA. I'm sure he will. Stick around. Be right back with Fast Markets. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. Let's get some coffee. Let's get our useless Fed comments in the gates. I ain't saying much. And hey, look at this. We've got the opening bell already. I'm going to pass it over to Andre. Andre, good morning, brother.
Good morning, Eddie. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Yes, we are open. The Fed speakers have said a whole lot of nothing so far. But anyways, we are open. Right now, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Hogue. Hogue, what are we seeing on the open? I'm seeing some selling in the ES and the NQ.
Yeah, so here's the S&P profile. This is the 30-minute chart. We know that we've got a whole lot of overnight inventory that's sitting on the long side here. They're already getting nervous. They're already pulling out of some of those overnight longs. We have a pretty big opening range here so far. It's $8, 8 points, 8.5 points. 9 points now in the NASDAQ. I mean, in the S&Ps, NASDAQ's is even bigger. It's a 40-point opening range. Look at where the market is kind of heading right down to VWAP, which is at a 45-degree angle. Obviously, buyers were in control all night. If we can hold VWAP, then I think maybe we may see some buying coming back into this market. But right now, I mean, probably some better trade locations are going to happen early in the session. I know, Nick, when we open out of range and out of value, that has a tendency to happen. I'm very interested to see what the S&Ps do down here at NASDAQ. I know, Anne Marie, you're probably hawking that same level, right?
I am, without a doubt. I think we have a two-way tape ahead of us, though, today. Just this whole week, what we've done, we've had a blow-off top in the morning, sold the top, collapsed to the bottom, and then bounced.
And then
And that's
rallied.
been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I suspect we have the same thing, and we're going to have more volatility simply because, all the Fed speakers are auditioning for their next job.
I like how you say that, Anne Marie. Hey, Anne Marie, when you say we have a two-way tape, what does that mean? Two-way tape?
So I like to look at a two-way tape as markets consistently retracing their patterns. So you'll see on my chart, I have a 1 hour on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, I have a 5 minute. And if you take a look at the big pictures, literally, it's a sawtooth. It's a sawtooth. And although we look down and we go, oh my gosh, this is going to fall off a cliff, if you zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out, you see they come in there and they buy that. They buy those floors. And so I do not see anything changing there because, we're seeing through a glass darkly. There's cross currents like I've never seen in the market space. Unbelievable amount of cross currents, and it's showing up in the pricing action. On top of that, I just read a report that said net negative positioning as the market rises is increasing overall. And so a lot of big players are adding to the short on the brand new highs. And what's happening is eventually, just like intraday motion, we're going to have a blow off top. They're just hanging on. All right, it pulls back a little bit. I'm going to cover really quickly because the next time it rises, I'm selling.
So, yes, that was my next question. So how do you trade two-way tape? You just sell were you looking for the extremes? How do you trade something like that?
Yes, exactly. I widen out.
Extremes.
And I say, where is the base of my formation? I'm going to start positioning trace there. Where is the middle range where I think they'll chop around? And then where is that floor or ceiling where I can go, you know what, I'm going to start nibbling in long. And so the drawings that I have, you're going to see a couple of shaded spaces. One is the hour of the opening range, 1800 hours to 1900 hours Eastern time. The next one is the Europe Open. That's 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. candlestick.
Yep.
And just those two, it's going to tell me a lot about positioning. So you can see this broad one that we just came into. It just came into that opening range of the 4 a.m.
Yep.
Europe Open. It just came in, hit it, VWAP right there. They're buying it. And so it is really those two sections have been what I've been focusing on all week because, for me, I'm always very open about my trading style has always been to lever big, and you can't do that in a combine. You can't do that in an XFA. You've got to manage risk much more carefully. And so that's legitimately just where my eyeballs have been focused on every single day, besides looking at those gamma levels from Mentor Q.
Like it, good stuff. Hey, all right, Nick, for a tick. We're seeing sellers here in the ES as well as the NQ. What are you seeing on the options chains? What are your thoughts on the market coming into today?
Nothing on the options chain yet. I usually like to let it kind of sit and wait about 15 minutes. If you remember yesterday, the big strike when we were on fast markets was 57.50 SPX. So we are trading slightly above that right now with this little dump to start the morning. But I don't have a good read, to be honest. Last night's Globex session, if you guys were paying attention, was a little weird. There was a number of like 400 lot, 500 lot, on the offer repeatedly, and so. Obviously, we don't know exactly what that situation was, but that's not something you see every day, especially leading into a day of nothing but Fed speakers and and trading at all-time highs. It's just something interesting. So I don't know if that's someone large, kind of just slowly closing a position. Is that someone entering a large short position? We don't know, but you started to see those kind of 400 lots stacking in like it started at like 94s on ES and has been continuing, kind of up as we've been moving up in the overnight. So something to watch here. If we unwound some of this and maybe went and retested 5,800, it wouldn't shock me to start the day. And to address the elephant in the room, yes, I am wearing glasses, but when you wake up to these kind of moves in the NASDAQ, and yes, you're basically, I have to make sure I'm not blind. So I had to put my glasses on.
I said the same thing when I saw him in the green room. I go, you wear glasses? But yes, all right, good stuff. 5,800, so we'll keep an eye on it. A lot of overnight activity.
At least that would basically... no, I guess it'd be a little lower than that, but I would want to see us potentially retest the breakout 57.50 SPX, that option wall. Like we said, we started yesterday. I'll keep you updated in about 15-ish minutes when the chain kind of populates for the 0 DTEs for this morning. And we'll continue to look at that as things kind of shape out here as Powell and his friends are on their world tour.
Yes, as Anne-Marie says, interviewing for their next job, and they do it so well. This gets me every time, Anne-Marie. All right, I see 73% long tilt in the crude, seeing 61% short, 62% short in the ES. Hogue, got the opening range established now. So saw some selling here beneath VWAP in the NQ. Buyer stepped in. What kind of levels? What kind of levels we're looking at? Speaking of levels, we got the Topstep daily levels at the top of the chat. Go ahead, Hogue.
Well, I've got the house count open and ready to go in case there's something that somebody deems that it's worthy to trade in the house account. As far as levels are concerned, let's take a look. I'm usually focusing on the S&Ps. Opening range is the high of the session so far in the S&Ps.
It is.
We've had a lot of play now with VWAP. I'm trying to stay very patient this morning. Our overnight high is certainly something I will be focusing on if it's approached 58.30. Love the idea of taking all of this overnight inventory and having it unraveled back down to 5800 like Nick was talking about, because that's that weekly kickoff high. It was resistant for the past 3 days. Now it might become support if it's approached. There's still a lot of overnight longs in this market. I'm seeing the same thing Nick is seeing as far as there's like 500 on the offer up at 833, 500 on the offer up at 834. There's also a couple, there's a nice bid down below at 5810 even. And we're starting to see some bigger bids and offers off the market that aren't part of the algo bros. I don't know. When the opening range is the high of the session, that has a big tendency to have me looking for shorts, but the problem is the opening range was so big, it's a little bit inhibitive because of the amount of risk. So I'm going to try and stay patient. Value low from the overnight session, 58.03 half. Then gap close takes us down to 57.99, which is basically that 5800 level. I would love to see the market give us an opportunity to see how price reacts down at that 5800 level. Right now, I mean, just the low of the opening range, 58.18 quarter, the high of this regular trading hour session, 58.27 quarter. We do have the all-time high in the S&Ps that did occur in the overnight session. That is something that will probably not stand for long. There you go.
I was just waiting for the moment.
A little late.
I was waiting for that. There you go.
You could have hit it all night throughout the night. So I just, also if you are trading right now too, the same level that I'm kind of looking at 5,800 and yes, it would probably coincide with roughly 330s ish on the NASDAQ if we're trying to, kind of look at that same general area. So about a 20 point further down unwind. And then yes, could be almost 100 in NQ, kind of that like secondary breakout that we kind of had from the overnight session. Shortly before midnight. I can't exactly see what time it was, but that's what I'm looking for, is to potentially have us unwind, at least retest these breakouts. Because when we're just kind of slowly grinding, moving higher, there's nothing for me to trade, especially at all-time highs.
Hey, Nick, how do you equate 5,800 to 2330? How do you do that? Or what? How do you see that?
So basically, I'm just looking at the 5-minute structure from the overnight and trying to find a similar general area of where, 5,800 is. Okay, where would that from that time frame kind of be on the NASDAQ? And, just knowing that the NQ can move a little bit more and be a little wider at times than ES. So kind of giving it a wider range. So that 320 to 340 type spot, maybe even 360 if we were going to be generous on where it could go.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that you can just visually eyeball that type of stuff. If you are like, I've said this on my Sunday night show too. I use ES a lot of the time to guide NQ, but it doesn't mean then you can't still visually kind of get a range for the NASDAQ by using ES levels.
So I want to interrupt right now very quickly. We are making the low of Europe's session at this time. It's been bouncing, but if we don't hold that level and we collapse, the next important line is a gamma line from 5804 to 5806. I'm going to be looking for bounce action there. I think that would be a great reflexive bounce against this fade. We can notice, so that number I really want to put into focus. Also, the 4 a.m. low for the YM, we just tested it a little bit ago, but I think that there's a buy event there at 42,443 or so. It's also got the VWAP supporting. If you'll notice, the high wick candlestick came into, wouldn't you know it, yesterday's 4 a.m. open event. And it went right to the top of the box and immediately started selling off. And so that's the reason that I am using these right now. And just wanted to give a heads up on that as we come in and get to the base of those levels. I'm looking for those areas to strike.
And Anne-Marie, just to double check here, 580406 level in the ES. You're looking for perhaps a reflexive bounce if they're 580406, and then in the YM 42443.
Yes, correct. Correct.
Yeah, that would go. I mean, Anne-Marie, that's like the 5750 gamma line you're kind of talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes,
so that would that makes perfect sense.
We're clicking today. Awesome. All right, Hogue. So we got that. We're looking for a perhaps reflexive bounce around 5804 in the ES or in 42443.
And what's the risk? Where's the risk on that?
I think 5794 max.
Or 10 points.
Good stuff, guys.
Yeah, that's probably fair, because if you do lose that, I mean, we're probably going to go
way below.
Go retrace some of this overnight inventory.
Get into
for
Tokyo
sure.
low. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay.
Order filled.
Yeah, we're hitting some new lows here.
98 wouldn't surprise me on ES if we were to lose that spot. So definitely could continue to drive another 10 points lower.
Yes, we do.
We might be breaking these 67s. We might see this 66 here.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The thing is, we're still long here in crude. Average
OPEC
price
came out,
67.53.
OPEC came out and said, hey, listen, we're going to back off of our $100 target price. We really see ourselves losing a lot of market share. And so, it's from an election perspective, neither party wants to see oil go high. So I think that we will continue to see this drift down. I'm surprised that oil is doing what it's doing when we've got this monster hurricane in the Gulf.
And Marie, I was just thinking about that because we are now under $67. Last trade, $66.99. Low of the day, $66.95. 67 handle has been breached. This is wild, Anne Marie. $66.
66.60 is weekly kickoff low.
When's it going to show up at the gas pump? When will that happen?
I know,
right?
right? The crack spread is really wide right now. And I think it's because, they are on a shoestring. And so that's
They are.
crack spread. What an awful term. But it's the spread between how much the barrel costs versus how much the refining event is for full.
You saying it's wide?
Yes, it is wide. That means the refiners are taking in more profits and giving less to us at the pump.
Gotcha.
I think when they get this new central bank governor, I think that's going to hit the brakes once they get this going.
You think, huh?
$66.98. You heard Hogue said weekly kickoff low, $66.60, $66.60. It's just been a free fall. We saw $72 a barrel earlier this week.
I know. Fell off cliff right at that edge.
It was weekly.
That's how fragile crude is. I mean, it's so fragile.
It is. And listen,
You got to be really careful.
If you keep buying gold, you better start watching for topping ticks.
Oh, okay.
It's
Why
going
do you say
to
that?
it's going to have a reflexive fade. It's only a matter of time. It's going to have a reflexive fade, so it feels good. Buy the dip, but you watch out for those wicks showing up at the top. They're going to tell you a story.
Yeah, I'm team gold to 3,000 at some point in Q1 next year, but I definitely think we're due for a reflexive kind of algo.
Yeah, it'll be a buy
pullback.
point
Just something
for sure.
technical that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, all right. Well, overnight highs in gold, 27.08. These are new all-time highs, folks. Like Anne-Marie said, Anne-Marie thinks getting a little toppy there in the gold, but we'll keep an eye on
those
that.
pullbacks are fast and vicious.
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
they're insane.
Here we go. NQ losing 400 or about to.
We'll keep an eye on the NQ real quick in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag fast markets. You know what to do at this point. At Topstep TV on X, use the hashtag fast markets. Anything you like to share with us, trader wins, memes, battle station setups, whatever you got, hit us up at Topstep TV. All right, Nick.
It was funny. Last night to some trading friends, I made a joke basically
What's the joke?
saying that one of these overnight sessions, I'm going to wake up to, our Euro friends selling us down like 2.25%, something. And then me out of frustration and missing the entire move off the all-time high would just be sitting on my hands for most of the session. And then, of course, like the moment after I said that was last night. And then I wake up today and it's like 2% to the upside almost on NQ. And, it happened in the day I said it. So had a good laugh that no, guys, I meant to the downside. I did not mean 2% up from that.
He didn't get the memo.
No.
They didn't. That's
This
incredible.
this is arguably worse because I wasn't going to do much.
Oh, man, here we are. All right, we'll keep it at 20,400. We almost got there here in the New York session. I'm out around 05. Again, we're keeping an eye on the Dow, looking for 42,443. And in the ES, 5804.
New low in gold. New low.
Gold selling off.
Just about 4 years ago, we were about $1,000 average closing price, $1,700.
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
So it's
the
remember-
runs are
Lord.
insane.
Remember
Yeah,
when 2000 was like the ultimate ceiling? We could not crack 2000s. 2000 for years, could not crack 2000s.
yeah.
Now we're above 2000. We stayed there.
Well,
And
this is
now
the first
2023?
time.
I was going to say the average closing price was about $1,900. Year close, I think we just broke it by $62.
Yeah, this is the first year that gold has outperformed the S&P in, I don't know, since the 70s
Yeah.
or something. Yeah, it's been insane.
Yes, it has. Okay, we got Yellen coming up on CNBC here.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Eyes on the prize.
Thank you, Eddie. Eddie, how are we looking on the calendar in terms of speakers? What do we have ahead of us? Because I know
What do we had a slew?
Powell, Bowman, everything's behind us. Not everything, but tell us what do we got for the Eco calendar.
We did have Collins, Kugler, Bowman, Powell, Williams.
Williams gone.
We do actually coming up here top of the hour. We're going to have our pending home sales. Fed Cook at 9:30. We also got Barr at 9:30, and don't forget about it. Excuse me, our natural gas. Yellen's going to be speaking at 10:15, and you said that she's hitting the podium now.
Well, CNBC just previewed coming up next, Janet Yellen on CNBC exclusive.
Oh, boy, okay, well, maybe she's got a tea time today. I don't know.
That'd be sweet.
You see her out there?
Wait, do they make clubs small enough for her?
Is she tiny? Is she a little one, Anne-Marie?
Well,
I didn't know that.
Dude, she's like
Plays
4'10".
No, is she really?
Yes.
Oh, I had no idea.
4'11". Oh,
Is
yeah.
she in the
Oh, I
Wizard
had
of
no
Oz?
idea.
Yeah,
They
she's
make clubs
tiny.
small enough for her.
Yeah, there's a picture of her next to Volker, and it's like this because he was like 6'7" or something.
No, I didn't know Volker was that tall either.
Yeah,
Who's taller, Danny DeVito or Janet Yellen?
Janet Yellen.
We got Cash Perry and Barr at 12 o'clock.
Cash carry.
And
Okay,
then,
cool. We got.
Okay, yeah. Back
Hey,
to you,
hold on.
Andre.
I put an order in for 5,800 and a quarter even in the ES, so I'm going to wait for it to come in. I think it might fill in this low volume profile, and then it'll bring us to the top of that value area region. You know, I might have to wait for a hot minute for it. And the question might be, well, why don't you short it instead? Because I don't really want to move against the trend of the VWAP just yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll stick a bid in there with her. Hey, Hogue, I'm looking at the ES 5810. 5810. Are you seeing 1,000 lot on the bid there? And is that real?
Yes.
Is that real? Okay, we think that's real.
That is not the Algo Bros. It's been there
Great.
since this morning.
All right.
It was about 800 a
5810.
little while ago, so they've added to that bid.
1,000 on the
Okay.
bid.
I am gonna see if that. I don't want to front run it, but let's give it a go.
Starting to
I'll put an
iceberg
order
on
in
that
right
low too.
Just looking at that, Nick.
About
Oh, you guys
2,000
find this-
Hogue or 1,500.
Yeah.
Wait, tell me what the iceberging means again. What's iceberging mean?
So, somebody's placing bids and replenishing them as they get exhausted. It's not huge, but down there, seeing 5, 7,000, 15, about 2,000, right on the lows in the S&Ps.
Interesting. All right.
It's a type of lettuce. Freedom shop. It's a type of-
Okay, that's
Well
fine.
done. Well done. Freedom shall prevail. That's pretty good. All right. Top of the hour
Love
here.
it.
We got pending home sales. Like Eddie said, eyes on the prize. Well, we are seeing some bids. Anne-Marie, what bid are you working again on that? What price are you working on the ES?
Well, I have two now. I have one at 5708, and then I have one at
708.
50. Is that 5708? 5807. Sorry.
5807. You're good, you're
dyslexia
good.
There.
All good.
5807 and then 58.50.
All right. 58. All right, Hogue, if you want to do that, we could work them with her. 58 half, 5,800 half, 5,800 half, and then 5807, a 5807 bid. We want.
How about we split the middle? We go 04s.
Boom.
Love it.
Well, we're thinking risk 5794. So we'll have a resting order in there. Then we got numbers coming out in 5 minutes.
We got 10 on the bid there.
You are exactly right.
5 minutes remaining.
Oh, there it
That's
is.
pretty good, Andre.
Eddie, you and I are simpatico these days. All right, Hogue, we'll do bracket orders so we can get the fill.
Brackets are in.
Yeah. Hogue executing today. Hogue, how you feeling? You feeling better? You sound a hell of a lot better today.
Yeah,
it
I've
does
turned
sound a bit better.
Turn the corner. I still feel dizzy. I don't know. This is a weird bug.
Man, it's going
Hope
around.
nobody gets it. but I hear a lot of people are.
It traveled overseas. I do believe D was a little bit under the weather. I know Francis Green was under the weather. So we're out there. Let's fight through. We shall prevail. All right, 5810s here in the ES. We're going to watch this. There's 750 on the bid now. 5810 bid 750 times in the ES. Should be interesting to see how we trade to it, trade around it, trade away from it, or do we trade through it? It does appear to be real, Hogue. We're seeing some offers to the upside. Nick, for a tick, we saw a couple 500 lots to the upside. Yep, 5833, 5834. 500 offered up there.
Yeah, and that's been all night too. It's just something interesting that I haven't seen lately. I know volume's slowly been coming back to this market, but excuse me, I haven't seen, I guess offers stack like that in the overnight for the entire session, just continuing to kind of stack, get filled, move up a little higher. So if you got, right? Yeah, at all time highs. So it's just the only thing I can think of, and grain of salt with my perspective, is that just somebody closing out, not entering. I would say maybe they're just taking profit finally.
Nice prices to close out at. Good on them.
Yeah.
Very nice. A 72% short in the ES right now. 72% short according to the tilt from an average price of 58.16. So they're a couple points in the money. But you'll see the tilt scrolling across the top of the screen here on Topstep TV. Those tilt quotes are delayed by 15 minutes, folks. The tilts that we're looking at is exclusive and live in real time here on Topstep X only. Keep an eye on that. We got a number here in less than 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes. Again, keep an eye on the 58.10 bid. 836 times right now. It's been fluctuating. There is some algos underneath it, but it does seem to be a considerable size of paper sitting on top of that bid.
Right.
Eddie
gold took a look below the overnight low and did not maintain any price down there.
Yeah. Just popped right up.
Andre,
Eddie, I'm reading this Powell quote you put in chat. I mean, Powell said, I need to go now. I'm getting myself a few 150K Topstep combines. Powell is out. Good to know Powell's in the program.
D thinks he's
honestly
sneaky with the leaderboard.
Yeah.
We'll see him on there. I just went over his speech and tried to pull out what was important, and by the time I got to the bottom, I was out of good things to say.
And he had to find a
yes, I did add that one.
he had to find a reason to abuse himself. Powell giving us nothing on the bone today, just throwing us some table scraps from 3 days ago. Nothing here. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that tilt here. 70% short in the ES, still going into this pending home sales. Pending home sales, pretty decent sized number. Or pretty important number of importance, I should say.
Okay, I've also positioned a short in the YM up at the top of yesterday's Europe high. And so that number is 42,574 in case it spikes and then fades again, because I am looking for sideways price action. I think also today is a see money, take money kind of day. What's everybody else thinking from that perspective in terms of price patterns?
Marie, I'm just looking at the Dow here, and the Dow, I mean, there was no gap in the Dow.
No.
It's in yesterday's range, so I could definitely see, some range bound activity here, and see money, take money. I think would certainly be a good idea.
Okay, Anne-Marie working an offer for Hogue. If we want to do this as well, Anne-Marie, great stuff today. Telling us what's coming from a long mile away. 42,547. She's working an offer. Is this based because you're calling it a two-way tape day? So you're basically just working the extremes of the range.
Yes.
This is your strategy is adapting to the two-way. Awesome.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
We can work an offer in the YM at 42,547. 547.
Here comes
the YM.
42,000.
547.
547.
I might get filled.
How many here? 5 lot? What's the risk?
What is the risk on this?
I see 42,000, 40. Oh, I just got filled.
On what?
42,000 in the YM short.
Oh, 547s. Okay. I don't think we got it in there, did we?
It's about 612,
Okay.
maybe. Yeah.
612 upside. Wow. Anne-Marie, 612. Okay. Anne-Marie, we got the number just came out, and that was nothing. Eddie, I don't.
Here we go. Sorry, I owe $5. Yes. It did come out here, and we were looking at pending home sales 0.6%. They were looking at 1%. Pending home index 70.6 with a 70.2 prior. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, man. All right, cool. All right, nice, Phil. Anne-Marie.
Listen, I love these numbers. You guys just try them. They're simple, and you're going to like them.
Order filled.
I promise. And if you're into scalping and getting in and getting out and getting your money and getting out, and you are willing to position with a certain amount of size, they have been freaking golden.
Yeah. Woo, Anne-Marie short from 52.
That was great. Great fill there, Anne-Marie.
Amazing. We didn't get in there. What? Okay. Let's talk this trade through again. Anne-Marie short 42,547. What are you looking for an exit, Anne-Marie?
So
order filled.
My exit would be the middle of that range, where we're coming into the middle of the volume. So it's the VWAP of this particular range. You can see buyers trying to hold up today's 4 a.m. candlestick formation. So they're trying to stay above the high of Europe's, of the London region without us. And so buyers are definitely coming in there. On top of that, I'm on the opposite side of the tape. And so I am a little leery about sitting around in here and just... let me go to my 5-minute because that helps me with rotation. Yeah. So I'm sitting inside of this space. I think I'm going to move the profit marker down to, about $150 for the contract. And if it stays in, then I'll walk it down inside of today's 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. Candlestick when Europe opened. And, going to try and take about 500 as the profit at about 42,476.
What a trade, everyone. I hope you guys caught that. She told us she was going to be short 42,547. Got the fill. Basically, she just laid out the playbook for everybody. Last trade 42,500. Anne-Marie said, see money, take money. I'm not going to influence your trade, but you're seeing money right now. So at what point do you take the money?
So now the question is, what is influencing the forward motion? And so because I think we have a two-way tape and now we're inside of the 4 a.m. candlestick, it makes sense to give it a little bit of room to jockey down there. And if you can see from my chart, I use a stochastic and that's fading. So I am pulling my profit markers down as I come into the range. So instead of, 150, I'm now at 310 for a profit marker. And I'm just going to wait for it to get to that range, which is near the VWAP, which looks like it's going to stop me out at my $500 target like that. I was super inspired. You guys, you and Rips and Stanley yesterday, what an amazing show.
Yeah,
that was a fantastic segment. And I thought, that's normally how I sit and trade. And it's just, especially on a sideways day like today, you just have to put it out. If it holds, fine. If it doesn't, whatever. There's just so much. All right. And I'm flat. For
Anne-Marie, nice trade.
500 space. Also, what just
that was
triggered,
incredible, everybody.
What just triggered was the long in the ES.
The long ES.
That's on the other one. Yeah.
Look at this.
That one just triggered long.
Look at Anne-Marie. Chopping up this market. Just carving this thing up right now, folks. This is incredible.
So we'll see how it goes. I think it might fade a little more than that.
Look at this.
we'll see. Now, this is one where I have to see money take money because my momentum indicators are really moving
reflective
down.
bounce.
And
You
so
got
everything.
Wow, Emery. All right, so look, give us updates on your position. 5807. You're long from 5807. How many times?
Yes, I'm just once.
Okay, beautiful.
Yeah,
wow,
just
you guys just.
Emery's put on a clinic today.
This is a freaking clinic, guys. That was sick, man. Are you kidding me?
If I can suggest, if you're listening to this and you're like, oh, I missed something, you can rewind on our stream and catch back what Anne Marie put together. So just a suggestion. Thank you, Andre.
And
Thank you.
if you've been on the fence since Anne Marie and I always seem to be the ones talking about the gamma strikes on SPX, we so far where she entered, we bounced right off of it. So if you're looking for like a cheap cheap long opportunity where your risk can be pretty minimal and defined, you can lean into those type of big round numbers on SPX and at least feel like, hey, if I have a trade for a few points of a stop loss, I can feel pretty comfortable knowing when I'm right, when I'm wrong by leaning into those levels.
So I did flatten out there, and I flattened out, I'll show you where, at the wick of the prior hourly candlestick. So I just took about maybe $80 or something like that, $87. But I did it because two things. One, the stochastics on my hourly are down. Two, we've got those big orders sitting below at lower prices.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And three, when I go to the 5 minute, although my stochastic is on the rise, it is still below 20. And so if I'm under the VWAP and under those ranges, I'm a little bit nervous about holding without something building structure, right? And so structure is just saying, hey, right now structure says this is downward formation.
Weaker. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we still want to be working this bid that we have in here around 04?
I still like it.
Okay.
I still have mine at 5800.50.
Yep. All right.
Order filled.
Sorry, Emery, may we get can we get a P&L update real quick, Emery?
726.
Well, it's up 726. Wow. Just
Nice.
absolute
Hey, Nick,
One
real quick.
contract. One
beautiful.
contract.
Absolute beautiful thing.
One lot. Nice. Hey, Nick, can you explain the gamma strike you just mentioned?
That was
Got some
incredible,
questions in the chat.
Nick,
Sure.
how about-
Let me
yeah.
give me 2 seconds here.
Are you talking something?
No, I'm going to share my screen.
Oh, good. Okay, here we go.
Why are you laughing about that? Why is that funny, Nick?
I no, because I usually if I'm pushing off something like that, I probably am stalking a trade and trying to get into
flustered.
one. No, I'm trying to educate today. I'm on life support in my XFAs and going to trade
Come on.
combines. So I'm happy to explain this concept. So we were talking about this gamma level, which if you guys have listened to me on the show before, without getting too in the weeds of what this is, think of this as just like overall options activity that encompasses retail traders, market makers, institutions, everybody and their mother, and just don't think of it as like, oh, these are calls, these are puts. Just think of it as this is just kind of overall options activity at certain strikes. And a lot of the time they can act as magnets, they can act as support, they can act as resistance. So what Anne Marie and I were talking about was the big strike kind of around that 5750 type level on SPX. Sorry, this is probably a better way to view it, where we are kind of sitting just below, just above right now. I guess technically it's sitting at, the call gamma is sitting roughly at 5760 so far this morning, but basically just visualizing these the same way we would look at liquidity on like Bookmap or on a DOM, where you can kind of just lean into those levels, or like I said, use them as, almost a backstop as an entry long. Like
I just went long. Sorry. I just went long again at the base of this candlestick right here. It flushed through that 4 a.m. area for this morning, so I expect it to catch hold. The number I got in was 42,427. I'm not going to add size here because I think it's a reflexive bounce that's going to take me into the VWAP, and I'm going to get out from that perspective. But it's bouncing right off of the number. right off of the level. Sorry, Nick.
Oh, good.
about
No trading.
barging in
Oh,
there.
it's good.
like
No, I
that.
love it, Anne-Marie. I love it. Again,
good.
Anne-Marie Long, 42,427, 42,427. Anne-Marie
Yes.
and the Dow is just. Go ahead, Nick, please.
No, I was going to say, so the logic with gamma levels and, how I use them, how people tend to trade with them is you just kind of need to lean into them, lean against them, and, use them as support and resistance. Just knowing at some of those largest strikes and during certain times of, options expiration or weekly expiration, or as you move towards like power hour on the 0 DTE strikes, you just can kind of see them act as magnets, as just pools of liquidity. So that's how I would typically use them to kind of guide trades. Not necessarily create a bias, but can tell you at least where larger institutions not necessarily are positioned, but are trying to keep, let's say, price pinned between like two areas. And where the largest has a tendency to maybe get as close as possible without actually paying out all of that strike in theory.
So, Nick, what do you think about the notion that once a gamma strike gets moved with force and it still holds that edge, that the market almost turns around and that area that should have been the zone now becomes a floor until they exhaust? Do you see that as well? Or how do you look at those mechanical flows, or what do you think about what I just said there?
I do. It had to be like, I think when Microsoft reported last quarter, you just saw such an example of, we kind of made a low during like the following session around 5,400. And as soon as we kind of tagged, and I'm not kidding, cleared it by maybe a point or two above that 5,400 strike in SPX, then you just suddenly saw like single stock call buying in like the Mag 7 just flooding in like right after. So it really could give you confidence to say, okay, that level is clearly not only support from SPX, but is a general area where single stock buyers are also going to start coming in and looking to get long in the Mag 7, in a lot of those big tech names. So that's kind of how I've started to use it when, in theory, you bounce off some of those big round $100 strikes, is then seeing, is it then supported by, the rest of kind of the passive flow buying that we would see normally. And when it is, I think that's a longer time frame. I think, Hogue, you always like to use this term, but longer time frame buyers are sitting there and are meeting short-term sellers. And when they're in control at that point, you're pretty confident in a long, off one of those levels. So that's how I have kind of used it. I still think it's, I don't know, it changes from, I would say, OPEX to OPEX as far as, what's going on. I'm just like a little more sitting on my hands now because I'm curious how we just got through OPEX last week. Now that we have the dot plot and some of, future kind of, I would say positioning adjusts here in the coming weeks, I just kind of want to see where those new, support and resistant areas may be with options before I'm ready to lean into any of these new ones with a lot of force.
Okay, quick note. If anybody went in long with me on that base, I flattened at the VWAP again because I have downward flow on my stochastic and I'm under that VWAP. So it tells me, hey, listen, it could come in and give you another shot to the long side, but you don't have strength of motion in your favor. And so that's why that was a quick strike, for another $85 or whatever.
Anne-Marie carving the Dow up. Anne-Marie putting on a clinic this morning, folks. If you like what you're seeing, click like, click subscribe. Anne-Marie, amazing stuff this morning. All right, just to recap, we do like those 5804 still, correct? And the ES, you still working the bid?
Yeah.
I have the bid in. I've split it, though. I've got 804 for 5 and 801 for 5.
Where is that big group that's sitting there?
Tens got filled. They got filled.
Oh, they did. Okay.
Oh, who's here? Where's JD? Hello, come on in. Come on in. Hey, Coach Ray, what's happening?
Was that a George Jetson doorbell right there that I just heard?
Hey, you know what? Real quick here, There was actually a real cool guy on the floor, and his last name was Jetson. You know him.
No.
You know him, Hogue. Yes. Jeff Jetson. Jeff, if you're out there, love you, brother.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Hey.
Excellent. Wait for JD to jump in here to do a little VIP update. Coach Ray, thank you. I know you're short on time.
Yep, JD is here also.
Go ahead, JD. Come on.
Hey, what's up?
Cool. What's up, guys? We're going to take a look at a couple of updates real quick. We got Coach Ray from the Stop Hunters, captain of the Stop Hunters here. Let's take a look at that leaderboard overview.
Yeah.
Not much change on the overall from yesterday. Well, there's the top 5. You see the Stop Hunters are sort of dominating the top 5 of the leaderboard right now.
Excellent.
3 of our top 5 traders coming from the Stop Hunters. Monique is actually our payout leader at the moment. We'll talk about that in just a second.
Nice.
Let's switch over to overall leaderboard. There we go. So Coach Ray is leading in payouts. Total 2 payouts from the Stop Hunters right now for a total of $3,836. He's still got 37 traders eligible for funding, 37 in the combine, 13 eliminated out of 54 total that started. Pretty good for Coach Ray. He's running with a 20% pass rate in the trading combine right now. No change for the Lunatics or the Market Makers. Coach Jay's Lunatics still sitting on 40 potential XFA traders. 1 currently in the XFA, single payout of $1,000. And Coach Vince has 39 traders still eligible for funding. 3 in XFAs, 2 payouts for $1,945. Now here are Coach Ray's top 5 traders. All right, we got Monique right there. She is leading.
Yay.
Top trader on the leaderboard, top trader on Coach Ray's team. She's also the payout leader at the moment. She's Monique's taking a single payout for $2,200. Main market is the ES. 40% win rate. Nice job for Monique. Also, I just lost my notes. Second. There we go.
JD, while you got,
All
I got a
right.
question for. Go ahead, JD.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, I was just going to say,
Go ahead, please. I got a cool question for Ray after.
Monique, Rafa, and Ashley, both on the top 5 overall leaderboard, 1 through 3 on the Stop Hunter team right now. There you have it. All right, passing it over to you guys now.
Thank you, JD. Hey, Coach Ray, what are you doing? What are you doing to get those 3 guys in the top 5?
Well,
your teacher, what are you doing?
You can think of me as the famous Chicago Bull coach, Phil Jackson.
Yeah.
Okay. I just let them play, right? I just let them play and let them figure things out. What I'm kind of talking to them about is all about their mindset, right? That's all I talk to them about is their mindset. And everybody here, everybody on this leaderboard has their own way of trading. And as the great coach used to do, right? You know, when the team got into trouble, he didn't call timeout right away, did he? Right? He just let them play through it, let them figure things out for themselves. And that's exactly what this group is doing. They're an amazing group. A lot of discussion around mindset in our channel.
Love it. Yes, he would not. He would just sit there with his legs crossed and let the team figure it out on their own. Learn by doing, Coach Ray. Awesome stuff.
Absolutely.
Awesome stuff. 3 people in the top 5. Wow, hell of a VIP program. Anything else you want to say, Ray? No, you're short on time. Go ahead.
You'd be a great coach, Ray. I knew you'd be a great coach.
No, like I said, at the end of the day, you know, coaches are there to guide, right? And as much as we want to kind of come in there and step in for them, they learn a lot more by doing, and then the coach is there just to kind of keep them within the guardrails. So great job, Stop Hunters. Keep making me proud.
Yeah, that's great, Ray. I remember telling everybody, you know, there's only so much a coach is going to be able to do. 100% of anything that you're able to accomplish here is on you. I'm just here to help.
Absolutely. All the credit goes to those traders. Okay. It's nothing, no one's come to me with any sort of strategy kind of questions. All the questions have all been around mindset. How do I stay off tilt? How do I avoid revenge trading? All these topics are around the mindset. So great work, stop hunters. Keep making me proud, and let's continue to dominate.
Oh, I like those. Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you for your time.
That's
Enjoy your
awesome.
day. Those are some words of encouragement. Here we go. Rick, how do I get on Ray's team? I need a personal coach.
There you go.
Can we join Ray's group? Everyone wants to be part of Ray's group. Thank you so much, Coach Ray. Appreciate it.
All
Check
right.
him out on.
Have a great rest of your day, guys.
Thank you,
You
Ray.
too.
I like these drop-ins, guys. They come in, they come out.
I know. That's
We get back to these
Cool.
markets. We got Cook and Bar on deck here at bottom of the hour. Emery,
What
can we get
time
an
does
update?
Yellen speak?
Yellen's speaking right now. I'm watching her speak on
Okay.
CNBC right now. Last headline: the banking system is well capitalized. Last headline out of Janet Yellen. All 4'10" of her. I had no idea, Emery.
We got a comment from Janet talking about the labor market.
Okay.
She says, inflation suggests that we're on a path to a soft landing. That was sweet. There's a little bit more slack now in the job market.
But
What,
do
people
I
are
need to
slacking now, or
put
what?
my
What's going
resume on a pizza box is the real question.
Did you see that? That's your
So
indicator.
clever. I wonder how much they charge for that.
It's a good question.
I wonder if it's
I don't
worked.
know what.
I just got people an interview at the very least. Emery, can we get a P&L update, please? Like to update the board.
858.
858 keeps going up, up, up. I like the direction of that.
I'm short in a combine. I just got short around 403s. Stops at 415s and NQ. Looking for that 360 rotation.
Okay,
New lows.
thank you.
Nick, you seeing some negative delta down here on these lows in the S&Ps again?
I am. I kind of want to see if we can push through it. That's kind of what this is potentially turning into. Albeit NQ just hasn't quite got out of bed. ES kind of had that little push up. So I'm kind of banking on not necessarily the NQ leading right now, but ES finally falling back towards 5,800 even. We'll see.
All right, great. So next short from 403. Emery's flat right now, up about 800 plus bucks. Couple trades. One lots, folks. One lots. That grows quickly. Let's go around here. I'm seeing 74% long in crude. Again, crude trying to figure out to do the $67 level. Currently trading $67.53. We did take a peek into the $66 handle. Again, crude oil. Where's that? Crude 74% long from average price of $67.51. So about 8 cents in the money here.
Nick,
Take a look at gold.
Nick, what number are you looking for to cover?
Really, I want that 360 kind of spot, maybe even 380s.
Yeah,
kind of breaking
380
below
is
that.
the high of the midnight candle that Mickey likes to look at. So
What is?
just
Sorry, I missed.
380.
370?
is the-
380?
Yeah, 378 is the high of that midnight candlestick that Mick likes to look at. It has a tendency to have reflexive action there. Just a heads up.
Yeah. I'm probably, if we can break a new low here, I will most likely start trailing this stop.
Starting to see some
At
sellers
least
here
go
in the
break
ES.
380s.
380s. Our last trade 386.
There we go. See, that's what I wanted to see.
Nice
So
trade.
now I'm going to start trailing it.
Nice trade.
Beautiful.
We're still working
break.
these bids.
Working these bids. Working.
04s and 01s, 5 each.
Cool. 96 or 94. Risk 94, Hogue.
Yeah, I
Right.
like it. I like it.
Nice trade, guys. This is going great. Take a look. Keep an eye on that crude here. 60 or 72% long. Seems like we've seen the heavier, bigger tilt leans, I should say, in crude this week. Eddie, let me know if I'm not seeing, but I believe, yeah, crude's still popping here. $67, $67.82 now last trade, closing
right.
on $68. $68, about $1 pop here in the last 30, 40 minutes. Seeing some more sellers in the NQ putting in new lows.
You saw gold
about to
reject the overnight low as well.
Interesting.
We're about to get filled, aren't we, on that?
Oh, that'd be
yes.
Come on. 58s. Let's go.
The low, FYI, of that hourly candlestick is 20,357. So I love your target.
No, I got taken out. All right, all good. 2,500. I'll take it.
Nice trade.
First trade in these combos.
Yeah.
But that was we got the
take
move
it.
that I was looking for. Basically, taking out
Beautiful.
that low and going to make a run at that consolidation area from the overnight. So we probably will go break that too, since ES is falling slowly behind. But I wouldn't be shocked by getting that full take profit. Granted, I was in a 5 lot, so I'm taking profit and moving on to the next trade.
Yeah,
You're holding your breath on that
Absolutely.
one,
Good
Nick.
trade, dude.
I trade combines pretty confidently, but I will still do it with a 5 lot, usually trying to, not necessarily pass them quickly, but I'm efficient with my entries and I have a predefined, area and I trail it. So I'm not an idiot just going to let the whole drawdown hit me to go for a 5 lot 45-point winner.
Good momentum trade.
Yep. And it looks like, let's see if this tags 58 and gets my full take profit. If I wasn't paper handed.
2,500 paper hand. I'll take it all day.
Here it comes, the
Nice.
base of that 57 number.
Yup.
58,357.
5805, 5806. Last trade in ES. Almost right there. Almost about to get a fill.
Yeah.
We do have Cook and Barr speaking in approximately 3 minutes. No Fed speakers really said anything to move the needle just yet. Yeah, it could be changing.
Nothing I have seen.
The same.
Pretty-
Powell, nothing.
Pretty tame.
Collins, nothing. Bowman, nothing. Williams, come on, no one. Someone give us something, but hey, that's okay. Keep an eye on that. 75%
us.
long.
I know.
It's still
It's a
kind of
carrot.
bouncing off that level too.
Well, let me know if you get filled.
Yeah, here he is.
Hey, what's up this morning, guys?
My guy. It's my guy. That
Guys.
voice every morning. What's up, Jack?
I am here.
What do you got for us? What do you got for us today?
I want to talk about China.
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 China. Anne Marie.
Oh, goodness.
Are we talking China stimulus or something else? Let's see.
Well, we're about to
We
find
all-
out.
Specifically about the stimulus and that Chinese stocks had their best week in a
course they
decade following the Politburo, truly the People's Republic, decreeing a number of things, including
Just
quote,
got filled.
forceful. Yay!
And if you followed my short idea in that 400 area, I would start covering if you are still in it.
Okay.
Anne Marie, you're long ES.
Yes. Still waiting on the one below at 5,800.75.
We're about to get filled on this 04 bid.
Sorry, Jack.
Oh, no, it's all good. Trade first. We're getting filled, which we're about to.
Also, sorry about razzing you about cats on Twitter.
What was that?
What was I saw that. I explained my thoughts.
Just harsh. It's harsh, man. Gosh. Yeah, do we get it?
Okay, we just got 5.
All
House line
right.
from 5804.
Let's see if it'll fill in that low volume profile below.
Stops at 94. All right,
5804.
we got 5.
Okay, cool. All right, Jack, we can go. Go ahead if you want. Talk about China. Best week
Yeah,
in
forceful rate cuts. Can you imagine? So basically, they vowed to stop declining real estate values. So you can see why the stocks respond. Can you imagine if Powell came out and just said, "Hey, this is the bottom.
This is it. Yeah.
Your house is not getting cheaper.
Like, sweet.
Trust me." So that's what we're doing. We'll see how all that works out. Some other news, Andre. I officially feel old.
Man. I know.
Derrick
Saw this.
Rose announces retirement after 15 seasons from the NBA. For those of you whippersnaps too young to
Jeez.
remember 2011, his MVP season, it was
YouTube it.
awesome.
YouTube
Yeah.
it, man.
That
Oh.
game 1 against the Heat was the highlight. I wasn't old enough for the Jordan Bulls to really make a imprint on me. But
This
yeah,
guy.
D Rose is retiring. What could have been, Andre, I was at the playoff game where he went down with the knee injury.
Ooh, against the Sixers?
Yeah, with the Bulls up like 12 points with 2 minutes left or something.
Thibodeau had to play
Anyway,
him. Tibbs had to keep him in there. Anyways,
best of luck in retirement, D Rose. Watch the highlights. And then one amazing story that I cannot wait until more comes out, this lawsuit. LAPD raid goes from bad to farce after gun allegedly sucked into MRI machine. The headline kind of says it.
Oh, jeez.
What?
They did a raid of a medical imaging place thinking it was a grow house because of its high electrical use. There wasn't any weed there, but according to this lawsuit, one of the officers with a rifle dangling from his wrist walked by, passed the sign and said, "Don't bring metal in."
Magnets.
Got the gun sucked against an MRI machine. And then,
My goodness.
quote, pulled a sealed emergency release button to shut off the MRI, deactivating it, evaporating thousands of liters of helium gas and damaging the machine in the process. The officer then grabbed his rifle, left the room, leaving a magazine filled with bullets on the office floor, according to the lawsuit.
Amazing. Protecting it. Wow. Anne-Marie. When raids go wrong.
That was in
Holy
LA.
cow.
Man, oh man. Thank you, Jack.
Don't bring your gun into an MRI.
Oh my gosh.
Tell them about
Moral
that.
of the story. Moral of the story. Oh man.
Wow.
Uh,
How to not be aware of your surroundings.
yeah,
Carrying
exactly.
a firearm like that. Must have been hopped up on adrenaline or whatever.
Yeah, all right. We're starting to see a push higher here in the YM. We've been keeping a little bit more attention to the YM today. Anne-Marie have some quite favorable trades out there. Look at the NQ. NQ's still a little heavy. About a 12, 13 point
71%
bounce.
short. Oh, I'm sorry. There's
71%.
S&P.
And I'm long
yeah.
NQ.
You're long
You
it?
think
Okay,
you went
cool.
long NQ?
I like this
I just went long NQ off 22s, looking for kind of that same area that I was trying to cover the first time. So rebid back towards that area.
What kind of target are we looking for here in our ES trade?
That's a good question.
We're both long. We're both long, right?
Where did we enter?
04.
04.
04s.
We've still got a bid
I
down
mean,
below.
you got to get through that iceberg, that old iceberg level around 10s.
Yeah.
Iceberg of 10. Okay. Yeah, Nick for tick long, 20,322. Still heavy. How's that tilt looking, Eddie? How's tilt looking in the ES there?
Looking in the ES here, we're 78% short ES. And over in the NASDAQ, 64% short. What sort of got my attention is crude here, 76% long. And crude making a move. We got the buyers here right now. 68 quarter last trade.
Oh my gosh, that move in the YM.
Look at that bounce. Look at that bounce.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Dang
it. You're doing all right today, Henry. Doing all right. NQ heavy. ES still staying a bit strong on the bid. YM just pushing higher here. Watching that. We're up about 100 points.
We're still working that bid down at 01. We still want that in, correct?
Yeah. I have mine. It's waiting there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, we got anything from Bar or let's see, anything from Bar or Cook on the headline.
I've been
Y'all has
posting
done
some of the
heavy. Okay, cool, Eddie.
some of them, but I mean, Bar supporting coming in here right now. Speech at the 2024 U.S. Market Conference. No, nothing really extreme. She does say that there is a $1 trillion pledge to discount window since 2023, and the Fed is exploring large bank requirements on the minimum liquidity. It's coming from Bar.
Yeah, I did.
Minor.
I did read about that.
Hey, Nick, for a tick, will you update your position, please, so we can update the board?
Yeah, sorry, dogs were growling, so I put it on mute for a second. Long 319.50s.
Wait a minute. Oh, 319.50. Gotcha. 319 half.
Yeah,
okay.
319.50.
How many times?
4 times.
4 times. Thank you. Long 4 from 20,000, 319 half.
I like that number. I like your levels. They're nice. I mean, of course, you know that because you're taking them, but they match what I'm seeing.
Hey,
so
it always
really
feels
like
nice to have. Yeah, it always. You get Anne Marie in your corner.
It gave me confidence seeing ES was still kind of continuing to base up that low and not making new lows the way NQ was. So hence why I kind of was like, I'll take the stab and I'll take an add of 1 contract here. So let's see, 5 points and I'm out.
In the ES, that 58.10 level, Hogue, we saw the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I
That was on the offer?
There.
Okay.
We also have a gamma line sitting up there too, and that is at 5809.75. So it'd be nice to breach. It'd be nice to breach it.
Keep an eye on crude here. Watching that tilt grow here. 77% long now. Last trade in the crude. $68.08.
Oh, come on.
Pushing here. See if we can get another push higher here. And 58.10. We're looking for that's like the line in the sand.
Come on, baby.
Talk to it, man. Talk to us, Anne Marie. Marcus is listening to you.
Down push.
Push. Everyone get out and push. Oh, Hogue on snow days. Oh, Anne Marie up here, up in Chicago when it gets cold. You get stuck in the snow. Literally, everyone has to get out and push the car.
Everybody get out and push.
That's right, Hogue. Sounds like you've said that. All right, kids, everyone get out. We're pushing. Yeah.
Oh, am I really going to not get filled by a tick? Come on.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna raise my stop.
All right, we're out. Max profit on the combine there too in 2 trades.
Right.
Look at you, man.
Done, guys.
Here,
Well done.
I'm on my tricycle and he just passed me on.
Okay, so the last 2 days, and I know sometimes, guys, I'm trading ES, and you guys have no idea how I trade NQ, and everyone always DMs me and asks. So you've just gotten like a 2-day course on how I kind of try to carve it up, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. I am not greedy. I get my points, I get out, I look for the next entry, I look for bounces, I look for exhaustions to sell. That the last 2 times I've been on, so yesterday and today, that is really, really, really how I trade NQ, and I don't look for a ton of points. I'm not trying to catch 100 point flush or 100 point rip off a low. I just kind of stack my points that way.
There you go. I mean, it's not a contest. Everybody's different.
100% had
Good job, Nick.
Anne Marie, help us manage this trade in the ES. I see the downward slope of the web. I know it's something you keep close an eye on. Hogue, talk to Anne Marie. Let's talk about how we manage this. Again,
We have potential failed downside auctions now in the S&P and the NASDAQ.
Like the sound of that.
Ooh, that's nice.
Some of that.
So we're at 1-to-1 right now, Andre, on our 5 lot that we've got.
I think that's
with our new risk rules.
Yep.
What do we do here?
Well, we have.
Well, I think we've got a 2-way tape today, so hanging on. If we were to do that, it would be smaller size. I am going to flatten this at the VWAP action, and I've raised my stop to that 58.11 area that needed to have that hold. Because I'm still looking at the market very cautiously. I'm under the VWAP. I've made lower highs and lower lows. I've got a stochastic that's sitting below 30. And so a lot of things are telling me that I don't have a ton of upside pressure without a dip back. And I don't want to go backwards. I just want to go forwards. So that's me. That's my thought. You?
Hogue, we do the brackets. You know what the drill is. Nice starting trade. We got more to go.
Do we lighten up here?
At 1-to-1, you can lighten up.
Hey, we were just at 1-to-1.
Yeah, I covered mine.
I'm going to lighten up a couple here. So we were at 1-to-1. We lost a little bit on this pullback, but we're, $689 realized. I'm going to take a look here and see if I can find a good spot to shorten up our risk a little bit here. I like 07s.
Yeah. Yeah. So my thought might be, hey, we've still got this 5,800. 5,800?
Right.
Yeah. Sitting below. It might be a time in this, we've got a jagged sawtooth that we're staring down. So
Yep.
I'm leaving my order down there. If it gets filled, I'll be in happy shape, I think. I'll be at the top of the value area high. And if we can't hold that, we'll probably go to settlement. But if it does hold it, it gives us another spike. And then we can turn around and go short into settlement if that is something that we're into.
Last year, 5806 in the ES. NQ seeing some sellers. Could have been a brick there.
Have I mentioned how much I love trading?
An execution error there, so we're still in 2.
It's the best job in the world.
It really is, Anne-Marie.
Even when it punches you in the
1,000.
face. It's good.
That's great.
Better than
what's
being
our
down
position?
1,000.
100%. What's our position now, Hogue?
We're long 2. And a little execution error here. Our stop was at 07 and an execution error. We made a little bit of money on the error, so we're still long here at 07. We've got to stop at 05 half, which is just below that little pullback there. So we'll let this play out.
If you have a stop at 05 half, do you still have the one below at?
Yes.
5,800
ones,
and some
yeah.
change? Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah, that's still working.
Good. Okay. All right.
Could be. Oh, it's not. I'm going to get it in again.
Get it in there. YM last trade 42,500. Look at the NQ last trade 20,333. Low of the day 20,307. I haven't seen much out of Cook or Bar.
No, we've got.
Really.
I was going to say, Cook talking about AI. That's about it right now.
They have nothing to say about monetary policy today. All these Fed speakers haven't said a peep. Haven't said a peep on monetary policy. Nice data collected check.
I put another short out, limit order at 42,567, because it is the top of the range. And if it does happen to blow off there, then I think it's a very cheap short. So looking for that. Right now, we can't get outside of the 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. window. We're still chopping around in there.
5807 last trade in the ES. Just got to keep an eye on that crude. We did see 77% long in crude. The average price was somewhere in the 16, so they're well in the money there. Looking at crude, $67.76. They're about 20. They're about 3 cents in the money. Push this thing here. That was kind of long. Nick, for tick your short. Anne-Marie update the board.
1180, up 1180. Trading one lots, folks.
Amazing.
One lots.
Absolutely amazing.
Very nice.
That's crazy. I'm flat. Max profit in the Topstep X combines. I will be looking forward to my first batch of Topstep X 150K XFAs next week.
This guy.
Since I am on life support in my Motive ones. So let's see what happens.
You keep saying
as he zooms by on his Bugatti. I'm on my trike.
Yes.
Yeah.
Life support. Yeah, it's like everyone.
We got JD waiting in the wings here with some P&Ls and payouts. JD, if you're still there, my bad. We got the house account jumped in a trade. JD, hit us with some P&Ls and payouts if you're ready to do this.
No big deal. Trades come first, right? But while we got a minute, let's burn through some P&Ls. We got yesterday's live funded P&Ls here. All right, nice mix of different products traded by our live funded traders yesterday. First, Ishimwe picked up $11,800 trading the NQ. Rafa, number one on the leaderboard, took close to $7,000 out of the ES yesterday. Bar had a nice day trading the NASDAQ, $5,272. Shifton was trading the Russell. We don't see too many Russell traders making the boards here. Just over $5,000 in profits for Shifton. And Ying carved it up trading the metals. Took $3,886 out of the silver market and another $322 out of the copper market for a total of $4,208 in profits yesterday. Oh. Again, these are nice. Live funded traders, real traders taking real money out of the real live markets. All right, who wants to?
In my account yesterday, I'm coming for Dilesh.
I love it.
I love that too. Let's. We should start a competition. All right, who wants to give the over/under on total payouts from yesterday?
I'm so bad at this.
Come on, Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, you pick the number.
I'll pick the number,
Anne-Marie.
50.
$1 million.
I have a feeling it was light. We've been so range bound until this morning, so I'm gonna say 850.
850 is the call.
I like it. I'll take slightly under.
Call.
Slightly up. Numbers have been big though. I'll take slightly under.
Numbers have been big. All right. Here is your number. Little, just a tad, touch lower than yesterday.
Something.
Let's call it 898,000. 475 payouts. Average payout of 1890. Good call though. Good call.
Unbelievable.
It's so
unreal.
Fantastic.
I mean, I feel like the number before, like with all of the the fast markets that I've been on at this point, it was like we've been creeping up. It was 6s, and then it was like 750s. It seemed like was a good average. Now it seems like we're in the 8s and 9s for that average.
It really is.
Oh, we got a liquidity break here.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we just got stopped out on that 2 lot.
Yep.
Very small loss, but we're still in for the 01s on the bid here.
So this is where, let's see, NQ is about to unwind the entire overnight move back to that kind of 250 level.
Yeah.
Crazy if you were like me and were pulling out your hair trying to do, shorts, then trying to go long and just being chopped up in the early parts of the Asia session last night. And then it comes all the way back.
But I got to tell you, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today, same pattern.
Yeah.
100%.
Same pattern.
100%.
Crud, it didn't get me there.
Yeah, we getting more. What's the updated position? Are we flat?
We're flat right now, up $857.
All right, cool. Let's trade in the NQ 20,311. 310s now low. Just put in new lows. 20,283. 20,283. We're flat. Anne-Marie's flat. Nick for tick flat. Everyone's flat right now, so we can keep powering through.
Came within 4 ticks of us, Anne-Marie.
I know it.
It's teasing us.
Pigs. The pigs.
65% long in crude right now. As crude's kind of chopped around now. Gold trades right around 26.90.
Wait 10 minutes to see if we leave a failed downside auction here.
Yeah, I thought we had it there, Hogue. Thought we had it.
We have another gamma line at 57.99.50. And then we've got this one at 58.05. It's just dancing around right now. But the bounces are showing, selling spaces until it starts carving out a floor.
Yes.
So I got to tell you, I love these levels because they come out the day before. And you get to stare them down and theorize and formalize what it is that you're thinking that you'll do instead of thinking on the fly. Because, I am really aware of where my strengths and weaknesses are. I'm a very deep thinker. I am not a very fast thinker.
Interesting.
I'm the one that goes,
yeah.
What? I have to think about things over and over and over and over again. And then I can really I can get so much in the weeds that I glaze people's eyes over. But doing it fast, I'm not your gal. So I love it that these come out before so I can go, what does that mean? What does that look like? How does it? Yeah.
Coming for us.
I know.
What are we working? We're working. What are we working? 58.
94 is just the stop, right?
SMCI news.
SMCI news.
The accounting allegations. Something looks like they're down about 5% and going. It might have gotten halted. Something happened.
What?
Oh,
we're long 5. We still like these.
I do. Did I?
That's why I'm trying to find the news, Hogue. If it's looks like SMBI is being probed by the U.S. government, accounting violations, accounting fraud, something. Let's see. I'm trying to get someone that's actually a real news person.
Anybody in chat? If you got that, there's a team here.
Okay, SMCI is being probed by U.S. Justice Department following a critical report by short-selling firm Hindenburg.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Lord.
Those guys.
I know.
Some short
Those guys can do some damage. Those guys can do some damage.
The whole logic with me saying it is if there is any validity, if that is true, it would pull down NVIDIA, it would pull down the semis, just they would get caught in it. So it wouldn't make sense
the right
to sit in this trade.
No, 100%.
In theory, this is any factual truth here.
100%, Nick. That's the market is certainly reacting to that.
NVIDIA's tanking a little bit here.
Yeah,
we
NVIDIA
cut this. I mean, this is news, right?
Pulled down, so yeah, this seems like it's breaking news. That's why I was like, maybe wait and see here on this long.
So we cut it.
I'm staying long.
I'm going to leave that to
we're in.
The fact that it was Hindenburg and not something else, it's just like, well, you got a short seller delivering the news.
Yeah, Hindenburg's got some gravitas. But, I mean, we've got a pretty tight stop. And
yes, we do. 94s.
94 is the stop.
Yeah.
So we have retraced the entire overnight move, everybody.
SMCI down about almost 8% on the day.
What's SMCI right now? What's it trading at right now?
0.33%. Let me see here. I can pull that up.
Like 430s.
427.31.
Okay.
Still dropping. Okay.
I got a short iron condor sitting in there, so as long as it doesn't break 350, I'm okay. All right, we're dancing around these lines.
We're dancing.
Let's see if holds the big fat round number.
See how long this news cycle, or how long this stays in the news cycle. Close here. Look at the tilt. Nothing's showing on tilt. Got house account long from 5801 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
Let's trade in
Yeah,
that Q.
the big fat round numbers, they squish around sometimes, 4 or 5 points, but
Marie's just chilling.
Yeah. I mean, everything else says, hang on, see what happens.
More some here. Gonna be tight. Gonna be tight. Yeah, crude. Those longs still hanging strong there. Big fat. We're looking at Topstep daily levels.
Yeah, I'm going to say SMCI is really taking a big hit. Really down
All right.
10%.
And I just went flat. Yep.
Minus 1,100. And we are not
Dang
going
it.
to be
If it
leaving failed
bounces
downside
there-
auctions. This is a short now.
It's like below.
Yesterday's settlement coming into view at 57.91, and then today's settlement. That's the target. Today's settlement.
Okay. Now the Wall Street Journal's reporting it. CNBC's all over it now.
Oh my goodness. Let's see.
See what you did, Nick?
I mean, I was, yeah. I guess I could have shorted into that, but
everybody is. Well, actually,
everybody else is.
You were way ahead of the crowd.
Yeah.
Good eye, bro.
Topstep TV, where you get real time breaking news.
Breaking news. We're newsbreakers now, Nick.
Well,
What
it
did you say? I
sounds.
see on Twitter.
It definitely sounds like they could use some help with regulators.
There we go.
How about a little Series 3 question?
Ding, ding,
Ding,
ding.
ding.
All right. Here it is. All right, here we go. I've been studying.
Government Investigation Edition. I think that the question today is this is more regulation stuff. Not what they did. I don't think they're opening a warehouse. An elevator, warehouse, or depository may be designated as a regular delivery point against futures contracts by the A, CFTC, B, Exchange, C, USDA, or D, U.S. Inspection Service. What do we think? See, Andre is throwing up the deuces. Which I think means B.
Nothing.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm saying B.
I'm with it.
Nothing else makes sense to me. Definitely the USDA. That would be my second guess for sure.
Well,
it's a joke.
Here we go. Let's see what it is. It is indeed the exchange.
Yeah.
They make the specs of the contracts. They get to tell you where to deliver it. And the sellers, if there's multiple options, the sellers get to decide what warehouse or whatever they're going to deliver to. So that's fun.
Yeah. It is.
That's your Series 3.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, Jack. Hogue, all these warehouses are along like the Illinois River. I actually went and looked it up. Like, where are these warehouses? Apparently, they're all up and down the Illinois River. Did you know that? I had no.
Well, yeah. You mean the rivers and waterways are probably the cheapest way to move grain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, that's when Chicago became really the center for grain marketing, is when the IMM Canal was finished, which connected the Mississippi River to Lake Michigan, and that was huge for grain marketing and coming to Chicago in this kind of center of the country, center of the grain belt. You know, that was one of the biggest reasons why the Chicago Board of Trade started in Chicago was. And it was the same year that INM Canal opened up, and the Chicago Board of Trade were both founded. It was founded in 1848, and that's when that canal opened up.
Yeah.
If you had grain in Nebraska, you had to go down all the way down the Mississippi and around Florida to get to the East Coast. Now you could just go right through the Great Lakes to get to the East Coast.
The Midwest. Nick for a tick. The Midwest, man. You're a Cali bro and a Texas bro. Here you are learning about the history of the Midwest.
Do you know that you can take the Chicago River all the way to Florida?
Chicago. You really?
You can. It is not called the Chicago River all the way down there.
It is not. It is not. I'm trying to think.
You take them to New Orleans, too. You just... you can get to the Mississippi, and then from there, the world is your oyster.
Yes,
very cool, though. Yeah.
It is. I love that. It's awesome. All right, JD, if you want to come on in. It's 10 o'clock. Okay, Hogue, no fail downside auction, right? We're still selling here.
Here's another interesting fact. 1848 was also the year the railroad came to Chicago.
That helped. That helped a lot, Nick. Railroads and waterways all coming to our city.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and
my lean hogs inventory.
Right now it's all shorts, guys.
Yeah, shorts.
I'm looking,
Hey, Hope,
I'm
no
looking
failed
for a
downside
trade,
option.
bro.
No.
What's that? Okay. 20,196 last
Looking for a
trade.
trade.
I got you. I'll quit messing with you. JD, if you want to come in, we got some P&Ls and hot streaks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should go ahead and just book that Topstep Riverboat cruise down to New Orleans this spring. Let's get on that. Whoever's listening. All right, first up, let's finish up those P&Ls.
I'll meet you guys down there.
Oh, now you're going to talk, Nick. Okay, I see.
Now you're going to talk. All right, sure.
Well,
Okay.
I'll meet you in New Orleans. I'll jump on the boat there.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay. Yesterday's best Xfa P&Ls. All right, we got pretty split time between the ES and the NQ. 16,819 from the Nasdaq, 3,333 from the ES, 3,333 from the ES for a total of 20,152 in profits for Pradeep. Lee was trading the Nasdaq and gold, 12,559 in the NQ, and $326 in the gold for a total of 12,885. Dematis is another micro slinger, $12,115 in profits trading the micro Nasdaq yesterday. Took a look at his trade report real quick. He was playing the long game yesterday, that's for sure. He made 26 trades, total of 480 contracts, 73% win rate, and held his winners on average 2 hours and 11 minutes. So solid micros trading from Dematis yesterday.
Very cool.
Then we have Derek and H. Andrew E. Both with nice days trading the Nasdaq. 10,776 for Derek and 10,680 for H. Andrew. All right, hot streaks. You ready for it?
Give me the goods. Give me the goods, JD. Give me the goods.
I just checked out the trade report, man.
P57. Yes.
He was staring in the face of a loser yesterday.
Oh, was he?
He had a P&L low of $168 at one point. Fought his way back to up $4 on the day.
What are we doing?
Went into panic mode. 34 trades, 64 contracts, 44% win rate, 5-minute hold times. He made it through by the skin of his teeth for another day. 57 days for Dilesh.
Gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Dilesh
Whatever
has
it
got
takes,
to
right?
do something else for a living. You hope.
Henry,
it's
this
just
started
me.
in July. We're almost in October.
If
This has been going on since July.
If I
Maybe we
had
get a
a
voicemail
single lot
from
of ES and only traded it during like the Asia session, I think I could get in and out with commissions and do this like with less effort. I kind of want to try it.
So amazing. What a stud, man. What an absolute stud.
It's bananas.
Amazing. Hey,
We'll turn into
no
a
joke for
competition.
him. 100%. I mean, yeah. But the
Someone else is
Sock
going
and
to troll us
Jonathan.
next.
All those other hot streaks are pretty impressive too. Behind the 57 days, I mean, those are really impressive.
Yeah, we got a new player today. Say hello to Sock.
Hey,
I hope
Sock.
I'm saying that right. Sock.
Yeah.
Sock came out swinging this week. He needed 3 $200+ winning days to be eligible for a payout, and he pulled it off. Monday made $271, Tuesday $225, and yesterday, Wednesday, $222. Trading micro gold and micro Nasdaq. So he improved his streak to 34 days, now worth $4,016, eligible for a payout. Sock, welcome to the show. Hope you stick around. Then we have some regular players. Jonathan added $337 to his total profits, 28 days worth $87.40 now. Michael eked out a small winner, $12 on the day for Michael to stay on the list for another day. Michael is also on a 28-day hot streak, worth $2,687 now. And our P&L leader, hot streaks P&L leader, Joseph, $215 in profits for Joseph, trading the micro Nasdaq. He's now sitting on a 26-day heater worth $10,382.
That's awesome. Love it.
We'll talk about the Dilesh challenge on the Riverboat cruise.
57 days.
There we go.
57. All right, we're starting to see a bit of a bounce back here. Last trade in the ES, 57.97. Bottom out of 57.88 half.
I have to say something in hindsight.
What?
I feel like if I had paid better attention to where yesterday's settlement was, I would have made that stop down there under that 57.90 where that gamma line was, which would have forced me into waiting on the big fat round number to retest. But I do want to say that because if, our Topstep levels are updated every day, but if we want to look at settlement from one day to the next, just when your levels come up, just draw a line at where settlement is showing, and then you can have it for the following day. And that was yesterday's. I mean, it bounced off of it with about 4 ticks of
NASDAQ,
swoosh. Actually, I was talking about the E-minis. Yesterday's settlement, not today's settlement. Because today's settlement is still well below us.
Yeah, it's still lower.
Yeah, it's still
NASDAQ
well
went
below
right
us.
to yesterday's settlement.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The ES did too.
No, I'm talking. You're looking at the NASDAQ. You're looking at ES day before yesterday's settlement.
Oh, yes, you're right. Sorry. You are right. Passed. And now,
Right.
I think bounces are sell zones as it sits. What say you?
Well,
We're still in failed downside. We're still in failed recovery, right?
yeah. Well, we don't have failed downside auctions here just yet, but the S&P, the NASDAQ traded right to weekly kickoff high, which is 20,206, and we're seeing a pretty substantial bounce on that. We've got a long way to go before we get to the IB low, which is 338, which would be the first kind of area where I would start looking for shorts probably.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're seeing a pretty substantial bounce here.
Yes, we are.
Maybe we're still going to stay in that pattern you were talking about earlier, Anne Marie. We just got a deeper drop.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've had two areas where we've come in early in the day, 10:30-ish, 11:30-ish Eastern time, that we've started a reversal bounce. And so, it might be good to look at maybe a 5-minute formation or something like that, so to see if we can build some structure that holds the bottom, and then we could turn around.
Oh, I got a question for you about failed. Why can't a failed downside auction happen after 10 o'clock Central Time? Why does it have to always be before? Okay.
Well, it can.
Okay.
You can. I mean, anytime you extend the range and then you come back inside the range, it's a potential failed auction in that direction.
Okay.
But it's the initial balance that seems to be the most powerful, I would say.
Gotcha.
So even if we break the initial balance at 130 and we can't hold below that I would still consider that a failed auction.
Gotcha. So I shouldn't be focusing so much on the times, but as opposed to the initial balance. And the initial balance was set between 8:30 a.m. Central and 9:30 a.m. Central.
Right, in the equities, yes.
Okay, cool. So we can come back into or break out of it, back into it. Could happen like one. It could happen in the afternoon. It doesn't necessarily have to happen at 10. I got you. Cool. All right. Thank you. I learned that. Learned something today.
It's semantics. You could call it an auction fade, failed ups or downside auction, whichever it is.
Awesome. All right, cool. All right, last year at 5,800 in the ES.
Back to it.
That round number. We're going to try to figure out what to do with 5,800s.
Pissed. No, it's the market. It just comes in and it there's always something where you can look back and go, if you'd have thought about that one just a little bit more.
Well,
always something, right?
You know what I mean? Always something. Yeah. Always something.
Hey, Nick, are you seeing any updates to that breaking news story about SMCI? Or is it just still they're getting probed by Justice Department?
Looks like it keeps being halted. Now it's unhalted.
It's getting hit hard. It's down over 11% already.
Damn. Okay.
405.88 last.
Yikes.
Down $50.
I got to see how much of that position I still have left.
Find Timmy, Lassie.
Oh, good. All right.
Mine love to just bark at a random squirrel out the window.
Oh yeah, you gotta get rid of those squirrels.
Well, you're talking about Hindenburg in August disclosed a short position in Supermicro that alleged accounting manipulation at the company, citing evidence of undisclosed related party transactions and failure to abide. Yes, the dude will abide by export controls, among other issues. So Supermicro did not immediately respond to a request.
Was that a Big Lebowski quote?
What? It sounded like it, Henry.
I got my Lebowski shirt on today.
Do you really? The dude abides, man.
I love Jeff Bridges. Such a fun guy.
Here's my Lebowski.
Good.
Lebowski in here? See? I love that movie.
Oh man,
That's hilarious.
Never mind, Gabe.
All right, what do we got here left? We got 40 minutes left here in fast markets. Markets seem to be taking a bit of a breather. A little solid game. 5,800's got rejected there. Last trade 57.94. Gold hanging around VWAP 26.91 is VWAP. Last trade 26.88. Crude in a bit of holding pattern, trying to figure out what to do at the $68 level. Last trade 68.02. And Dow in the middle of the look at that poll question. Do you know about the dude? Dude abides. So 50-50. It's going to tell a lot about the age demographic. We'll know our age demo after.
Carl Hungus.
Carl Hungus knows.
That's Carl Hungus? Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's like your opinion, man.
I still use that line, man.
I know, right?
It's so true. Just like your opinion.
So good.
It's so good. How are we looking here? We got stat. All right, cool. Take a look at tilt. Nothing. Those longs in crude. I don't know, that trade kind of just flamed out for all those longs. We saw 77% long in the crude. That trade kind of flamed out a little bit. What else we got here?
I need a white Russian too.
Everyone's flat. Anne-Marie, can we get an update on your P&L, please, so we can update the board?
940. 940.
940. Awesome. Thank you very much. 940. Look for a tick. You're looking for something over there. You're flat on the day. What are you scouring the computer for?
Yeah, I'm just kind of seeing, do we lose this general area, this 94s to 90s, in which case do we rotate back into the balance range from the last few days, basically going back to like September 19th. I guess it would be like last Thursday, right? Pre-FOMC, before we had the all-time high, like right around this area. So if we were to lose the spot, do we kind of do the Nick Dolby range play back towards 5760s, perhaps? Go retest 5700 SPX. We shall see. But otherwise, yeah, the excitement of the morning is kind of dwindling out. We'll have to see what the Euro close brings. I know there's still a gaggle of Fed speak, but realistically, they've kind of all been non-events today, to be honest. Even yellow, really like nothing headline, news, nothing that really moved the markets. This just seems like you got some weakness. We retraced a portion of the overnight session move, and then SMCI pushed us down the elevator shaft.
Yes, they did. Thanks, SMCI. For nothing.
Which, see, the way that thing moved up, nothing shocks me that there may have accounting fraud charges pending right now. Like, does not shock me when the stock went from like 0 to 1,200 and the AI narrative blow up that was whatever 2023 to now. So
it's like they still think they can get away with this stuff.
Well,
and a lot of them do.
You think so, Anne-Marie? You really think so? You really think they do get away with it? Okay.
I do. I think a lot of them get away with it.
Interesting.
It's disgusting.
figured they
But
would
once
get,
again,
okay.
Everybody-
it's a short selling firm has to be the one that finally blows the whistle. That's pretty sad that's who figures
Exactly.
Yeah.
'Cause they've got they're obviously yeah.
Yeah.
Just talking their position.
Indeed.
They're shorted.
Yeah.
Okay. We got Eddie coming in with some announcements here shortly. We got Euro close in about 15 minutes. Dow selling off a little bit here.
Yeah. We still haven't lost the low of that first drive down. No.
S&Ps.
Yeah. Still holding it.
NASDAQ's holding weekly kickoff high as the low. S&P is now holding below the weekly kickoff high after breaking down through it. Just a little bit of a range going on here in both.
Yep.
If things get slow, I have a debate possibly in a little bit that Danielle set forward.
Debate.
Ooh.
Debate, you say?
A debate will come
Alright.
shortly. We're just getting a few things loaded.
What
It's
is
about
this?
it's about a lemonade stand.
Oh.
About a lemonade stand. Okay.
Topstep is expanding.
It's-
The biggest mess. I lost $30,000 on 3 lemonade stands.
Well done, Jack.
But I kept grinding, selling sim lemonade.
Oh my gosh. That's fantastic.
That's pretty good, man.
Oh my goodness.
Jack.
Hilarious.
That's-
Hilarious.
all right. That was pretty good,
My
Emery. That one got
cymbal
me.
in the background.
$3,000 limit. All right, Eddie. Eddie, I know we got some announcements with the cool dude shirt on. Eddie, what do we got here on Tap and Topstep TV? Click like, click subscribe for Eddie giving us some announcements. Go ahead, Eddie.
All right, folks. As we had yesterday, we had our good friend Stanley with us here from Brooklyn. Pass with the pros. If you want to try and pass your trading combine on air, we're trying something new, and we're allowing traders the chance to potentially pass the trading combine live on Topstep TV. So, as I said, we launched this yesterday at 1 p.m. Central, and it was really cool to meet Stanley. Boy, that was a great segment. Our traders loved it. And if you'd like to, I'm going to put that link in the chat. If you would like to do that, please fill that out. It's not a guarantee, but we're going to review those that do send it in. I mean, if you're like, 2,000 away from passing your combine, if you're close, it's probably best that you do send it in if you want to be on. Also, do you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV? If you do, we would really appreciate if you could take just a moment to give us a review on Trustpilot. And I will be dropping the link also in the chat right now. So a lot of you traders are responding to these links, and we appreciate it. Participate, be part of the team, be part of the family, be part of Topstep. And also, this one hasn't come up in a while. A lot of here in the chat, I see a lot of people talking about, hey, you know what? This would be good for Topstep X, or this would be good. Could we add this, or if you got an idea, if you got a suggestion, right? You can contribute your ideas to the new features and support ideas of others with Topstep X. Now, here's how you do it. Okay, if we can go to my chart, you got it? Yes, we do. My goodness, you are good. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a walk over here. Be careful, don't trip on the rug. Right here, question mark, right? Question mark. This is where we want to put our ideas. Click on the question mark and go to feature voting, which I've got set up here right now. And here we've got where you can create a new post or search. It's probably best if you got an idea. Search first, because this is all related to upvoting. All right, how many people want this idea? So if your idea has already been mentioned, you're going to want to add to it. Okay, so you do a search and you check. You put your idea right here in the post. If not, you can create a new post, right, with your idea, and we could do that. So another thing I want to highlight is also, this is the roadmap. Okay, it's not the map that your parents used when you were a kid going on vacation. This is something a little different, the roadmap here for Topstep, what we're working on. Okay, so if you click on a roadmap, it's going to give you what we're reviewing. And these are all ideas from you, right? These are ideas that have passed, planned. We are working on these to get these up and running. These are in progress, right? Should be coming up soon. And these are the ones that have been finished. So check it out. Remember, it's under feature voting. Click on the question mark and get your ideas in. This is what makes Topstep X the best platform out there. So we appreciate your ideas, suggestions, and I'm going to pass it back to Andre. Oh, and by the way,
what's up?
Here's the T-shirt. There's the T-shirt.
Dude, man. The dude.
Got everybody in there.
Yes. This is not the roadmap the dad would whip out on the road trips there, Eddie.
Honey, take a look. No. Honey, you just
at the gas station.
Yeah, I'd be in the back reading Mad magazines, just ignoring them, arguing all the way to
Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred E. Newman.
So funny.
Right.
I used to love
Remember
that
when we had to
magazine.
stop at gas stations and ask for directions? I don't know if some young people out there even know what that means, but yes,
Oh,
if you didn't know where
yeah.
you were, you have to stop at the gas station. Where do I go to blah, blah, blah street?
And they tell you, too.
Yeah, they would. There was a
now
lot of
it's-
trust.
Yeah, they
They
Man,
tell
there
you
was
the
a lot of-
wrong way.
there was a-
I know.
Oh, yeah, just follow that dirt road up to my farm. I mean,
Never mind
Oh,
the
yeah, Dolby.
van.
yeah, never mind
Never
that
mind the
one.
white van.
Somebody with some serious door closing action back there.
Sorry, that was me. I was getting a hurricane update.
Sounded like a medieval dungeon or something.
Wow.
It's a big door.
All right, Andre, I have a few things.
Yeah,
unless
debate. Let's do the
there's
debate.
an impending trade. Well, first, as long as we're doing Big Lebowski content, I want to show something from
Always.
Halloween a couple of years ago. There we go.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Very
Of course it's
good.
me. We really
Really?
showed up.
Wow. Do you still have that cardigan?
Of course
That's a
I
good
do.
looking. That's a good looking
I need
sweater.
that wig, man.
I need that sweater.
wig.
That is a good
Yeah,
looking cardi.
you
man.
can, you can
You can get
borrow
'em,
mine.
Johnny.
I think Rodney is Donnie is my favorite part of this. And
He's Walter Sobchak. Oh, yes.
Love it.
we have a debate. All right. The Danielle, for some reason, Danielle sends a lot of content to me from the Daily Mail. So let's see this headline first. This is the most Daily Mail. I love the subhead here. Okay. Shocking end to 11-year-old California boy's lemonade stand. His mom says he has learned a hard lesson. How can people be so cruel? Also, read more. Heartbroken child 7 raises 10 grand to pay for mom's headstone. All right. This is to give California is bringing the heat today with bizarre news stories. But what happened here is that 11-year-old Liam had a lemonade stand. We can go to the next photo here.
Oh no!
Oh, let's go to the other photo first.
Oh,
That's
no. Poor guy.
okay.
Oh no!
So he had a lemonade stand, and he went inside to get something, and then someone came by and took the table and chairs.
Oh no! No!
Who would do that?
Now,
kid.
wait,
The same
this is
guys
where the
that
debate
cheat.
comes in. That last photo there shows that the town banded together or something, and Liam did eventually get the dirt bike that he was hoping to pay for via lemonade stand. So here's the debate. This is suggested by Danielle. Do we think this person was actually stealing a lemonade stand or just saw the table out there and picked it up? Or
As
I'm
a
adding
former
this
California resident, I have strong opinions on what actually
I
happened.
got to hear this. Here we go.
Or-
we got him.
or is Liam in on it and knew that this story was a quicker
Inside.
way to get a dirt bike than selling a lot of lemonade.
Wow. An inside job. Yes.
So there's two sides. The TikTok generation absolutely knew that this was a good way to get the fastest dirt bike possible. The fastest way to get a dirt bike as possible would be to fabricate whatever story and make it go viral on social media. That being said, this occurred in California where there is no petty theft charge whatsoever. Anything under $1,000, you won't be prosecuted. So with that being said, someone easily just grabbing any sort of table and chairs, throwing it in the back of the truck and taking off makes just as much sense as, a TikTok story going viral and, everyone chiming in to give this kid the money that he deserved from the hard work. So both are equally as possible in the state of California.
Yeah, someone asked in the chat, there was a sign.
I see it on the ground.
I mean, those don't look like the chairs you would heist. Like, oh man, those chairs. Got to get me some of those chairs, right?
Yeah, those are the hot ones. I mean, a Cali kid wanting a dirt bike though is just
that's very on brand as well.
Yeah, it's so good.
For the record, this
Okay, so
allegedly happened
who's
in
ridden?
Ramona, California.
Even more.
Who's ridden dirt bikes here?
I have. Yeah.
Me too.
Hey, that's an alarm saying that, hey, London's closing in 4 minutes.
Ooh.
Thank you, Eddie.
All right, we'll go back to the markets now. I've got it.
Thank you, Jack.
So I had to get my hot take in there.
He's not wrong. You're not wrong, Nick.
Congratulations, Razor Rage. Passing the 150K combine. Good job.
Congratulations.
Nice.
Yes, love seeing past combines. Seen a bit of some buyers here in the crew. What's up, Hogue?
I'm gonna short this.
I've put stuff out by the curb before. Tables, chairs, just hoping somebody will take them. They do that around here a lot. I mean, they're the junk guys. They know the whole neighborhood and the whole town's garbage day. So they go through your neighborhood on garbage day, and if there's anything that they can use or sell, they just pick it up and take it.
Kind of piggyback off what Hogue said, we do bulk trash pickup too. And when you're moving or you're kind of renovating or whatever, you may put a large piece of furniture that's in decent shape out on the curb. And the whole logic was, I did this a few weeks ago, was going back inside to put a free sign, but someone was kind enough to come knock on my door about 5 minutes after I'd put it out on the curb and say, hey, is this for sale? Or are you leaving this for free? And got my blessing to then take it immediately versus just grabbing it.
Go Texan.
And then the weekend flea market, you see it for sale. Somebody's selling it there.
We're flipping it.
Wow, $5.
Trade.
Okay, buy it back.
I don't know. I guess it's how you think what the nature of the common man is at this juncture as we stare in the face of SMCI and all of these allegations.
Right.
Right.
It's 500
We're
left.
a lawless bunch.
Thing. All right, I know JD's got some payouts and leaderboard. We got Euro close. Come 30 seconds. We see a reversal in the equities after the Euro close. Gold's finding some buyers up about a couple bucks. Last trade 26.92. Crude's seen a couple buyers coming in too. Last trade 68.39. Nothing really shown on the tilt. 69% long. In the crude again, we got Euro close here in about 10 seconds. Crude popping. Yep, Coach Hoop sees it.
Bit of a mosh pit.
There's a mosh pit. Is this the two-way tape action that you were, or do we need to see some buyers come in here, Anne Marie?
Well, this I think is more of a sideways tape as opposed to, how you could slice that up and go, well, if I'm looking at it on a very long time frame, it could end up being a two-way tape if it turns around and bounces. But right now it's just in consolidation mode. I suspect it heads down to settlement, the ES particularly, but before it bounces. So the next time, if we don't see this bounce at the 10:30, 11 a.m., then the next time we've seen the bounce every day this week, it's been around 2:30-ish. In the YM, it didn't hold very well, but the bounce did begin from that space.
Eddie, SMCI down 14% now.
Jeez.
Look at 14, down about a little over $62, almost $63 on the day.
Man.
It's getting hammered.
Gravity, baby, gravity.
Yeah. Elevator down, stairs up, as MP would say.
Yep.
Is 69% long from the crude still. Okay, well, Euro close came and went. We got about 20, 25 minutes left here in fast markets. We got the leaderboard time. We got payouts time. Throw it to my man, JD. What are you doing first, payouts or leaderboard?
Yeah, let's take a look at yesterday's biggest payouts. We didn't get to it earlier. Here they are. Timothy R. We're going to see his name again in just a few minutes. Took a let's call it $18,000 payout from 4 XFAs. Willis B. Also on the leaderboard, $17,200 from 2 XFAs. Mule, pair of XFAs, $16,830. Alejandro, $14,850 from a single XFA, and Mark T, $14,162 from 5 XFAs. Close to $900,000 in payouts yesterday. These 5 individuals account for 9.86% of all payouts paid out yesterday.
All right, Eddie. Numbers, man. Okay, here we go.
Hey, thanks, bud.
Are you
Let's hear that drum
implying,
roll.
Mr. Lebowski? Wait, let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude. So that's what you call me, that or his dudeness or duder or, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
So good.
Sharing my screen.
That's me.
There it is.
System.
It's new. I get it. All right, get your cameras ready, everybody. Take your screenshots. Here we go.
Screenshots.
Not much movement on the leaderboard yesterday. Only 2 of these traders were not in the top 30 yesterday. First, Timothy R., who we just saw, took a whole bunch of payouts. $17,910 in payouts for Timothy yesterday. He's down there in 17th place right now. He's trading in 5 XFAs, made about $5,000 yesterday, jumped up 32 rungs on the ladder. He was in 49th place going into yesterday.
Nice.
Today he's sitting nicely in 17th. Nice job moving up and taking some payouts, Timothy. Then down there at the bottom in 25th place is Pradeep. We saw Pradeep on the XFA P&L board a little while ago. Pradeep was our XFA P&L leader yesterday. Trading in a single XFA, which they've been in for just 5 trading days now. Today would be trading day number 6. So far, they've amassed a tidy sum of $66,330 in profits over those previous 5 trading days. No losing days yet in the XFA for Pradeep. So pretty solid consistency so far for this trader. Again, $20,152 in profits yesterday for Pradeep. So excellent trading there. That is, those are the highlights of the top 25 for today. We'll see if anything changes tomorrow. I'll give you 3 more seconds to take a screenshot, everyone.
I'm looking. Yep.
There's also a pause button.
2, 3.
Take it down.
Hey, I'm not back
Is the plan to make this a living, breathing document somewhere inside of the dashboard for traders?
Like the Constitution or something?
Yeah, basically.
Wow.
The Bible that is prop trading, where you can't hide at Topstep. The holy The holy document, as Jack would call it. Yes.
Indeed.
I believe so. That is, we're thinking about doing so. Yes, within Topstep X.
Yeah.
A couple people in the chat asking about Dakota. We're still waiting for some accounting to catch up. He transferred a bunch of funds from the XFA to a live account. So we're waiting for those funds to transfer over. They've been transferred over. We're just waiting for the data boards to catch up with the accounting. And then we'll probably see him back on the board either tomorrow or Monday, I would assume.
Thank you, JD.
Looks like we're coiling for a break in a move somewhere. You know,
Yeah,
whether
it's just
down
kind of
or up. Yeah.
Fallen brick
Late
bounce here.
state. Yep. Yeah. My
They can't use the
suspicion is
cat.
lower. Does volume profile agree with that for the ES, that the likely direction is lower?
Well, we are accumulating a lot of volume on the lows here. We were unable to close out the single TPOs below the IB low in both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We are building a lot of volume down here. Nick, for a tick, what are you seeing?
Definitely seems like it's going to continue to base off these 5790s. Some small amount of negative delta building down there, roughly $3,000 worth, 3,000 worth, maybe a little less. But between 90 and looks like, what is that, 80, 88, 75? So if we can continue to base and maybe push up a little bit here, but we are kind of in, let's see, still the top end of yesterday's range in ES.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. This is given the move,
Feels
given
more like
SMCI and all the other fun stuff. It's just a tough trade. Like we completely unwound the whole overnight move.
Sure did.
I would expect more downside personally, but we are still sitting at the top of that balance. I'm assuming on the 4 hour. Let's look. What does that candle look like? Oops. Yeah, don't look great.
No.
That top.
Yeah, we're kind of dealing with value acceptance from yesterday in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
You want to show my screen? I can show you what I'm talking about.
I like this.
So
I missed these this week, Hogue.
Here's the opening range today, dead ass high. We've been ranging lower. We looked at a gap close as possible support. That didn't necessarily work out. There's the 94s where we bought and made a little bit of money on that trade. The 91s is where the news came out, and then we got smushed on those. But value high from yesterday, I'm looking at about 57.90. If we show signs of acceptance inside yesterday's area of value, that means value acceptance, and that could bring price all the way back down to low of value from yesterday, approximately 57.72. Again, approximately. But we're not really showing too many signs of acceptance. We've been just kind of holding right above value. We haven't seen a 30-minute bar close inside of value, which is one of the signs of acceptance of value. And, acceptance or rejection is always very subjective. The difference here in the NASDAQ is, we've come back into value. I don't think that we've seen any 30-minute bars close inside of value. So we traded right to the point of control from yesterday to the tick here, right? To 20,188. If we reject value now, then the move could be, a return to the upside and perhaps another look at the IB low, 20,338. But we just got to try and stay patient here. I mean, there is a little bit more of a hint of at value acceptance in the NASDAQ, which could take us down to lower value from yesterday, 20,156. There's a hint of it, but there's also a hint of rejection. I love the fact that we traded right to the TPO point of control from yesterday, and we've been unable to continue to try and push down to this point. So, it's anybody's guess as to what's going to happen as always. In the S&Ps, I think the most important thing is that if we do not re-accept inside value, again, value high, TPO value high, 57.8975, then I could see us kind of returning back into testing back to the initial balance low, and then perhaps just kind of going two-sided, very similar to what Anne Marie was talking about for the rest of the day. But again, if we do see signs of a reacceptance of value in the S&Ps, that could continue us back to the downside, right to around 57, 72 approximately.
57.
That's 72. What the profiles are saying. You know, the realization or the hypothesis or whatever of reacceptance of value is very subjective. It can be a tough trade to try and take.
Yeah. Nice. Yes, trying to grow some legs to push to the upside here. Look at the 5 minutes. Trying, emphasis on trying. Hey, on CNBC, they're just doing what a day for New York City mayors. I just saw same headline. Adams indicted and Giuliani disbarred. You just what a day for New York City mayors, man. Incredible. Oh, I love that city too, but that made me chuckle there.
People will do anything for money.
They will. What a day. Let's keep pushing here. 57.95. It's going to grow legs. Like Nick said, we just unwound the entire rally overnight.
Yeah, in the NASDAQ for sure.
And I feel dumb for being chopped up by it in the pre-market.
Okay, I was going to say, when were you getting okay, you caught that move to the downside. Hogue, we said opening range was the high, and we was just look up low ever since, Hogue. Look up low ever since.
What's that?
I'm saying it was just look out below after the opening range was high.
Yeah, and that's kind of a general rule. Is if the opening range is the high of the day, I'm looking for shorts. If the opening range is the low of the day, I'm looking for longs. So, you know, that was a big opening range. I mean, if we could have taken that opening range, it would have been in the S&Ps, it would have been about a 12 points of risk. Go ahead.
What's your time frame for opening range? I've historically used 30-minute and 1 minute to kind of be my two that I typically would use. My 30-minute has just not been as accurate or respected as much as it's been in years past. What are you using for yours typically?
I'm always using a 1 minute opening range, and I know that there's Jay uses 3 minutes. I know that there's people that use 5 minute opening ranges. It has not been providing very good opportunities the majority of the time. And that's kind of a new thing. I've noticed in the past where it'll provide a good trade, 8 days out of 10, and then everybody will notice it, and then everybody will try and jump on it, and that'll ruin it for a little while. And then when they give it up, it'll start to provide opportunity again. But it's been, I think, much less reliable of late. I haven't been trading it. It's been, one that I've been just trying to be patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. But, on days when it works, or then days when it plays and pays, it pays wonderfully. We could have risked 12 points to make 20, 25 points. And if we were to get out at the lows here in the S&Ps, that's 2-to-1 reward over risk. It's streaky, Nick and Anne Marie and Andre, when everybody sees an entry and everybody gets in on it, it's not going to work.
That's the thing.
Yep.
Oh, could you do this trade in the pits? Was this a trade that we were taking? Was this strictly on the screen trade? It was different in the pits.
You could do it in the pit. You just had to, because the opening range in the pit wasn't a specific time period. If it was really busy, the opening range could be, 7 handles and take 3 minutes to establish.
Yeah.
And it's not established until all the brokers that filled orders that were due fills on the open agree to the range, because otherwise they're going to have to financially adjust any fills that they filled outside of that opening range. So it wasn't as cut and dry because humans, right? So if it was busy, it may take 5 minutes to establish the opening range. If it was slow, it may take 20 seconds. And the range of the opening range is, of course, going to be bigger if it's busier and smaller if it's smaller. If it's quieter. So you could make an assumption of an opening range. And, if you start to see the market opens and it starts tanking right away and you're thinking, okay, we may leave this opening range at the high of the day. You can, of course, try and get short, but it wasn't like looking at a screen. Now, I use 1 minute because I figure if there's something that somebody wants to get done right on the open, a minute is plenty of time, especially in electronic trading. Dan Emmons is saying PAX uses 30 seconds opening or 30-second opening range, which great. As long as you do it consistently, you're going to get consistent results out of it, right? So I figure a minute is long enough on electronic trading for somebody that wants to get something done right away.
So a little ad there is Get Edgeful, the Edgeful guys. They have opening range stats for 15 minutes. You can do it on a 30-minute and 15 minutes.
long here.
Those stats are really good to watch. They're really, really good. So that 15-minute one tells you about the double breaks. Almost most of the time in a 15-minute chart, these things are breaking 70% of the time. So you can look at the range and go, all right, well, if it heads below, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get short into the next edge. Or if it heads above, I'm going to be able to go long into the next edge. Some very cool stats to dig in there.
Interesting.
On their opening range. They've put out a bunch of brand new ones.
See, I can just look on these profiles because, here's the opening range today. Here's the opening range yesterday. Opening range the day before did provide a pretty decent opportunity, but wasn't an all-day sucker. So we got 2 out of 3. 4 to 3 out of 6, about 4 out of 10 days in the last 10 trading days, the opening range has at least provided a decent opportunity, if not remained one extreme or the other of the initial balance in the range for the day. So it's kind of low probability, but I mean, think about it. If you did take the short and you're still short, you're better than 2-to-1 reward over risk. Look at on this day. Here's that opening range was at the dead low. They were looking at, let's see here. Let's just estimate 69 to 65. So about a 5-handle opening range, 7 handles of risk. You could feasibly take 30 points of profit if you were to get out at the dead ass high.
The great thing is, even if it shakes you out and comes back, that's where Dakota's process works very, very nicely. If you have an estimation of where price action is going to move and you want to sort of front run that price action, then, you take little tiny positions until it starts moving in your favor, and then you can load up on the way up. So, yeah, I mean, I like looking at those opening ranges. But I have noticed that they're breaking both sides a fair bit before deciding what direction they're going in.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're watching the ES kind of grind its way higher. Wondering where they want to take this, Anne-Marie. Right, come end of the day, where do they want to take this? In terms of, we do have some more speakers. Kashkari and Barr are supposed to speak about 70 minutes or so. Then we have a 7-year auction as well. Again, all these speakers have been pretty much a non-event for most of the day. Yellen barely said much. The big headline of the day, SMCI. Cooking the books, and down 14%. Yep, they're paying the price for it. But anyways, got about 8 minutes left here in Fast Markets. And earlier in the call, we asked you to submit cool content, things you would like to share at Topstep or at Topstep TV with using the hashtag Fast Markets. So we asked, you guys delivered. What do we got, Gabe? Hashtag Fast Markets. Do we have some cool stuff today?
We do. We have a wide variety. So let's start out with first we have Andrew closing in on a win for Team Lunatic. Shout out Coach Jay. His advice that helped with my focus and the green there. Look over a little bit over $1,000. You're $1,300 on that. So that is fantastic for Coach Jay and the Lunatics. Shout out to them. Yeah, Tom Phillips reading for when you finished all the trading psychology books.
Yeah, 100%.
Guide of living like Lebowski.
A bride guide. Incredible. Used to be a Lebowski Fest. Yes.
That rug tied the whole room together.
Really tied the ring together.
Indeed.
Are you
Look at
employed,
that.
Mr. Lebowski?
There we go. We got Dilly Bars, the best lockout alert you can get for the personal daily profit target. Topstep X.
Love it.
You have Mr. Rocky, 4,500 up on the XFA. Great work.
Us.
Great work there, Mr. Rocky. Yeah, Phoenix got it to Topstep for an incredible payout process. Requested my withdrawal Friday after market close. Funds were deducted Monday and just saw the money hit my bank. Fast, smooth, and reliable.
That's
No denials over here.
That's how you do it. That's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Well earned.
Got Real off social for the past 2 months, but still killing the charts. Working behind the scenes, it looks like. Shout out to Topstep for 24-hour payouts. Once again, just that reliability of payouts over here at Topstep.
100%.
No questions about it.
Wow.
Yeah, Lost Trader. If this does not happen, why buy the minivan? Jack, next NVIDIA watch party in the
How'd they
minivan.
do that?
100%.
Oh my
That
god.
looks like a party bus. That looks
We're
fun.
gonna roll
That looks
around.
like-
We're gonna talk NVIDIA. Gonna pop video style.
Hilarious.
Oh man.
Yeah. But that's what I got for Fast Markets today. Thank you guys so much, and we'll see you in Power Hour. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Gabe. Good stuff. Okay, watching these. Yes, we did. You got it, Phoenix. Hey, you guys showed my appreciation post. Thank you. Topstep TV. No, thank you, Phoenix. Keep them coming.
Hey, we got crude 76% long here. And
Holy
tilt, 62% of those are in the money. Average 67.71. And gold also 72% long here with about half in the money with the gold.
Right. Watching this.
What time
Yes,
is
it's
that
really just come to a grinding. It is top of the 12 o'clock. Yes, 12 o'clock Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock New York time.
Okay.
7-year auction. We have 5 and a 2 also this week. Didn't really move the markets, but we always something we keep an eye on, just in case something comes in out of whack. It will find its way into. Hey, Jack, are you still there? If you're there, I got one question for you. If not, all good.
I am here. I'm always here.
Hey, you are always here. Hey, Fed Watch. How are we looking on Fed Watch? I'm fascinated that they're really trying to price in another 50 basis point cut for November. I know we got 40 some odd days, but holy cow. Is this are we still over 50-50?
Yeah, 55-45.
Really going to try to do this.
You know, in general, interest rates over the past couple weeks since the low in the 10-year was looks like September 17th. We've actually been rates have been rising a little bit. I saw something this morning that the 30-year rate was actually higher this morning than at the Jackson Hole meeting. So a little bit of a breather here. So we'll see how that affects those betting on the rates.
Jack, do you think that they're unwinding some of their positions, as in buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing, to reload potentially?
I think there was a lot of traders that got out over their skis here.
Got it.
Because if you think about it, like, where will rates be in a few years? It's kind of like that 2s 10s steepener. You know it's going to go positive at some point. It's an interesting thing to trade when you know something's going to be somewhere. Stocks is kind of like that, where you know they're going to be higher eventually, but how quickly is it going to get there? And there were some aggressive decreases in rates, especially the 10-year, because we know it's at 3.8 right now. We know that in the long run, we'd like to get it. We like low rates. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
That it's going to be, the target is going to be lower than this, but it's how it gets there. And I think we went too far too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Okay.
Man, good stuff, Jack. Okay, it's that time of the day in Fast Markets. Appreciation is time. Got a lot to be appreciated. We got a 500 lot sitting here, 5801 on the offer. 5801 offered 500 times filled. All right, let's do this. Throw it to the chat. Chat. What are you appreciative for on this Thursday, Friday for some of you people in the globe, but Thursday here in the States and Europe for that matter. But yeah, chat, throw it to you for appreciations. Let that populate really quick. And then I'll throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday? What's up, Eddie?
You know what? How you doing, Andre? I really appreciate my postal delivery person. I really appreciate the UPS guy, the FedEx guy, the UPS girl, the FedEx girl.
Santa Claus.
I tell you, I'm a lazy ass, and boy, they knock right on my door and deliver what I need right away. So props to them. I really appreciate our delivery people, especially that pizza guy on the weekend. Yeah. Thank you, Andre.
Hey, shout out to the delivery services out there. Hogue! I know you got to run real quick. Hogue, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday?
I'm appreciative, of course, for my God, my family, my friends, all of you, and for a strong immune system.
Oh man, indeed.
Love it.
Thank you. Anne-Marie, what are you appreciative for?
Doctor now.
Go get him, Hogue. Feel better. Anne-Marie, what are you appreciative for?
You know, I'm appreciative that I'm a child of the King, and even though that I'm staring down a hurricane, that no matter what happens, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna be good. So
well, you stay safe, Anne-Marie.
Yeah.
You stay safe. We got one eye on the news here. You stay safe.
Thanks.
All right, good stuff. All right, still seeing some buyers coming in here. Where are they going to take this? Nick for a tick. What are you appreciative for, my man?
I'm going to go a little out of left field today. I am appreciative for short sellers in the market providing us with a bit of volatility this afternoon, or this morning rather. So thank you, Hindenburg Research, for providing us with the all-seeing eyes that is inside the stock market, to keep organizations honest and provide us with a bit of volatility out of nowhere, because God knows this market has needed something to trade over the last few days. So I'm appreciative for, I guess, them and all of you guys. This is not my usual fast market setting, but knowing me, and I'm the producing team on Topstep TV knows that I'm probably still sitting behind some screens and behind my desk anyway. So happy to jump on and have some fun with you guys almost any time of day. So thanks for having me again.
Yep. I'm appreciative of all the people working behind. Appreciative of all the people working behind the scenes today. This was a very, very smooth. We clicked today in fast markets. We got a lot more to come, though. I'm very appreciative. Making his triumphant return. 2 power players on Topstep TV. You know him, you love him. Mr. Isaac Rivera joining us on the other side of this break. Yeah. He's back, folks. He's back. What is on his mind? Where has he been? We are going to catch up with Isaac Rivera, take some trades. Dolby Time joining us as well. Power players, Topstep TV. Let's go. The buyers are coming back. Let's see what happens. Topstep TV. Let's go. been looking for this one all week, folks. It's been a minute. You know him. You love him. Mr. Isaac Rivera is back, making a triumphant return to Topstep TV on Power Players. Isaac, you always were a power player, but you are officially a power player again. What's happening, Isaac?
Nothing much, man. Just another day. I can't say it's a sunny day in Sarasota. I know Anne-Marie was talking about it a little bit on the fast markets. We got hurricane outside. It's storming outside, so.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Other than that, man, everything's good, though, man. Business is good. Trading's good. Family's good. Everything's up. I love it. How about you guys?
Oh, man, I got Dolby Time with me here. When it's a Dolby Time Power Player session, we're good to go. Dolby Time. What are we thinking here for trades? We got the ES. I know Isaac trades the ES. Let's get right into it. Let's start trading the sucker up. Isaac, you said you're perhaps looking to take a long here in the ES. Talk to us.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you guys got my charts pulled up. We'll see here in a second. But I did just get out of a long. All my XFAs, which are all brand new, just started those this week because I knew I was going to be getting back on Topstep TV. So got a fresh set of XFAs. So I'm copy trading now. I'm getting on with the times, the trends, copy trading. But on my live account and on all my XFAs, I did trail out for 7.5 points, 2 contracts. So I'm up about $4,500 on the day. However, it looks like you guys do have my charts up. So let me just get this pulled up. So every day, pre-opening bell, I do my levels analysis, right? So these white dots that you guys are seeing on the screens, those are basically my upper levels, or my upper level and my lower level. And then these purple boxes, which I don't always have purple boxes, those are extended areas of interest. So that's if my levels fail or if price just happens to go beyond those levels that I'm pointing out, then these are probably like the next area of interest that we would be looking to, right? So, you can kind of see we crossed over the 5-minute moving average here. We came back up, retested it as resistance, didn't hold, dropped down, literally straight down to my lower level. Anybody who knows, like on social media, on my Discord, I posted screenshots, there's timestamps. These levels were determined way before price was even moving in this direction. We traded right down to it. That's finally where we caught some support. We got a little bit of a run up. We chopped down there for a while. I know Anne-Marie was saying there was some coiling going on. But as soon as we were in the green, I have my rules for trailing. We hit the first trailing parameter and then the second trailing parameter. We were just over the third. I could have locked in 10 points, but I got 7.5 points. No one's complaining about that given the price action we've had all week. So that's about it. Now, if we get back down to that level, we're going to be taking a look at liquidity, taking a look at delta, possibly maybe even going in for the exact same trade again. So, we'll see. We'll see. I am ready to pull the trigger if need be, but we would need to be down in like that 90 to 93 area to consider going long. And then we have as much as a 30-point target expectancy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. That's a little bold given ATR's garbage right now. We're sitting at like 5.5. So technically, there's really only a realistic 11-point target expectancy. However, if the Bulls, stop playing coy and really start getting those legs going, we could easily make all-time highs. Take out that IB high and then look at the 58.40, maybe even 58.60 before the end of the day.
All right, Dolby. Well, we got Isaac liking longs from 93s in the ES, from 90s to 93s. Dolby time. What are you seeing here? We're starting to see. Talk about rebound. The Dow the buyers keep coming in here in the Dow.
Yeah, I'm on board with the longs. Something I'm looking at on a very long time frame is this 4-hour chart, and it is a very bullish series of higher lows and also a higher high. So avoiding the Dorito by being able to make that higher high. It's kind of like maybe a weekly range could be starting at 58.19, 58.20, but I do like the longs. So if Isaac's in, I'm in.
Yeah. It's with the trend. There's definitely short opportunities too. We'd have to get back up to that 5-minute moving average and have some serious resistance. Even the moving average on the 1-minute chart, that would be a short. But if I do it, one contract realistically, because I don't want to give any of that $4,500 back. That's lunch money. But if I did, it is one of my setups. It is. If I took it, it would just be with one measly contract to maybe add on to that P&L.
Yeah. I also like this, what is this level here? 57.94.50. Kind of interested in seeing if that holds as support. I kind of have a thing where if we form like a consolidation at the bottom of a range, we break out of it and come back down and kind of test the top of it, are the short's going to cover there and turn into buyers. So I'm kind of curious to see what price action is going to be like. 57.95, let's say 57.95.
Okay, well, we definitely have confluence there with Isaac and Dolby time. 57.95, 93s, 94s, right in that area. Last trade, 57.96, guys. Looking to perhaps take... Isaac, what are you looking for here in terms of price action to get you back into the long?
Well, so we're going to really pay attention to delta, right? If it's growing deeper into the negative and we are starting to move lower, right? There's some confluence there. But I think really just the low of the day. If you guys notice, where did we finally get rejection? IB low, right? IB low was 58.04. We traded right up to it. We put in a few more ticks, maybe a point. Yeah, just a couple more ticks above it, and then we just flushed right back down to basically where we had this initial flush right before the first auction candle closed at 11 a.m. Eastern. So, if we can't extend the session low any lower, and if delta's not growing deeper into the negative, then I would definitely be interested in taking a short. But it's one of those where, you want to trade small because, like I said, my lower level for the day is that 90, 75, 91 area, but then I have an extended area of interest all the way down to 75s. So, again, I'd hate to take a 10-point loser when I only locked in a 7.5-point winner just to add some more, P&L in for the day. So, but if we got some liquidity sitting to the upside, if delta is not growing more negative, then that could be an indication that, the bears just really don't have enough steam to take this any lower and we could turn around. But right now we're selling. So,
all right, what do we? All right, looking for.
I like these 90s.
Yeah, we can work 90s.
That's where some of your weakest players are, though, Dobie. You say it all the time, at the highs and at the lows, just above and just below. That's where the weaklings sit. So,
one tick below, the low is the weakest long. One tick above the highs, I think, is the weakest short. Maybe that's inversed, but that's the gist of it, right? Because think about it. If you're trading, let's say you're long 57.90, you think you're sitting pretty, and you put your stop at 57.88.50.
I like it.
Are you super confident in your long, or are you just like kind of confident in your long? And if you want to go get that liquidity, it's not going to cost a whole bunch to go down and get that if we trade down there. So that's kind of why I like putting entries where people are putting their stops. That's why I like even putting entries outside of where I think stops could be. Because if that shoots down there and runs, it could fill you and run straight back up again.
Yeah. Another area where we call support, some people were saying point of control in the chat. I'm not seeing that. Also, a gentleman's asking what my moving average is. It's a 200 period, simple, not exponential, and the period is 200. If you want to overlay that, it's very significant. You could see session low from 2 sessions ago and value low right there around that moving average on the 15-minute chart that we're looking at right now. It held the support in the overnight as well. Yesterday's session, that moving average is situated right where point of control is. And ultimately, where my level ended up being, my lower level for the day ended up being, it's right around that moving average, just below it. You can see we did peak just below it, but then that's where we caught, a little bit of support and then made that run up to IB low, and we ran straight back down to that moving average. So you guys got to be watching this. You're proactive, not reactive. You let the market come to you, and you trade what you see, not what you want. That's the name of the game.
So would you be working that 57.90 bid, Isaac? Would you suggest that the house account work that bid, or we still wait to see?
Well, so I don't have level 2 data on these XFAs. I could sign into my live account real quick and see, unless you guys want to let me know, are there any standout orders above and below? In my opinion, all week, the DOM has been kind of thin. The jobless, did you guys see the candle for the jobless release this morning?
All of it, yeah.
It was far from big tick energy. It was little tick energy for sure when that number came out. That candle didn't do anything. So it's just been really dry. And I mean, I get it to an extent, because we are sitting at all-time highs. There's very, very limited data up above. The market really needs to decide, are we accepting this higher pricing, or are we going to, or is this a little bit too scary? Are we going to pull back, right? Run some stops for those perma bulls, take some profit for some of those short-term and intermediate-term bears. But, so far, a couple things to note, right? As far as in the short term, I'm not very bullish because, Hogue talks about it a lot, right? The initial balance high, right? And really the highs of the session were at that opening candle at 9:30 Eastern. Yeah. Right? When the opening bell rang for the New York Stock Exchange, that's where IB high is, that's where the session high is, and it stayed up there. If you look at my chart, same thing happened yesterday, right? You can see where we opened up. Maybe I might have to zoom in a little bit more so that you guys can see this a little bit better. But where we opened up, that was pretty much the dead height of the day. The IB period closed out, right? That 11 o'clock candle closed out. We just couldn't get up there. And we ended up pretty much up until power hour, just slowly grinding the rest of the way down. So far, it looks like that's how things are shaping up. Now, people might say, oh, this is a really big move to the downside. When you consider how much was on the economic releases calendar, right? We had numbers come out. We had news hit the wire. We had Fed and ECB speakers. So when you consider all that's going on, this isn't really that big of a drop, right? However, we did get right back into session from yesterday. We did get right back into value, just barely, but we did. But we saw support there, right? Point of control from the day before. And then we made up pretty much this entire rally that happened after the close into the overnight and into the pre-market. So, just not really. Hogue also says very often, when we're making all-time highs, you usually want to see, in the overnight, when the overnight and pre-market, when we're making new highs or all-time highs, we usually want to see follow-through going into the open, and we didn't see that. So, I don't know. It's in the intermediate term, I'm kind of short, but in the short term, like intraday for day trading, I'm still interested in some longs. We got to have some sort of mean reversion at play. So if the 15-minute holds, the 5-minute is definitely the next target that I'm looking. And then IB high from there.
I like that. 15-minute. All right, Dolby time. Let's take a look at the 15-minute on the ES. Let's see what you see there. Is that your screen? I see a wedge. I see a Dorito. Take a look at the 15. Little Dorito-y. What are we? Yeah, how are we looking on this 15 in terms of perhaps taking a long? IB low. I see you got your line drawn in there. IB low.
Yeah, chat's a little dyslexic. They read that one the wrong way. I'm still liking this 57.94, so I'm kind of curious to see if that holds. If it doesn't, I'm looking for that stop run down to 57.88, and then I think it's very enticing longs just because it's such a cheap trade. You can set really tight risks and there's a lot of opportunity.
Where should we work our bid then?
Well, it depends how many contracts you want to trade. If we're going to do 5, we could, spread them out between, 88 and 92. Or we're doing all in, all out.
I don't know, man. I think
Well, it'd be an average. I
think scaling in would definitely be the way to go. Right?
I wouldn't mind one here.
Yeah, because if in the short term, go ahead, Dobie. Go ahead. I signed into my live account real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think one here is interesting, and I'd just be interested in kind of buying up that whole range and just to see what we can get.
All right.
And then maybe set a stop.
We're splitting hairs here. I wouldn't go long anywhere higher than 91, me personally. At 91, I'd be willing to put a contract on there because then we could end up flushing down to like that 85, 88 area. And then that would be a potential place to add on another one.
Idiot. Okay, but if we have 5, let's say we do 5 contracts, would you start all 5 at 90 between like 88 and 92?
Yes. Oh, so at 88. At 88, I would do all 5, right? If we're going to do like 91 and then like somewhere between 85 and 88, then I would add another couple more, right? If you wanted to do like 2 or let's start with 2 and then maybe add on a third or the other way around. Because for me, the biggest I'm getting into this position is 2 contracts. So if I was to split the entry, I would probably do like, 91 and then maybe like 86.
Oh, okay. Let's
so first bid
91 and 86. Okay, so that's a 5-point range. We just try to buy one every point.
1, 1, 1, 1. Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Let's see what happens.
I like this, Isaac. I missed you. Isaac.
I missed you too, dude. I missed you too.
He's back,
I was
folks.
thinking about you last night. Oh, that sounded kind of weird. I was at the cigar lounge. No, because I was at the cigar lounge, and this guy that I was sitting with smoking, he was from Chicago. And, we were just talking about Chicago summers. There's those 2 months out of the year that Chicago's amazing. Post-COVID, things have been a little different, but I got to get out there. I got to get out there, go kick it with you and Mick. Yeah, I got to get out there before the weather gets treacherous.
Anytime. We still got a couple months. Come Thanksgiving, November time, it starts getting a little hairy, but right now it's perfect out. 72, sunny. Very, very nice. All right, let's see if we can get these 92. Are we working 91s? We're starting with 91s.
91s.
Scaling with the 5 lot here. And see if we can get a fill. Take a look at the tilt here. Now one showing as 50-50. Go ahead, Dolby time.
What? Go ahead, what?
Oh. Was it Isaac? I thought someone wanted to jump in there with something. Was that you, Isaac?
Yeah.
Just me hearing voices.
So, voices in my head. No, I think one thing that's going to be really important to see is that on the 15-minute chart, right, when we hit 12:30 Eastern time, so 11:30 your time, if that candle closes underneath that 15-minute moving average, because if it does, that's when we could be looking to actually go lower than my lower level for the day, which is, again, this white dot, right? Get deeper into value from yesterday and make a run down to point of control, that's where you're seeing my purple box, my extended area of interest to the downside, right? So I pulled up my live account as well, just so I feel like a hairless cat when I don't have my level 2 data. So, we got some liquidity sitting down below, man. I think that 86 area, I'm going to go ahead and put a limit order at 82. 87.
Right,
what I'm looking at. Yeah.
Long one. How's the count?
Probably
long one.
87 quarter. I'm going to put a limit order there.
We're doing at least 1-to-1, so let me just adjust this stuff so everything's good.
Yeah. My trade would be a 10-point stop and then a 30-point target.
So that'd be 81. Oh, I'm down with 81s, especially if we size up a little bit more. Let's do 79 3/4. There's a thing about round numbers we have around here.
Indeed.
Really nice price action, though. Instantaneously, or up 2 points. So we are in this trade. Just a little recap. House account is long. 1 ES at 57.91 evens. And if we can dip down to 90 evens, 89 evens, 88 evens, and 87 evens, we'll get 4 more. So we're going to see if we can work a range here.
Update on the poll. First half of the trading day. Are you up on the day, down on the day, or flat? 62% up on the day. Good job. Like to see. Thank you, Eddie. Last trade in the ES, 57.93 hook, 93F, and house count long 1 from 91.
What's your Twitter, Isaac?
It should just be go to Isaac. I know you guys got my Instagram and my Discord chat, but I think I'm new to X. I just downloaded X over the summer. Yeah, I just got it over the summer. Let me take a look what my handle is. I'm pretty sure it's go to Isaac.
You know your handle. Come on, Isaac. You know.
No, I don't. I tried it. Yeah, it's go to Isaac. It's go to Isaac.
Go to Isaac?
Good.
Like with like a number 2?
No. So go _TO_ Isaac. I'm having like camera focus.
There we go. Perfect.
You're looking pretty. You look pretty. You're good, Isaac. I missed you, man. Good to have you. Hey, nice call on this. So far, so good. Trade 96 now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Trading's easy, Dre. We just gotta
with big tick energies in the house. Yeah,
that's right.
It's the hardest, easiest thing to do. Right? It's the hardest, easy thing to do.
All right, so let's talk about this risk reward. We were willing to risk what on this trade? Dolby time, Isaac. We were willing to risk what? 10?
Risking 5 to make a grand. So far.
Yeah.
So what's our upside target here?
58.11. If not higher, whatever Isaac says.
I mean, I'm thinking 31. I'm thinking 31. My level's up there, right? Because if we really catch support here on this 15-minute moving average, right, the only thing we have to fight with up top is the 5-minute moving average and IB low. So the next target would be IB high, which is currently sitting right around like 27s, I think, 28s. It's hard to see on the 15-minute chart. I'd have to zoom out a little bit. But so far, we're moving on up.
Hey, listen, I love it when we get into a trade and it immediately goes our direction. There is no better feeling.
Yeah. Little to no heat. I'm sure some of my people are in the chat right now. And the last few trades that we've got, even though the price action over the last few sessions was as slow as this hurricane, you know, we've taken little to no heat on our trades, which is nice. However, Dobie, I know you like to do break even. I got my trailing rules.
No, I am not opposite. No break even here.
Which one? So then, which one of you hooligans is the break even guy?
Everybody else.
Okay. So
opposite of.
So my rules are: if we hit 97.5 in your trade, if we hit 97.5, then you have to trail your stop to 95.5. Right? Once we're 6.5 points in the money, we have to lock in 4.5 points. Those are my rules.
6.5 points.
But
why 6.5 points?
My mentor and I, when we developed, you know, the big tick energy strategy, which it wasn't called that 6 years ago, you know, that's what we learned, right? Like based on liquidity, price action, volume, right? Is kind of two components to that. You cannot be 6.5 points in the money and then either break even or take a loss, right? Like that's just part of the 10 commandments. Like that's just not allowable. You can't be, you know, on 2 contracts, that's $650. So you can't be up $650 at one point in a trade and then go home with 0 or even worse with a red P&L, right? So we just kind of learned that at 6.5, right? That off of, because we have triggers, right? We take our trades off of either the moving averages and we're diverting from them, or we're taking them on these envelopes that I have. So there's 2. There's the quantitative extreme envelope and then the overextension envelope. Overextension is obviously much deeper. So we trade at those levels, and then that's mean reversion, right? So if we get to the point of quantitative extreme, we go long, right? 10 point, 20 point, or 30 point target, mean reversions at play. But what we learned is that pretty much once the market deviates 6.5 points away from one of those points, whether it's quantitative extreme or overextension, then it has a tendency to run further, right? So you can move to 4.5 points, lock in some gains, completely eliminate risk from the trade. And then at that point, you know, you can continue to trail if you would like, but then you run the risk of choking the trade out. And this is exactly why. Look, you guys were in the money on that trade, not quite at 6.5 points, and now we're right back to the entry. So had we gotten like another 2 ticks, wait, what did we need out of that? We got up to 6.5. So had you just gotten up 1 more point, we would have trailed to 5.5, and we'd be up on this trade right now. So, but yeah, it's okay though. We're still in this. That doesn't mean that it's failed. Yeah. We're just retesting those lows, right? Determining if we want to get out of balance and break outside of, you know, and get into a point of quantitative extreme. So we'll see.
Well, I'm hoping we do. So since I see this trade as a long time frame trade, we're kind of working like a 30-minute range. And I don't like getting super bogged down in like the nitty gritty of what's going on, like the 1 minute and the 5 minute, because this stuff could take like another 15 to 20 minutes just to resolve. So I still love having all of these trades and orders down here just because that event has not happened yet. Like really want to see this stop run down. And if the whole thing collapses and fails and it's a losing trade, that's fine. But there's just so much value if we can buy these lows at the bottom of this consolidation to see if we can even get back to the midpoint of the range, which could be 10 points possibly in the ES. So the value of this trade, I think, is still really good. Really, really
agree.
Good.
Nothing's
come and get us.
Get a little cheaper. Again, we're working 91s, 90s, 89, 88, correct, Dolby? Yep. Every point. Yep. It looks like we might be getting along 2 here.
Good. Come and get us.
Hey, Isaac, you said you saw some liquidity to the downside. What prices were you seeing that on the ES ladder?
Right around that 87 to 88 range. Right, we got some trailing stuff. We're starting to pull back a little bit deeper.
Yep.
We're about to see if we can take out the lows. When we had that second pullback this morning, we did not take out the low, right? We hit the low. We rallied just a little bit. Rally, I mean, you know, we'll use that word light. We had a bounce. We had a bounce. Yeah. We weren't catching a bid, but we had a bounce, right? It wasn't really a dead cat bounce because we came back down, but we did not actually hit the session low. We got close, and then that's where we had an even bigger bounce And now it looks like we're not taking out the low again or even the previous low. So it's very like micro and very short term, but technically we have higher lows and we have higher highs. So, you know, we got really close to my entry. We got to 89.5. I have a limit order at 87.25. If I miss the bus, it's all good. Like I said, I'm up 4,500 on the day. You know, what am I going to add on? Another 1,000, another 1,500? Like, I'd rather miss out on something than get into something and then it fail and then give some money back. So.
Yeah, hey, Dolby, we're long 2 for what's our average price now?
90, 50, 90 half, 90 hook, as they say. Where'd hook come from?
I was learning on the floor. Hook, 2 and a hook, 3 and a hook.
Huh.
The hook is a half. Hook a half, yeah. Maybe it's, I don't know, hook. All right, yeah, house account long from 57.90, half.
Yeah, great.
Right, cool.
Once again, adding in price actions immediately favorable. It's not rolling over completely, which is great. If you're trading ranges, you do not want to get along and then have the bottom of the range completely fall out instantly, which happens pretty frequently if you're range trading. But it's kind of nice because you get in and out of trades pretty quick. But this is the price action that looks good for range trading. Fills you and bounces.
So far, so good. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Isaac, I remember that when we were on with us before. You typically do get front run. I know that you are very particular about your entry prices, and you do stay committed to them. And if you do miss it by a tick or two, that does not get you frustrated, does not get you flustered, simply just reinforces that you are indeed seeing the market properly.
Yeah. I'm not, you know, I'll either lean on, like, so today, for example, I leaned on my level, right? I front ran a little bit. I got just in front of my level. And because of that, I took unnecessary heat in the trade, right? If I open up the chart here a little bit bigger, just so it's kind of easier for everybody else to see. So when we had this sell, right, I had a limit order sitting right at 96, right? So when we flushed a little bit deeper, right, and set the current session low, I took some heat on that trade, right? It wasn't even, I don't think, 7 points, but just too close for comfort, right? Just a little bit too much heat than I like. I already live in Florida. It's hot enough. But because I got in front of my level by like 3 points, I took a little bit more heat unnecessarily. However, that was an instance where I wanted to ensure a fill because I saw session high and value high from the day before. I didn't want to see, you know, the market get some support there, catch a bid, and then run off without me. So now because I did that as well, when we had this first bounce, I didn't get high enough to follow my trailing parameters. So then everybody on my Discord trailed out because they got better pricing than I did. They got into like the 92s, 93s. So they were like 3 and 4 points ahead of me. They went ahead and were able to trail out on this first bounce. They all took money and I went right back to break even, took a little bit of heat. But then on this second bounce, I trailed at 4.5 points, 7.5 points, and then just missed the 10-point trail. But this is why we do it. Look, we came all the way back to my entry and right back down to the low. I would have still been in this trade and taking heat unnecessarily when you could just eliminate risk from the trade, take your money. And if I wasn't doing this today, I would, you know, probably be smoking a cigar on the back porch, playing with my dog and watching something while this hurricane breezes by.
Tell me about this hurricane. You know, how we look? Is it category 2? What? I assume you've been through a couple of hurricanes in your. You've been through you've been through a couple of hurricanes in your day, yeah?
Yeah, I know a thing or two because I've seen a thing or two. You know what's crazy? Somebody sent me a message on Instagram and was like, you know, the next hurricane is going to be called Isaac. So I was like, listen, I'm already a terror. I'm like, hopefully we don't see that hurricane. One Isaac for the year is good. But I think this one's called Helene, like Helene or Helen or something. So I have no idea what the category is. I don't know where it is right now. I just know it's cloudy and windy and rainy outside. All you can do is pray for protection. I got flood insurance. I got homeowners insurance. My house is brand new. So it's pretty sound, and just wait it out. It's a good excuse to stay in and stay comfortable in my John Hoagland Topstep t-shirt. So soft. So soft.
You're so
and just kick it here at the house.
All right, so does category 1 get you freaked out? What category gets your attention?
Nothing gets me freaked out. No category.
Category 5? Category 5 doesn't do the trick? Get out of here. What are you going to do?
What am I going to do? Catch a flight, exactly. Catch a flight to, because the worst thing you can do is drive north. Yeah, I was going to say catch a flight to Chicago.
Why?
The worst thing that you can do is drive north because it's going north. So then if you drive north right? Let's just say, Atlanta, Chattanooga, Tennessee, right? Savannah or something. Then the issue is it's doing damage along the way. So now you got to drive back home. There's power lines, there's trees, there's floods, there's no gas.
No kidding.
ATMs run dry. Dry. So yeah, just like CNN says, you just got to hunker down and just be ready, Get the power cords out, the scuba gear. Just be ready. What's up, big dog? Come here. You want to say hi to everybody?
Who we got here?
Who we got? Yeah.
Oh, you got
Opus
Frenchie.
doing his thing. What's up, big dog? Say hi to the screen.
Bullish
This is Opus.
Oh, yeah. Opus.
He's bullish. He's always bullish.
Okay,
He's a French bulldog, so he's always
Oh, the Frenchie.
Opus one. Look at Andre knowing his wine.
I do know Opus one. I do know
These
yes,
these hurricane names are in alphabetical order.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that?
Yes.
And they always start with
H.I., yeah,
A. And there is there's actually a committee that comes up with the names. List of 21 names, and they rotate every 6 years. So you're Isaac's coming.
Oh, I thought they rotate annually.
Isaac coming for
okay.
Isaac.
I didn't know that.
21 names rotate every 6 years. Thank you, Google.
I was gonna say, Eddie, you were very quick with those facts, man. You were very quick. Like Eddie knows his hurricane stuff a little too well.
Hurricanes, hurricanes. Yeah, the next one's going to be a hurricane.
Hurricane. All right, Dolby time. So how's the count long from 57.90 half 2 times?
We chilling. 30-minute range. It's gonna take a minute, chat. Just sit and wait.
Speaking of chat, does chat have any questions? We only got like a few minutes. This power players always goes by fast. We got any questions in the chat? Any questions you guys got for me?
Any questions for Isaac? You guys haven't seen him in a minute. He's back, man. Good to be back, Isaac. Still
I was
pushing
never
here.
gone. I was just behind the scenes. A lot of work to get done during the summer.
100%. He's back now. But yes, very good to see him.
Little bounce. Little bounce.
Catching a bid here, Andre.
Catching a bid, my man.
Massive bid.
Come on. Catching a bid
Absolutely.
here.
Massive bull market in the ES. We are up 1.5 points.
You guys are on
Everyone
to me.
watch out.
You guys are on to me. I got to jazz this thing up when there's nothing to talk about. Hey, we do have, again, Kashkari and Barr speaking at about 20 minutes. We also have the 7-year auction in about 20 minutes as well. But a lot of Fed speak. Not a whole lot happened. Headline of the day is SMCI getting a CMI, I should say, getting caught cooking the books and down about 13% on the day. Yeah. So Isaac, how's the trading been going? I see that you still have your live funded. How long have you had your live funded account for? You've had it for quite some time now.
A long time. So Dobie, you can confirm this, but I think you're the only current active trader that has a trader number, a live funded number that's older than mine.
Really?
I think you're the most tenured trader, and I think I'm second.
At Topstep, yeah, I'm number 123.
At Topstep.
I was the 123rd profile or customer, however you want to measure it.
Wow.
Yeah. So
right.
I've had the same live account all year, all 2024. I've been in the same live account, taking payouts, growing the equity, and then, like I said, this week I started new XFAs. Just since I'm going to be on, I want to have, because I'm one, like if I'm going to be on Power Hour or if I'm going to be on Fast Markets. Sorry, not Fast Markets. Power Players or group coaching.
Yeah.
I'm usually out of the markets before noon. I try to get done before 11:30 if I can. And I don't trade just to trade, right? So if I lock down my live account for the day, I have to have another account while I'm on here to go ahead and take, real trades. So we passed the combines in a few days, and now I got 5 XFAs that we're trading, and we're up a little bit of money so far. Like I said, we're up $750 in each of those accounts for today as well. We're getting to my limit order down here.
Here we
go.
Yep.
Getting to my limit order. We might add some more money on. So,
All right.
Long four at 89.5. And here's the 30-minute pool. So 30-minute range is pretty much formed. We got that stop run. Now we are just looking for buyers to come in and take us to the moon. Where's your stop at this one? How much are you trying to risk? I can get this. We have such a good opportunity here.
See, this is what I'm talking about, man. We got down to 87.75.
Yo.
2 ticks to my limit order, man.
All right, we'll risk a G. And what's some take profit? We got 4 on right now. Any levels intermediary that you like up to 58.30?
Yeah, so right off the rip, 02, right? Because that's where we got the moving average here on the 1 minute. So 02 is definitely, because we're running short on time. 02 is definitely target 1. 04 is IB low, so that's target 2. But the thing is, the moving average could get in the way, right? Then after that, pretty much looking at 20 and then 35.
Okay.
Came within 2 ticks of my limit order and then doing a little bounce here. But again, talking about, the opening range, right, and where IB high is, this could just be a grind lower kind of day. So we'll know soon enough.
This is now a pet stream. Yeah. You have Opus, I have a Gus. He's the trading cat.
Hey!
In this household.
Got a Sebastian around here somewhere. I don't know where the dog is.
Sad.
Somewhere around.
Sad, right? Why Sebastian? Are you a Formula One fan? Is that for Sebastian Vettel?
Sebastian Vettel. No.
Yeah?
It was a rescue dog. That was already his name. It was already his name.
Oh, okay.
Didn't feel like changing the name on him when we got him.
All right. Well, hopefully our entry acts as support here.
Yeah.
It seems like it's starting to cup a little bit and kind of turn up. I would really love to see 94s, though. That would be real nice.
Jeremy, you in the chat asking me, where's the suit? Listen, I miss being here too. I miss you, but where's the suit? There's a hurricane outside. If I'm going to wear any suit, it's going to be either my birthday suit or a scuba suit.
Hey.
That's it. All we're wearing today.
I like it. All right. So how's the count along from 89.5? 89.5. Yeah. Isaac. Yeah. Well, we only got 10 minutes left in power players here, man. It's going by fast. We got shoulder tap.
I thought we were done at 45. We got 10 minutes.
I got an extra 15. Yeah, we changed things around.
For Isaac, man, we extend these segments for you, man. We extend this week. Yeah, Isaac, we're gonna have you back on for fast markets. Hopefully sooner than later. If we get you back on, it's like riding a bike with you, man. It's like we never left. Good stuff.
Let's see. What's the midpoint of this one?
Sebastian Vettel. It's Sebastian Vettel.
96.
All the driver. Yeah, Dolby time. You see this type of price action. We get these fills. It's like a liquidity sweep. We get these fills. It bounces. Does that make you a little bit more convicted in the longs down here?
Yep. Love it. This is such good price action for range trading. This is like the nice thing too. So like if you do end up not enjoying the trade that you're in, the nice thing about range trading is that you can typically get a pretty good bounce off your entry. And if you're feeling nervous, you can just move your stop up and go to break even if you want. I don't prefer going to break even just because of the size of the range you're playing is a 30-minute range, which might even be an hourly range if this lasts till 12 o'clock. And that stuff can take forever to form. So that's why I don't get super nervous if we don't get the price action we want, because we're playing a 30-minute range. Like it could take another 30 minutes or an hour to get the move that we want out of here. And so this is why this is exactly what we want to see. This is good stuff.
It really is.
This is really good stuff. Yeah.
Right.
If it dips back down below to 57, 87, 50, we can still add one. We could move our stop up and get really tight with it. It gives you a lot of options. The only time you don't have an option is if you range trade and you just get smoked immediately. Then you have no choices.
Yep.
Yeah.
Quick puke.
Yeah.
All right, Isaac, you still, I know you're talking about trying 58-31s. This will be an all-day trade, Dolby. We're going to have another all-day banger on today. Is that how this is going to work?
Hey, I got diamond hands. I got diamond hands.
Isaac, man.
You just got to make sure that you're trailing that stop. As you're getting deeper and deeper into the green, you're moving that stop in. Just trade enough room to breathe. Don't choke it out, but make sure that you're locking in some lettuce. But I'm liking this. The market doesn't seem like it wants to get to a state of quantitative extreme. Doesn't want to really get overextended. I mean, those levels are holding so far pretty well because we're not flushing.
No, we're not.
So I think, do we get a Delta update? Can somebody give me a Delta update? I know we were down at I think negative 12,000, negative 10,000 earlier before the lunch bell. Let's get a Delta update and see if it's growing less negative or slightly positive, because that could be our indication that, the Bears are out of gas at this point, and the Bull bus is going to leave the station.
I like that. Well, Isaac, my man Gabe stationed up in Minnesota, but we're going to bring you a Minnesota field reporter to tell you down there in Florida what's going on with the hurricane. So, Gabe, let's give our man in Florida a hurricane update real quick. Gabe's in Minnesota, Isaac's in Florida, yet the Minnesota guy knows more about the hurricane than the Florida guy, only on Top Step TV. Gabe, please update Isaac about this hurricane.
What's going on? Isaac, I'm actually moving to Tampa at the top of this year. I got to get myself
Let's go, baby.
Florida. I was down there for 8 years. I miss the Sunshine State, but lack of sunshine currently at the moment. So I've got some news. So Helene is currently a Category 2 hurricane with a wind speeds of about 100 miles an hour. It's about a couple hundred miles off the coast of Tampa. It's expected to make landfall on the Big Bend this evening as potentially at least a Category 3. But just some pictures out of Tampa Bay so far. So they're nowhere near high tide yet, but we're starting to see some, of course, rising floodwaters. You have a video here that I wanted to point out of driving across the Franklin Bridge. Franklin Bridge. I think that's the one. There we go. 275 running across St. Pete to Tampa. So pretty aggressive waters.
That's what it looks like.
And even 250 miles off the coast of the Tampa Bay. But yeah, definitely some strong surge incoming. And then also wanted to point out this little graphic here. So Thursday this evening, about 120 miles per hour is what we're expecting to see as we get up to the Bend.
Right, man.
But yeah, y'all be safe down there. Obviously, I hope the apartment I'm looking at is still going to be there when I'm looking to come down in the next couple months. But
check the hole.
When I get down there, we'll have to get a little. We'll have to link up and grab a cigar and talk some cards.
Yeah, man. Grand Cathedral in Tampa, Coronas in Tampa, Findy. Those are my 3 favorite cigar lounges out there. The bridge that you were just showing, I was just driving that last week. I go there pretty often, so just hit me up on Instagram or on Twitter. Just send me a message. Let's link up. Let me know where you're looking. I might actually be moving up to Tampa for the new year as well. I might rent this house out in Sarasota just to have a little bit more fun. Tampa is to NQ as Sarasota is to EX. We'll just leave it at that.
Mons Venus,
we'll
right?
leave it at that.
Mons Venus?
What's that? Was that a planet? What's that?
It's a planet. It's in the solar system. Yep, indeed. All right, let's get back to the markets here. We got 57.91 last trade in the ES. We're just kind of consolidating a little bit.
Yep. This range is still holding though.
It is. It is
still good.
I believe 74% long in crude. Average price we got 67.63.
Anybody in the chat that's saying that they are in Sarasota or near Sarasota, shoot me a message on Instagram. Shoot me a DM. I have a lot of traders that I work with here in town. If you're within like a half an hour with me, I'm down to meet up anytime. So just shoot me a message. Happy to link up. In this post-COVID internet world that we live in, we don't get a lot of face-to-face. So just hit me up. I'm always down for a meetup. I'm trying to get like a greater Tampa Bay area, get together. Maybe MP will put Andre on a flight so you can come down here and kick it with me. We could check out one of those spots you were talking about.
I like planets. I like the solar system. Meetup. Yeah, 100%. See if we can gather. I'll definitely come down. Always down. I don't know, man. Those waters look a little rough, look a little choppy there, but we'll see it to the other side. But hey, oil's not spiking on this hurricane stuff, so that's interesting. Typically, when the hurricanes come up into that Gulf, you'll see oil at least catch a bit of a bid, but nothing right now. Speaking of oil, last trade $67.66. Then we got 74% long in crude. Here we go. Look at this poll. Where I live, we have.
I think we have a speaker at 1. Let me just check the calendar real quick.
2 speakers. 2 speakers and a 7-year auction.
Ooh, we're getting a twofer? We're getting a 2 for 1? Oh, and a 7-year. Yeah. All right. So yeah, if we're in the money, we're gonna want to cover that. We're gonna want to cover that because we don't want to get wiped out because of news when we're sitting in a profit. But it could be the catalyst to push us over and really get us in the money. So we'll see here in just a few minutes. So
What?
I was like, I don't believe in cover-ups.
Trade location's too good.
We can. All right, let's see if we
odds are way too good.
The Fed speakers have been a non-event. Ceasefire starting. Yep, there you go. Thank you, D. Middle East ceasefire and Libya restarting production. Just keeping. I know I heard something about OPEC as well, backing off their $100 price target in crude. Thank you, Marcus. Check out D on London Open. Go ahead.
No, there's a question by Kelso, and this is fairly relevant to range trading. So he's like, hey, man, when it hangs at the bottom of the range for 5-10 minutes, what's your temp? Do you start to lose faith in the trade, or what's up? He's curious. I do not lose faith in the trade. So we are playing a 30-minute range, which is a really big range. It could take a lot of time to form. And we don't get to pick and choose how the market goes from point A to point B. So if we look at just this 30-minute candle, like it could do a lot of things and we would still be in this trade. So like we don't know what's going to happen inside this candle. So I don't really care what happens on the 1 minute or 5 minute. I care what happens on a big time frame. And when you're trading big time frames, I like sticking to big time frames because you can get kind of chopped out of your trade on like a 1 minute or 5 minute thinking it's not going to be good because the momentum's bad. But on the grand scale, it actually looks just fine. So for a 30-minute range trade, you just got to hold it. The expected value of the trade is really high anyways. And so risk should just be on because of the expected value of a range. Right? We're risking $1,000 to potentially make 4, maybe even 8. It's too good.
Yep. Yes, and nothing fundamentally has changed right now. We have volume dwindling, volume tapering off here, lunch trade.
Mm-hmm.
Like Isaac said, we got 2 speakers and a 7-year. Again, the Fed speakers have been a non-event for all day. So as long as we have our risk managed.
Oh, yeah, we're good.
The DOM looks good. The DOM's pretty healthy, right? There's nothing really stand out, not looking anorexic or anything. So the DOM's pretty healthy. I'll be really interested to see right before 1 o'clock strikes what happens to the DOM, see if some players, flatten out. But remember, a lot of the New Yorkers are going to be, getting back from lunch, where some of the Windy City peeps are going to be running out to lunch. So, a transition of, lunch groups, right? The New York group and the Chicago group, the Fed speakers, like we're getting a twofer. Real interested to see what happens with the DOM. But so far, even though we've had this, pretty down session for the morning, we have not become overextended. We have not gotten out of balance. However, we're playing a little bit of tug of war in that zone right now. So definitely got to keep our eyes on it.
Stuff, Isaac. Hey, if you guys are as happy to see Isaac back as I am, click like, click subscribe. We're getting close to 121,000 subscribers. And Isaac's been with us for a long time here at Topstep, man. Him and Dolby, some of the first funded traders at Topstep. So
way harder back then, Dre.
Yeah. You mean there was no 1 step back then? It was
no, it was 2-step, 15 minimum trading days. So
had to show consistency.
Well, remember when it was 2-step and the pro account?
Yep.
It was step 1, step 2 pro account live. At one point there was 4 tiers to this back in the day.
Man, when I came up in the prop world, it was a year.
Give me $20,000.
Yep. It was a whole year.
The removal of the daily loss limit was crazy. Like you guys went Bush's baked beans on us. You were like, "There's no rules around here. Like just don't blow the account and just profit." And you could say like,
Wild West. Yeah, hey, competition.
It's never been easier to succeed at Topstep.
Seriously,
you got it.
Is it easier? Is it easier? Or is there just less barriers to entry, or is that the same thing?
It's the same thing. It's a toss up on words, man. For the people who have emotional maturity, right, and trading maturity. You can really, really thrive in this environment. Look at the changes, a combination of the copy trading and the daily loss limit. We got people on the leaderboards over $250,000 in payouts and equity for the year, right? This is stuff we've never seen before. I think you guys are like also having like biggest single payout days and biggest single payout weeks in your history of 12 years. So yeah, it's easier to get in. It's easier to stay in. It's easier to make money. And that's what we're here for. So I'm all about it.
Yeah. Isaac, it's been an absolute pleasure having you back. Thanks for getting us in this trade. We're going to monitor this throughout the day. We're going to stay tuned. Dolby Time is going to manage it throughout the day. But we got Shoulder Tap group coaching coming up next. We also have Marcus talking with D later on this afternoon. And, of course, Power Hour with Dolby Time and myself. And I'm seeing we have a special guest for Power Hour I'm not aware of. We will see who ends up joining
I'm coming
us.
back. No.
You're coming back.
I'll be back up.
Isaac, I think we're going to have you back. We'll have, figure out some things behind the scenes. But, yes, Isaac, it was really great to have you back. Dolby Time, how do you want to manage this? Just update the people throughout the day in the chat? How do you want to do this?
Yeah, I'll update people.
Dolby Time,
I'll leave it up. I'll leave my screen shared if they want to share it throughout the session. I'll just leave all the stops and stuff in place. So it should pretty much run itself.
I like that. It's my favorite
Right
time.
now, though. I mean, how much more time do we got? Because we're about to get filled on one more and be max.
We're
And
coming
our
up on
5.
time right now. Yep.
It's okay. Well,
we got our 5?
Almost. If we get 57.89 and a half, we got our 5, and then we got our stop at 84.50.
84.50. Okay, great stuff. Isaac, thank you so much, man. So great to catch up with you. Glad you're back. You guys are going to have more Isaac back next week, dude. So great to see you. Dolby Time, keep them posted on this trade. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Jack and Ben in the house. Let's do this. Isaac, you're the man. Topstep TV, let's go.
Take it easy, boys.
To shape our future. We came to this world to reach the stars. To shape our future. We came to feel the music.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Ben today. Ben is playing hurt, but with us once again. Ben, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, Jack. Feeling pretty good today, better than yesterday. So incremental improvements are good. I saw people wishing me well in the chat. I really appreciate that. There's a lot of important work to do, and I can push through it. So here I am, and looking forward to another excellent segment talking about our live traders and how they're performing today. So oh, you changed last second just before we came on.
No, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm experimenting what I can do here, but Gabe was giving an update. So I've always wanted to do a green screen weatherman type thing. Once again, stay careful if you're on the west coast of Florida. We got the live Doppler behind me. Always wanted to do this. You can see these. Which way do I have to move my hands? Up here. You can see these storms coming into the Tampa St. Pete's area. That's all from Wink News for now. I'm going to go back to the Fed. There we are.
Nice.
So, Ben.
St. Pete's a beautiful place. Hope everybody that's there stay safe. Hope they don't have a ton of damage. I've been to St. Pete before. I really liked it.
Absolutely. Well, Ben, how are our traders doing today? Do we have any... what category are we in for gains or losses here?
I've been really surprised. Lots of big numbers on the board today. And quick shout out to Isaac. I know he was just on the broadcast. Isaac back on with us live, trading his live account. Saw he was up in the live account. So that's great. He's been doing well in that account over time. And glad he's back on the broadcast. House account down just slightly today. Down $1,000 aggregate, it looks like. Deanna down around similar amount. Dakota up a cool $7,000 in his live account. So looked like a really good trade he put on, picked a good spot, and took profits out of live markets. So good on you, Dakota. We'll keep tracking his progress. And Raul is up $12,000. We spoke about him a little bit earlier in the week. He was one of our trading cards. Faye's up $7,200. Hector up $17,800. Earl up $17,000. We'll talk about him shortly. Barr hit the DLL after being up almost $10,000. That's tough to see, but unfortunately happens. Thomas D pared back quite a bit of the gains, down only about $300 right now after being up several thousand. Uday DLL as well, and then Ishmael up $6,200. So overall, lots of big P&Ls. Usually, with the amount of traders that we have, we'll see, one or two individuals that are north of $10,000 in profit on any given day, but quite a few individuals up really significant profits on the day. So, that's great. It's cool to see. If you are not that person, or if you've had a red day, don't beat yourself up. Keep in mind that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of traders at Topstep, and lots of live traders as well that are going to, on any given day, maybe they're green, you're red, maybe you're green and they're red. So if you see big numbers, don't get FOMO, don't beat yourself up. If you had a bad day, just try and figure out what you can do different going forward. If you can manage your downside a little bit better, would be ideal. Jack, I know you've been working with the crew talking about our risk management plan for the house account. I loved seeing those conversations and some of the decisions that have been made on managing the downside for the house account too. So I think that'll pay dividends in the long term. So yeah, just a quick shout out and all of the updates from our live traders. We've got some trading cards that we can get into, Jack, unless you have anything else you want to touch on first.
Couple of things I want to touch on first. The house account is, to the best of my knowledge, still long 5ES. Dolby is managing that trade. He's in chat. He can give us some updates there, but I believe we're long 5 contracts now, so let's get out and push. Second, kind of what this whole segment is about when we're kind of changing things with the risk management and the house account is you can't control your trades, right? How much you make, how much you lose, you can control. You can control your risk. Even if you're making the shittiest trades imaginable, you are in 100% control of how much you are losing, right? That is risk management. That's what this segment is about. Somebody also asked, how many contracts people were trading to make $17,000, it varies. You see us talk about this in the show. We have the person who shall not be named, who made $41,000 in a day with a maximum of 5 contracts. A lot of times we see people take 10 or 15, but I've seen everything from a couple contracts that make that much money to 10 or 15 or whatever the max is. So we'll have to look into that. But with that, Ben, let's take a look at these cards. What we got today?
Yeah, indeed. Let's do it. First up, we've got David A. David is, I have to be honest, one of the favorite people I've gotten to work with while being at Topstep. I love him as a trader. He's very respectful, kind, communicative, and professional. Had a number of communications with David throughout this year, and previously he had a live account a little bit earlier this year. Ended up taking some losses and losing that live account. Got off-boarded, but he's a great example of someone that got back in the saddle, traded profitably over time, and ended up earning a live account again. I'm happy to report that this live account he's been in, he's really been crushing it. He's done very well so far. He's been in this trading, this 150K live account for 27 trading days. At last check was up, today's the 28th day, was up about $1,000. Excuse me. $1,000 today. So really impressive performance, and he's taken $22,500 in payouts across 2 separate payouts. That's fantastic. Given the amount of time he's been in this account. Obviously the average daily P&L sort of speaks for itself. Nice, healthy number, and positive expectancy over the 27 trading days that we have complete that we're reviewing here. The reward to risk ratio of a 2.4 to 1, so making 2.4 for every 1 you're risking, that looks great, especially when you consider the 36% winning trade percentage. Those 2 numbers married together ultimately equal your profitability on your trades. And I love that we have a pretty significant data set to look at and really consider that a little more concrete as far as performance is concerned. So 48% winning days is also awesome, given that the average winning day is $3,400 compared to the average losing day of $2,500. So he's not redlining that, ramming into that daily loss limit. Every day his average losing day is less than the daily loss limit, which is a healthy sign. And the hold times, he's holding trades 4 times as long on the winners as he is on the losers. So another healthy metric. Overall, really happy with this performance from David. Proud of him, happy for him. Like I said, he's an excellent individual and has been a real treat to work with. I'm not the only person on the risk team who shares that sentiment. So he's just a great equities trader, someone you can look to, aspire to as far as performance. And, would love to see him keep this account. He was in the previous live account for a considerable amount of time. Would love to see him break that record, right? If you're looking for a healthy target or metric, I would say a lot of traders look for really unhealthy targets. I want to make $50,000 or, I want a $200,000, trading year, or, I'm not going to stop till I recover, the losses from last week. Those are kind of what I would consider to be unhealthy trading goals versus, a healthy trading goal might be, I'm going to limit myself to 3 trades today, right? I'm going to set a hard line in the sand and I'm going to follow that. I'm going to, if I hit my $2,000 profit target for the day, I'm going to call it quits. I'm not going to try to go for 5,000 or 10,000 or whatever that next benchmark in your head might be. So David, if you're looking for a good, healthy trading goal in this account, I would say maintain the account for longer than you did in the last live account. That's a really good goal, and a lot of positive behaviors will follow, if you're really aiming for that goal and keeping that goal in mind. So that's my recommendation here. One other quick piece, Jack, before I give it over to you to provide some additional color. I was digging into the best trading day thus far in this live account, $10,196 of profit. The most heavily traded product that day, and really all of the profits came from the micro NASDAQ. Doesn't trade that product every single day, but made 10,000 and change trading the MNQ. So that's awesome. It's proof that you don't have to be trading the minis to find success. Try to highlight those individuals that are having really nice success with the micros. And I really liked the segment yesterday that we had on, I believe it was Stanley, where he was trading, a few micros, trying to responsibly and incrementally, reach his passing his trading combine. So another shout out to Stanley and micro products as an opportunity to, like you said, Jack, control your risk. Be disciplined about exactly how much money you're willing to risk on an individual trade and an individual day for that matter. So micros are a great choice. And David, on that particular day, 9/11, had a fantastic day trading the MNQ. So any other nuggets that you've picked out of this, Jack, or commentary you want to give here?
Yeah, I mean, you totally heaped a lot of praise on here, and I think it's deserving. Two things that I love. I don't see any what I called yesterday boo-boo days. I don't see a day, maybe the highest I see him up and flat and then losing money was up 1,300, ending today down 2,200. Okay, I can live with that. That's fine. None of that. Very good at not automatically defaulting to expanding limits when they're up, which we see constantly. And second, I love that there are days that he loses or makes a little bit that are not the daily loss limit. I see some down days that are just down a fraction of that DLL. That's great to see. And then this isn't a critique, it's just advice. I love he's taken out 20 grand worth of payouts. With the current balance, he's had 2 tough days in a row. Current balance is about 12,000. Am I seeing this right? After the payouts, I would not risk the $3,000 DLL anymore until you build that balance up a little bit. That's 25% of the account right now. If you want to keep this, you've already won the count, $20,000. So it's up to you, but I would risk less until you build up that equity a little more. But this is great.
Yeah, definitely. And some evidence that is what's taking place has happened today. Like I said, at last check, David was up about $1,100. So that may have changed since the start of this broadcast. But looks like another, kind of small winning day. Would love to see him book a couple of those, get out of that, kind of that striking distance of, the maximum loss limit like you're talking about, and continue to build it and compound it. Because like I said, we've seen so much evidence from David that he is a competent, capable, profitable trader. It's just about longevity. It's just about being able to do this, not just over a month or two, but do it over, honestly, a year or two would be really the next big leap for David, I think, is to maintain this live account and pull out, X number of dollars over that year span by maintaining the live account and trading it responsibly. So never going to knock anyone from taking big payouts. Love a big payout, but like you said, the current position he's in, got to be a little cognizant of that account balance relative to the allowable daily loss limit. So good stuff. Yeah, let's move on to our next card here. We've got Earl up, who probably heard us mention his name a little bit earlier. Earl is up $17,000 today. Happy to report that he did that through trading a little bit earlier today, and for at least the last 2 hours or so has not placed any new trades in the account. So Earl, hope you're watching this. Really want to see you book that $17,000 winning day, because that is really a great step forward to keeping this account, getting back to a position where you can strike at new account balance highs. So far, we have not seen a payout from this account yet across 16 days. Assuming today is a profitable day, This will be 4 winning trading days of $200 or more, meaning we only need one more day after today of $200 profit in order to take what would be a really considerable payout, $10,000 or more. And so that's what I would aim for. That's what's written here at the bottom of this trading card. It's so easy to, listen to your ego or whatever it is that's kind of chirping at you saying, let's get it to 32,000 and make account balance highs, or let's get it to 50,000 or whatever that number is. Focus on earning a payout, right? Similar to, I know you mentioned Susan, almost Voldemort style earlier, having booked that large winning day and then, sort of recklessly not chasing those minimum profitable days in order to capture the payout. Earl's in a great spot where he's only got to book one more day of $200 or more. There's no reason that couldn't be tomorrow, but it doesn't have to be. It could also be Monday. What can't happen is multiple daily loss limit days following this big winning day. That is pretty much the only thing that can't happen in order to really capitalize on what has been a fantastic trading day. $17,000 in a day is a big win. And part of my job and this segment and this program is to help talk you through, the emotions associated with that and ground you a little bit so that you can actually book that and it hits your bank account. That's our primary goal. So, the statistics here look pretty good. I mean, they're going to look better, I should say, after today. Those big winning days when you have, fewer than 20 trading days complete really tend to, warp the averages to a degree. So these averages reflect the absence of today's $17,000 winning day. But all that being said, clearly there's room for improvement from a day in, day out operational account management type of standpoint. Let's book a payout and go from there. And once you've taken that payout, you should really be able to trade in a relaxed fashion and continue to stack up profits longer term. So that's what I've got for this trading card. Jack, anything on Earl? Words of wisdom, advice, nuggets you can pull out of here?
So when we do this show, I try and meet you where you are. So this is not advice for everyone, because we always preach to trade what's there, trade your strategy. But occasionally you have to play the game a little bit. Earl, I would strongly encourage you to keep that $17,000 today, be done trading. And then honestly, for the next couple days, you get the days off. All you got to do is place a bracket order for a 1-to-1 trade you like. 1 contract, 2 contracts. But here's the key. It has to make you over $200. Okay? You see what we're saying here? If you do that over the next couple days until you get that day, the odds are very slim that you're going to lose much money, but you will qualify for a payout. Then please take that payout, because you are far too acquainted right now with the DLL. And you can do what you want to do, but I think it's super important that you get eligible for a payout and consider taking one before you risk the serious money you have now in this account if you're up 17K today, right? Right. The way these streaks work, it is entirely possible that you lose all that money within 5 days.
Right.
Maybe 6. It's happened before in this account. I can see it right now. 10 of the 11 first trading days were 3K losses. So please, from the bottom of my heart, please make $200 and then do whatever you want, but take a payout.
Yeah.
But good job today, man.
I like what you said about playing the game. Understanding where you are relative to the overall game. There's tons of sports analogies that would work here. If you're a baseball fan, I would say this is probably akin to having a $17,000 winning day is like hitting a triple, and then trying to replicate that the next day is you're going to steal home base now. it's just reckless. It's just not necessary, right? Your odds of getting all the way home and actually getting the payout are much higher if you just relax. If you just put on that bracket order, try to book the $200 day, the single $200 day you have left, and touch home base, right? Take that payout, and then we can start game planning about how we're going to build account balances higher from there. So, good stuff, Jack. That's all I had.
Yeah, I mean, trading is all strategy, right? So think strategically. You're in a unique position right now where you have a low winning day percentage. You tend to hit the DLL, and you need one more $200 day to get the payout, right? If you think economically, optimizing, game theory, whatever you want, you need that $200 day. So just go and get it. But once again, great job today. Ben, thank you for playing Hurt. Let's take a look at the Doppler before we leave.
Let's see.
Actually refresh this. Let's see what we got. All right. Stay safe, St. Petersburg. If you are hunkering down and looking for something to watch, first, you see that form up there? That's questions for Coach Robert, who's going to be on next for group coaching. Get in there right now. Submit your questions. He will answer them for you. He is the guru of all things Top Step X. Then, at 1 o'clock, we got Robert staying with Deanna for some market stalking with Coach Jay. And then Power Hour, we may have something special. So stick around. We'll be back after this. Stay golden. Stay safe. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to Group Coaching. It is that time of day where we take your questions, you from the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. We still have a question form pinned to the chat right now. If you see it and you have a question, click on that link and submit a question. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding some of these questions to Coach Robert, who you are looking at right now with this Topstep X screen. What's happening today, Coach Robert?
Doing good. We have a house account update coming on. I remember there was a trade you had on, and I was in the background coming back from lunch. How's that doing?
Sure do. We were long 5 ES from 57.89 quarter with a 57.84 half stop. That trade was stopped out for a $1,252 loss. It was a good stop at the time. We found a little liquidity at new lows, came right back down to settlement price in the ES before returning higher. We're trading back above yesterday's value area high, which is at 57.92 right now. If you have daily levels up on your Topstep X platform, we're right back to yesterday's value area high, 57.92. So we did get squeezed out of that, saw the bounce, but we live to fight another day. House count now down about $1,250. I'm sorry, $2,250 down for the house account right now. All right, Coach Robert, before we get started with the questions, we did have some traders were curious about the risk management spreadsheet that you put together for all the different products, trading in a 50K combine, trying to hit a profit target of $3,000. Why don't we pull that up real quick and go over that one more time? And you have it up there. I see it.
Yeah. Just dragged it across. So this is something that a few days ago, what is this? This Thursday, so I think Tuesday, we did a little pop-in and asked the chat, gave them two options that were not only really different, stark differences, but they were definitely opposite. And this is the one that they chose. They wanted to see a risk calculation. The other one was going to be it's something I talked about before. We're using different types of candle charts and different types of charting in Confluence. Like you could have a 15-minute chart of candles, but then a 5-minute chart of candles and a 15-minute chart of like Heikin-Ashi candles, and then a 2-minute chart of Renko candles. So you can see the close price action, the long-term direction, and then a bunch of levels, and just how to try to use those different ones in Confluence. Maybe we'll do that at another time, but we did that during a group coaching session not long ago. However, that was one option. The other option was this thing you're looking at right here. It's just a spreadsheet that helps with risk management calculations. Now, JD, what I did was I highlighted right up here on the top left-hand side. You can enter in your current balance, the profit target, and the loss limit for whatever account you're trading. And these are the standard. These are the setup of if I'm a 50K account, my profit target is 53,000. My max loss is 48,000. Just starting with that, it'll calculate the distance between the profit and the distance to the loss. And it will give you on each instrument in the section here, the blue is equities, then we have commodities, and we have gold and bonds and so on and so forth. But it will calculate how many points you need to reach that current profit target, and then it will convert it to ticks. Then the section to the right under red, I try to color coordinate these, it will tell you how many points away you are from your loss limit, and then converts that in ticks. Because some trade in ticks, it's better to use, and some are better off in points like the YM. There's no ticks between it, but if you're trading gold, you may want to use the ticks, for example. In the right-hand column converts to the bottom to the number of days to pass and how many lots you're trading. So in this particular setup, if I'm looking to try to pass in 10 days with a brand new 50K combine, it would take me 6 days using this setup based on what I have to do for a profit. Okay, so let's say here let's change this a little bit. It's going to be pretty simple. Let's say my balance now is not $50,000. I make $1,000. So now it's $51,000 my current balance. My profit target is still the same because that's what I need to pass. But my loss limit now at the end of that day, it's actually going to go up to $49,000. Okay? So what that means is it gives us our distance to our target and our profit. It ends up just subtracting them. It's just real simple math. But we can see the points go down for how much we need in points and how much the loss limit is. And now at 10 days to pass, we have 9 days to pass, and it does the calculation for us. And I will fix this piece right here. I didn't realize it was off like that, so I will change this so it rounds it to a whole number, and that'll be all well with the world on there. Okay, so let's go back to 10 days right now. And let's say the next day we're at 51,000. But let's say we lose $500. That's going to put us back to 50,500. But because our loss limit is a little higher, it's not going to change. So now we can see we're 2,500 from our profit target and only 1,500 away from our loss. So that's going to skew. We now need 50 points to reach our target in ES. In NQ, we need X amount of points, and so on and so forth. And we need to break it up that way. So it all does it calculates it automatically for you. Now, what if I want to change? Like, I'm going to go a little heavier on this. So I'm going to use 3 contracts this time. Well, as 3 contracts, I only need 17 points to pass on the ES based on the profit, and only 10 points to take the loss. It's a very rudimentary sheet that you can use, but as long as you're just changing these yellow cells, you can. It's going to calculate it for you. It just gives you a good overview. Just keep this off to the side and say, okay, my current balance, I'm going on a 50K combine. I'm currently at, $5,235, $52,235. So that's where I'm at. I have $765 here in the green to pass. And because I was trailing up, my stop loss, my max loss limit, let's put that pretty close to 49,000. Let's go 49,960. Oh, there we go. It's telling us how far we have to go to reach our loss limit, and it's telling us how far we need to go for our profit target. Very, very simple. And if I'm doing that with 2 contracts, let's say I'm on the scaling plan, and because I'm in an XFA, starting with 50K, become 2, and I don't want 5 days to pass anymore. I just want to see what I'm like for 5 days, because once you're on the combine, there's nothing to pass, right? So it just breaks it down for you, and I want to make this available to everyone. I will share the link. I'm going to correct this one column right here, just to do a rounding on it, and then I will put it inside of the public shared folder on Google Drive that I share all the time, and then you can use this. So you just have to download it because it's going to be a read-only file in the shared folder. Just download the spreadsheet and then use it as your discretion. So this is what was something that was asked for from our viewers. And we provided. And it was a little bit tough because I ended up yesterday, I left a little bit early. I wasn't feeling that great. So I had to kind of scurry around a little bit this morning and wrap it up. But we have it. So you asked, we delivered. And I don't know, JD, what do you think? Is this going to do some good, do some damage? What do you think?
Guys, I think that's pretty awesome. Coach Robert is literally doing your homework for you right now. Once he shares that, I highly recommend that you go ahead and download it and start using it on a daily basis so you know exactly what you need to do day to day in your trading combine or funded level account. That is great. Nice job, Robert. That's a game changer.
Thank you very much. Yep, I will move that to the side and we will get on with the coaching. But you asked for it, and we somebody Blue Boy says we're feeding the spreadsheet addiction right now. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there, so enjoy it. We'll move this off to the side. Let's get to your questions. I'll make that adjustment in that last column. It's just a rounding feature, and I will put that in there. I'll upload to the spreadsheet to the chat, and we'll get it to you guys.
Yep, as soon as it's ready, you're going to have it in the chat. All right, let's move on to a question. Question number the first from Reg, a.k.a. Reg. How do you establish when you're in a range day rather than a trend day? Also, how do you recommend trading ranges? Thanks in advance. There's quite a few ways to identify a range versus a trending day. First of all, look at the time frame that you're trading on. If you're not holding trades for more than 10 or 15 minutes, I would recommend scaling back to a higher time frame or a lower time frame, 15, 10, 5, 3 minutes, whatever. And then look at things like they're lagging indicators, but you can look at things like moving averages and VWAP, the volume weighted average price. When you see those lines starting to go flat, you know the market is moving sideways. That's what it does. It calculates price action, giving weight to the more recent prices. So when those lines start to straighten out, you know that the market is going sideways, aka ranging. Coach Robert, you look at things like tick charts and range bars. How much different is it to spot a range day versus a trend day, looking at the charts that you look at versus a time-based chart?
Thanks, JD. And thanks for the question, aka Reg. In my opinion, it's significantly easier because it's if you take your ranges and you put your bars up there and say let's 20 points, Again, it's arbitrary because it'll be different on instruments, but I put it at 20 points and the market's ranging 25. You can get a bar plotted, another bar. And if it's ranging for an hour and a half, you might get 4, 5, 6 bars. Clearly, you can see the range on that. Whereas if I had like a 1 minute chart, I'm going to be looking at 120 candles and probably get faked out a bunch. Tick charts are similar because I did this the other day. I think it was during Power Players. I just blocked off the time component in the tick charts. And the tick chart only plots when a certain amount of ticks up and down of price movement has happened. So if the market is really volatile and it bounces up and down quite a bit, however far, it's going to plot those tick candles faster. Therefore, there'll be more of them, but still not based on time. So it's directly into this question of how do you establish when it is a range day rather than a trend day? Well, here's the deal, AKA Reg. We don't know it's a trend day until it is a trend day. And just like we can't, you hear the terms that, don't catch a falling knife. Well, it's not a falling knife until it is one. You could just be dropping down and say, all right, hey, the market's dropping down a little bit. It's right to that MA. You're going to go to buy it. Oh, no, it broke through the MA. It goes down a little further. Oh, look at that. It's at the VWAP. So I'm going to buy with a VWAP balance. And then it goes through and hits your stop. Now it's at the low of day. And you see a little rejection down there. Great. Support level. I'm going to buy it there. And then it goes through. And now you look back and you go, dang it, I just caught a falling knife. My answer to that is no, you didn't. You took 3 trades, one at a moving average, one at VWAP, and one at a low of day bounce. And then when you look back, it is a falling knife. Same thing with the trend. How do you know it's a trend day? Simple. You don't until the trend happens. A trend is not a trend until it is one. That's what makes it a trend. The same thing can happen. All right, market is going up. What is it going to do? Well, it just broke out of the opening range. Cool. It's going up a little more, pull back, up a little more, pull back. Now it's an hour in, and you're at the top of the initial balance. And now it breaks out of the top of the initial balance. Great. I'm going to play a breakout of the initial balance high. All right. Get something on there. Okay, that's really cool. Pull back, up, pull back. And then it comes down a little bit further. VWAP is curling up on you. It taps VWAP and starts going up again. You play that VWAP bounce, take that little ride up with it, and you go, hey, this is amazing. But then you look back and you go, I took a couple of scalps out of an opening range, out of initial balance, and a bounce off of VWAP. Why didn't I hold it from the beginning and ride the trend all the way up? Answer, you didn't know it was a trend until it was a trend. So, AKA Reg, I love the question. It's a really common one, but the answer is, how do you know? The answer is you don't. So you have to prepare for both of them. You can look at it and say, all right, I'm going to play, I'm a range trader, and it comes up to a top of a range and it starts to fall back a little bit. I put my Adobe time hat on, and I'm going to show at the top of the range. If you're a trend trader, you say, I don't like this. I want to break out of the range and then show me have it come back and test and keep going. Now you can get into that trend. So hopefully that answers your question, because you really don't know. And there are 2 ways to play range. The second half of your question, how do you, what's the recommendation of trading ranges? There's only 2 ways you can trade a range. Well, there's 3 ways actually. One is you don't. You could just stay out if you don't like trading ranges, no problem. But then other than that, other than not trading, there are 2 ways to trade it. One, you can play the breakouts up and down. That's the style I like. I love seeing those ranges. I love seeing those consolidations. Why? Well, it's not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of them is that it's not going to stay where it is forever. So as soon as we get consolidation, regardless if it's a time chart, range chart, Renko chart, tick chart, whatever it is, if you see these candles squishing up and it's just a consolidation, bouncing back and forth, becoming that range, that consolidation area, you'd bet the farm that it's not going to stay there forever. So this is why I like playing once it gets out the top and once it gets out the bottom, long and short. The other way that you can trade the ranges is once you identify the range and it gets to the top of the range, short it. And then see if it goes back down. Yes, sometimes it will if the range continues. And if it doesn't and it blows out the top of it, guess what? Take a stop out, jump on it the other direction, possibly. Next thing you know, you're looking at a trend day. So kind of tied those 2 together. But JD, you have any more thoughts on that? I think it's just pretty clear as like how to identify it. And that's the name of the game. That's all we do. We're speculators. We don't know. Nobody knows. We only know our entry. We know our stop because we know how much we want to risk. We don't know where it's going to go. And that's why we have risk management. This is why we have stops in place. And hopefully we're right more than we're wrong.
Yeah, you nailed it there with risk management and having a trading strategy for trading ranges. Like you said, trading the breakouts or fading extremes. Either way, your risk is predefined and you know what your profit target is before you even get in the market. If you're fading extremes, your risk is going to be where that trade is invalidated, a breakout period or a breakout area. Your reward, your profit target, it's either halfway through, peel some off, or you're looking to fade the opposite extreme of that range and just keep going long and short as the range continues. Eventually, it will break out, though, because nothing goes sideways forever, as we see every day in these markets. So have a strategy for trading ranges, for trading extremes, and trading breakouts when we do have ranging days. All right, next up, we got a question from our old friend, Bob D. Bob D says, I enjoyed your video on scalping set up for Topstep X. In that video, you were using a $100 stop loss and a $100 take profit. With the market conditions we have been seeing lately, would you recommend different settings? So it's a question on volatility. When you see spikes in volatility, do you expand your risk parameters, or do you keep everything the same no matter what? Does it ever change?
It does change, and Bob D, thank you very much for the question. Absolutely. In that video, if it's a $100 stop and a $100 take profit, I was probably demoing that video on micros. Because as an NQ trader, mostly $100 is not enough. It's not good enough for NQ, in my opinion. It's $20 a point, it's 5 points, and you're done. And by the time you take your finger off the mouse, sometimes it's moved 5 points. So that's not gonna be enough. So yes, you need to adjust, but don't adjust outside of your risk tolerance. For example, you're on the 50K combine and you're in a bit of a drawdown. You may want to shrink that up a little bit and wait for less volatility, or change your time frame. So what you're looking at is less volatile, respectively speaking, and then get in and out a little bit sooner, a little bit quicker. $100, yeah, that's just a little bit lower on NQ. I'll have to go back and see the specific video you were speaking of. That'd be pretty good for ES if you get those bottomless ranges, or you have a nice opening range play like Hogue likes to do, and it's not very big. You get that breakout, just adjust it accordingly. What I like to do though is I like to have my settings. It's my live account. Yeah, it's a live account, and I have it set for 1,000 and 1,000 right now. Now, why is that? Well, it matches what I'm doing. I'm on this YM journey. The YM is $5 a tick, and I'm entering with five contracts at a time. So I have some room. I have some room to play around, and I always like getting into trades with always having a target and stop, using the bracket orders there. And if for some reason if I'm in a scalping mode, I just want to mark it in, I'm still going to mark it into it and then instantly drag a stop to a particular place. Let me click over. Actually, I'm not going to do it. We want to save time here. But when I place a bracket order on the chart, my stop and target are very far away, just so I don't get stopped out real quick if the market just goes opposite my direction as soon as I get in, which can happen sometimes. And I just drag them to the reasonable spot. So I know, like, if I entered right here, I'm not going to. If I entered right here right now, let's say I'm short, I may want to have my stop around this level, just because it's at the top of this volume profile. I have an idea this is like 30 points away, which is totally fine. But when I click sell, my stop is actually going to be way up here. My projected stop, my target's going to be way down here. So I'm just going to drag it. I'm going to take one of them. I'll just drag it down and say, all right, my stop, yeah, that's right about where I like to have it. My target, I don't want it way down there. It's going to go through a bunch of stuff. I want to get it right at the bottom of this low volume area right on this side. Okay. So yes, putting it on the chart, dragging it to where you need to, or where it's most evidential for you and most beneficial for you for what you're trading. And that $100 stop and $100 take profit were based on the chart at that time on that instrument while doing that demo. It is absolutely different each time, and it should be. It's going to be based on what the market volatility and your account size, how much you have left in it, and your own risk tolerance. It's going to be different. A 50K account, 150K account. 50K account, we are almost ready to roll into the XFA, or maybe you're in an XFA and you're just looking to make those couple $100 to take a payout. Go for it. That's a great way to do it. That's a great setup. So adjust it accordingly.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for the question, Bob. All right, we got a couple minutes left. We have some Topstep X functionality questions. Let's try to burn through as many of these as we can. First, we're going to take a couple questions from Linda. Linda wants to know, are there alerts available on Topstep X? Can we automate trading strategies? And also, there used to be a time feature on Topstep X to see how much time was left in our time frame. How do I get that back? The countdown clock on your price scale. How do you turn that on and off?
All right, so we'll do that. So the alerts are not here yet. It's on the roadmap, and the automation is not there. It's on the roadmap as well with the API access. If you're coding, I think backend it's going to be a JavaScript communication. That is not available yet. We just want to make sure everything is sound and stable first and get the features in that kind of everybody wants. There's only a small percentage that are looking for like automation side of things. So that's just going to be a little further down. And I would assure you that the alerts would be coming up first. I don't have the date for you, but watch it on the roadmap. Now, JD, I don't have my timer on this because it's a tick chart. So I'm going to quickly switch to a time chart, and we can do this a couple of ways. Really quick, we can go on the right, the top up here. We can choose the time from the drop-down list. If I click the star next to it, it will put it up in my memorized area, the favorites area, and I can just click on it. Or as long as I have, I'm going to click right in the center of the chart. As long as I have the chart in focus by making it active, if I want a 5-minute chart, I say the number 5. You can see it shows the interval. So I hit 5, enter, and there's a 5-minute chart. If I want a 15-minute chart, 1-5, enter. So there it is. So back to a 5-minute chart. On the right-hand side, we can now see 4 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in this 5-minute candle. How do we get that on there? Right-click, settings, and we have under the scales side, because it's a scales function, right here in the middle, countdown to bar close. A lot of these things you can find also in the Topstep X 5 minutes or less series. I do have a few more of those to do, getting into my home pretty soon. We'll get some more videos out there. In the meantime, Gabe was doing a wonderful job with these new updates. I will post the 5 minutes or less link to YouTube in there, and have a ball. There's a lot of great stuff in there.
Cool. And next up, we got Lucy with a couple questions about Topstep X functionality. Having an issue going back and forth between accounts. How to prevent issues with trading when we have to always type account name in 2 places to switch between accounts. Lucy claiming she had some trouble with the trading combine today because she couldn't switch fast enough between accounts. What's the easiest way to do this? It's very simple.
Easiest way. Yeah, it's very simple. We have this thing called the chart link right here. See at the top, chart link. So I have this link on yellow. And by adding the chart link to our chart, the settings, we can choose the input. We can choose the color we want. Now, if this is on yellow, I go on the right-hand side mine's on the right-hand side, but under the order panel, I have this on yellow also. My DOM, I have this on yellow also. Now, if I don't, let's just take the DOM, the order panel off, and let's change the instrument to NQ. If I do it the right way, NQ, we can see that the yellows all changed to NQ, but this order panel did not because it's not linked. So that's probably what's going on here. I put it back on yellow, guess what? It changed to NQ. You should only have to type it in one spot. And this is true anywhere. Let's go back to the order panel and let's go to ES this time. Now I'm going to choose ES. Well, everything is linked to yellow, so everything just became ES. That's kind of an easy way to do it, a really quick way to do it. You can search for on the top top left-hand side by just putting your instrument in there if you want to search for something. Or you can just start typing it. I like the YM, so as long as I'm active, I showed you before, if I type the number 5, it's going to give me an interval change. If I want YM, I'm going to type YM. And what does it do? It brings me right to the YM screen. And there we have it. Everything is linked, everything is together, everything is synced. Hopefully I helped you out, Linda.
Yes, Linda, remember, check out those Topstep X in 5 minutes or less videos. Coach Robert goes through all of these functionality issues. I wouldn't call them issues. He goes through all of the functionality like this in those Topstep X in 5 minutes or less videos. So please reference those. Robert worked really hard on them, and they're great. They're very informational and very detailed. You should learn something about your platform by watching them. All right, with that, folks, we are out of time for group coaching today. Stick around. Thank you Thank you to Coach Robert for being here, answering these questions. Thank you to all of you for submitting your questions. We do apologize if we didn't get to all of them. We'll try a little harder tomorrow to answer what we missed today. Stick around. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back with Market Stalking with Dee. Deanna's here. She's going to be joined by Robert. You got another full hour of Coach Robert, and Coach Jay is going to be here. So stick around. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back.
And here we are with a market stalker D right there. Market stalking, and see if I can get the angle right. Is she here? Yes, I get that correct. Right in the middle, we have D. On the other end of it, we have Coach Jay. You got it right the first time, Jay. I always get these arrows backwards. How many times
It's
I
tough,
do
man.
it. And yeah, we get a little combination thing here. We got market stalking and we have basketball. So there you go. Boom, boom, boom. We get the two of you on there. We got a nice little background for you. We'll head it out. So, D, we have an oil, a CL trade that you might be seeing, and we have keys to the house account. So let's put that right out front. D, if you see something, let's jump on it. Coach Jay, if you see something, let's jump on it. I'm looking on that YM journey type thing, so we can do YM if we want, but we can also do NQES, anything on the CME. We'll see if we see something. We're not going to force a trade, but if it's there, we are going to take it. What do we got?
Should I go?
Anything on that oil trade there, D?
Yeah. So,
yep, there it is.
right. So, I am in a crude oil trade. It's been a little bit painful. So basically, we've been inside the initial balance all day, but obviously Asia kind of took it down a lot. Now we have some option expiries all the way down at 65, and I'm not saying that we're going to get there, but we are still very very range bound, and it can't, like we know, it can't stay there in range forever. So what I would be expecting is a flush down, maybe at some point. There's always a risk that it rallies into settlement, of course, and this is a combine. It's not like the most obvious high probability trade. I'm just kind of going along with whatever the news we had. We had some potential ceasefire in Middle East. We had Libya restarting production. We had some OPEC news, and all of that kind of weighed on price of crude oil overnight. So by the time that we came to trade London, New York, it's just not really doing much, right? But it might start moving as we get closer to settlement, and that's happening in about 25 minutes or so. I do see a supply that is causing some jip in ES. So it's on a 15 minutes. And again, I will be looking for maybe further shorts if we can get a reversal and then maybe into a value acceptance. So that's something that would be a continuation of the downside auction that we've seen all day. So we had a gap fill, then we had a move from the value high post gap fill, then another reversal at IB low, and then an attempted value acceptance. So the question now is, if we do reverse at this supply, can we actually finally accept value and rotate downwards? So that will be the trade for me to look out for that has more juice in it, maybe some, higher probabilities than the crude oil trade that is kind of a part macro. What are your thoughts, guys?
Yeah, Jay, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I like the ES idea. If we have my screens up, we have this anchored VWAP from the session open, kind of sloping downwards. It's right around 5,800 right now. So what I would want to see is, D's talking about the supply. I want to see a test of that supply. Buyers really not, convinced that they want to trade price above that, and then taking the short back down. Somewhat of a range bound trade, right, where we're shorting the highs of the range, but it's more like a channel downwards. So that would just be highs of the channel, potentially shorting from there. Risk on that, I don't know that I would want to risk above 5808, 5810. Because then at that point, it's, we've accepted above VWAP. The market may just trade to the other side, back up to the highs. So if we were taking a short somewhere around 5808 is where my risk would go. And then looking at the Dow,
quite a wide stop.
Yeah, it would be a pretty wide. I think that's where we're wrong. Where would you say your entry would be on this ES trade, D?
Well, for now, I'm still waiting for it to reverse from the supply, right? And we're kind of not even there, because I see that you've got, what's that time frame? I can't see.
This is a 3 minute. I can go to a 15.
3 minute. Okay. I mean, it might test up to all the way up to the top of that area. So we could be just doing the thing where we just wait for the price to tell us what it wants to do, right? That's always the best way. You're very good with volume, so we can lean on your analysis to basically time this trade better. I would agree with you that the invalidation point is up into the initial balance. But if we do get a reverse, that might allow us to perhaps
Just go with
limit
it.
risk. Yeah, but maybe just limit risk a little bit. Yeah,
Makes sense.
I like that. Yeah.
Okay, well, if that comes to fruition, we'll give it a shot. I pulled over to the ES. That's what we're looking at. YM isn't doing a heck of a lot. My 2 cents on this, I agree with what you both said there. I'm looking at the volume profile for the entire session on the right-hand side. Actually, make that a little bit wider. You can see it. There we go. Even a little further. Here. So there's our volume profile for this session. I do agree with everything that you guys were saying. Really appreciate that. One thing I'm going to add to this is we have my coveted ADX is on the downslope, which means the strength of the direction is slowing. And we want it to come back up again, but on the downside. So right now it's been up, and this is since 12:20 Central Time up to the current time. It's been pushing up, and it is slowing down with my one little ADX down the bottom. We have this yellow line. That's our ADX line. It's dropping down. We have the red and the green. The green is the long direction. We can see it's weakening, and we can see the red is the short direction, and that is strengthening, but they're about equal, and ADX is right in that spot. So the only way I would approve, I'll throw my check on there, is if we start to curl down to the short side. We have our red DI minus increasing and taking over our greens, and then we have our ADX increasing, which means the strength of that direction is also increasing. I would love a short there, and then we manage our risk from that point on.
Oh. So let me ask you a question about the ADX, because I know of it, but it's never really been a part of my my approach. So how long does that take to actually give you a signal? Like, is it fairly quick? Is it, how lagging is it? I suppose the question is.
Yeah, it's a great question. You can adjust how lagging it is or how far it looks back. Now, since I'm using tick charts, I want it on a shorter time. It's currently at 10. It's a 10 period setting. And now pull that up. I'll show you my DMI settings. There it is at 10. And I always have the smoothing twice the length of it. If I make them the same, you can see the yellow line at the bottom. If I make them the same, it gets real choppy. And that's not really a thing. So I want the smoothing. I want to respond in a certain amount of time, but then smooth it out over a longer period of time. Now, D, the question is, with this, although I have it set at a 10 period, if I were to trade a 15-minute chart, there is no way I would have it on a 10 period because I'm looking back 150 minutes at that point. So, that's something I wouldn't want to do, right? I would want to shorten that up. Now, check this out. While we're jumping right on this now, let me be real clear so you can see it in action. Right now, see, we have our ADX as the yellow. It just curled up, which means the direction of the strength is increasing. And we have our green DI is a directional index plus, positive. DI plus just really overtook the red. So this is a really quick entry. So as soon as this happened, I really should have jumped into this trade on the long because we have those 220 MAs that I use are on the long side. We had our we had our green direction take over to the long side, and we have our ADX say, "Yup, it's going long, but it's going long with gusto." It's my word, with gusto. So that would be something I would want to jump into and then get out of the trade. You're going to lengthen or shorten that look back time depending on the chart that you're using. It's a tick chart right here, 500 ticks on the ES on the right-hand side. So I want it pretty quick.
1,300 bid at 57.95 half in the ES. I don't want to fight whoever that is.
No, that's
I don't
generally a
want to
bad
fight them. Yeah, I don't want to fight them. Coach Robin, looking at the Dow looks like it's in this range-bound market for the day. I'm not the greatest range-bound trader, but I think if I was going to trade a range-bound market, I would like to short the highs here and short right about here, risking the highs and somewhere back into the middle of the range as a target, 42,500.
Okay, I have the Dow up now. Keep on your screen. I have the Dow up now as well. Looking at the ticks, looking at ADX. It's on the positive side. ADX is curling off. So what we're seeing here is the DI plus, the directional index of the longs going to the upside, is reducing, and also the current direction, which is up, is slowing. So I would agree with that, and it's right at the top of the day, right at the resistance you had. I don't know. Do we want to put a trade on? You good with it, Deanna?
I think we have two really good options here.
Before we do that, I'm just checking edge full data. One worry that I have is that we're still inside initial balance on Dow. And The issue is that if we look at how often no breaks of the initial balance happened in the last 6 months, it's only about 4%. Are we in a 4% day today? That is the question. Are we in some kind of a very abnormal range-bound day? Well, we don't know, right? But, I always like to rely on some data of this type, and I've got it on Thursday. So Thursdays generally break to one side by 72%. Now, that doesn't mean a trend. It just means that it breaks it, and then it can fail the auction. Another thing is that I do have the average daily range high up at 42,593. So just under that round number of 42,600. And I think that maybe we want to wait for that because that is effectively an algorithmic average of the number of days that, you look back is about 14 days. So that's where we were on average. So that was the range for the last 14 days. So maybe wait until it pushes up there and it's doing it now. So now we want to start watching and now we want to start doing what Robert was just explaining. Is that okay? How do you feel about that?
That sounds like a great thing. We're up about 1% on the Dow, so we're within your 4% range. Jay, we both look at the same thing. It's ranging. We're right at that 42,600 level that D just did. I would be comfortable shorting under one condition, that we have our DI minus the red area. It just shows there's more sellers coming in. It's driving the market down. And then having my ADX increase, which means it's not only driving down, it's driving down at a faster rate. I would agree with a short at that point. And of course, we manage our stop. Jay?
Yeah, that works for me.
Let's do it.
Okay, well, we'll keep it on the Dow. We'll see what happens. And let's talk about... Yeah. So let's talk about, I don't know, basketball or steaks or dogs. I'm just kidding. Let's see what the chat thinks about that. Let's throw a poll out there. I always get stuck making the poll, so I'm going to do it to somebody else. I don't know who's on it right now. So let's do a poll. Let's put a poll out there. We're going to short the Dow. Let's just say 42,600 as a YM short. Under conditions. So we're not going to jump on it right now. We want to see it. Let's just call that number 42,600. Do we want to short it if we hold under that number? So good luck putting that out in the poll, whoever is doing it at this point in time. And we'll be waiting for you. We'll be waiting for the chat. And if it curls down, we have some strength at the downside with gusto. We're going to jump on this baby.
Yeah. Nice.
Good call, Pete. Let's be recognizing that.
Wait and see. Yeah?
Yes. It's an option, right? This is all we're doing. That's all we can do. We speculate. We'll see what happens. Look at the reaction to the 42,600. If it breaks through, we just have another conversation. If it rejects and starts dropping quickly, we might be targeting down a point of control, which is at 42,488 roughly. The point of control for the beginning of the session is 42,500. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. We've got a plan. That's how you hypothesize.
That's wonderful. And if at any time we do not like it, just call it out. And we need to be in agreement for this. Because with house money on the line, we have to agree on the house side of things. I will execute. I'll be the executor of this, so it doesn't go. I won't be in trouble. No, I'm just kidding. You got my check. I didn't do it. I just placed the order. Nah, but I'll be part of this. I'll be part of this game as well.
So I know we were talking about the ES before. Just looking at all these markets, ES kind of pushed up to, I think, what that initial balance we didn't accept back inside the initial balance yet. D 5804 is where I have IB low.
Yeah, same. It's the same. Yeah.
Yep.
Good. All right. It looks like we should have a little bit of rollover. Go ahead, D, please.
No. I'm just looking at price action go. So we're using your ADX signal, so you know how to use it. So let's do that.
Yep, it is now the red. I'm going to make this a little bigger on the screen just for on television. I'd like to see it on the bottom, so I'll move it up some. We don't have to see granular information at this point. I see the red pushing up. It is just about level with the green, but what I don't like about this is the ADX is this yellow line. Is dropping off, which means even though we have reds coming and the negative movement happen and the greens, the positive movement lessening or shrinking or reducing, so is the trend strength. So We're not going to go into it yet. It's a good thing because the current uptrend is slowing based on the ADX, slowing down. The negative is coming up. The negative position is coming up. Positive isn't going down. But we want to see the negatives come up, overtake the positive positions, and then have that ADX say, yes, we're going down, and we're going down with strength. And that would be the key for right now. But I love the prices that we're talking about. I love the risk that we're talking about. So thank you both. Keep an eye on it.
No, thank you. This is great. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it. So we're not jumping in just because there's a level. We want to see something concrete happen with price activity before we get involved. So that's the secret. That's the secret sauce.
And I'm actually going to put a line on here. So the 42,600 in the Dow, just so we can see it. I'm going to put this as potential resistance. So therefore, this is what I like about doing these things on the charts, because we don't have to look at it anymore. Exit by accident here.
Someone in chat is saying, Dee, I never get to ask you questions, but watch your replays. Can you explain your auction theory concepts as if I were a toddler? Well, we would be here for the next 20 hours. It's a little bit of a loaded subject. It's just about looking at how price is reacting with some solid orientation points. That's like as simple as I can explain it. And then using the vertical histogram, that is the TPO profile or the volume profile, you can tell how that auction is doing, whether it's succeeding, whether it's failing, or whether it's pushing higher, or lower. So hopefully that's simple enough.
Someone's asking about how you can find the ADX. Just go on the top of my screen, on the top of the screen. Under indicators, if you just type in ADX, it's right at the top, the directional ADX. But the one I'm using, I'm actually going to remove that as a favorite, and it's called direction of movement. The direction of movement contains the ADX and the DI plus and the DI minus, and that's what we have set up on here. So we have our colors. DI plus, I chose green, of course. DI minus, I chose red, of course, and then the ADX line shows yellow, so we can see it. I have it on a length of 10, so if you're interested in that, it's right in the indicators. If you're using Topstep X, it is on 90% of platforms that I've seen out there. It's a cool feature. It's like anything else, though. It is an indicator, and it is quote unquote lagging, but it just gives you an eyeball, a nice eye glance look. Okay, so let's say you're doing something. You're doing great. You're on your own chart. You're watching Topstep TV, and you glance over and say, oh, that ADX is way down. It is right now. It doesn't mean it's going to stay there, but it just gives you a little quick glance down. I'm not going to touch that right now. And then if it is, you go, oh, great. Now I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to take a look at it. Just things make it easier like that. Is it necessary? No, but just it's an easier look for it.
Yeah, I was
Katie,
still like to see that
600
tagged, but we'll see. Sorry.
Yep.
No, not seeing anything else. I'm looking at the books right now to see what's out there in the YM. There's 60 contracts sitting at 42,600. Above that, there's another 60 at 42,629. So not a ton of size out there. It's just pretty slow right now.
Yep,
it is. It's in a market in general.
Yep.
I just threw the poll out there. I think maybe somebody was just out on break, whatever, a crossover. So I threw the poll in the chat about the house account potential. Let's get just some of these information. All right, we're just breaking down a little bit. We did, so let's talk about this. Let's watch this, and let's talk through this in real time. I do see the red is coming up, so the negative is pushing over. The green with the positive side is giving up. ADX is still down, so it hasn't curved yet. And if we look at this, I'm going to draw a range right around what we are looking at. Right here, and that range is 577 to 600. Let's call that 577 to 600. We have those MAs crossing. The red is now taken over. What do you think we take this short and put a stop above 600, folks?
I mean, if we fail the auction, because that's what's going to happen, it would be good, but we need to stick away from the round number and see where the dome orders are. So, Jay, what did you say? The 60 around 600?
600 and 610 right now. 62 contracts in either of those places. Yeah, one of my favorite trades to take is the market pushing into a major level and not hitting it. and then taking the trade in the opposite direction, where we just had that push into 42,600. We didn't see the buyers step up and take it out, and then just taking that short when they reject right away. Sometimes it's a quick scalp. Sometimes it turns into, the buyers are, getting out of the market now because we're not getting movement in their favor. So yeah, I do like this trade.
Do you like a short? We'll put in 5.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so
let's
all
do
right,
it.
we are 5 short. We have 5 short at 4.2 of the Dow, 4.2569, and I just automatically throw in my bracket orders, and it's $1,000 per contract. But we don't like this, so I'm going to move them to reasonable spots. We're talking about our reasonable stop will be where?
615.
615. You got it. We'll move this down to 615.
Let's
Okay.
do 617, just to make it
Okay.
an odd number.
Sorry, D.
Okay, and where's our target? Where's our target going to be? I'm going to put let's put our target at, go ahead, Jay.
Conservative target for me on this, we're in from 69.
569, yes, sir.
We're in from 569. Conservative target is going to be 530. And then the ultimate target, other side of the range, is 440. If we really do sell off back to the other side of that range.
All right. So here we are.
We're somewhere in the middle, around the VWAP. And there's a
500.
30-minute demand around just under 500, 486. So maybe we can.
Okay, so do we want to have our distant one down there? That's going to be a tough sell for me, D, because we have to cross over the high volume area on the right-hand side. We have to cross over point of control. I think it's going to get sticky there. What do you think we go with the 530 is right around the point of control. So I like that. And do we want to scale some of these out as we go down?
Oh yeah, so this is what I was saying. So let's scale some out at 530, which is the point of control, and then see, how it battles through that. But if we fail the auction, there's very good probabilities that it's going to rotate to the other side, like Jay was saying. However, I think on Dow, overnight VWAP tends to be pretty reactive, so I don't really want to go all the way to the other side. If we do manage to get some weakness around IB high. So yeah, maybe we can just put one at 530 and then one at what was the middle one that we were talking about for
32. 532.
Yeah, 32. Okay, that can be our final target. And then let's also put 500 as target 2.
Okay, so I'll move the 500, 42,500. We'll scale 2 off at 540.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that right? And then we want to scale 2 more off at like maybe 520 and then just let the rest run?
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Jay?
Yep, that works for me. That works for me. I was looking at the poll. It's pretty much 50-50.
Okay, so we'll do that. This needs to be a limit buy for 2.
Then we also have Gil with auction, not that complicated. I researched it, probably for like 3.5 seconds. First hour of trading, mark it out, and then watch the next hour or so if it breaks and stays outside of it or not. That is not the whole thing. That is like one tiny portion of the auction theory, and it pertains to the current day. Yeah, exactly. You have the previous day values where we're opening, known as the open sentiment. You have things like how is the price behaving around the opening range, which is the first minute of trading traditionally, but some people use 5 or 15. There's the single print TPOs. There's the poor highs, poor lows. Do you still think that's not a little bit more complex than just first hour trading? Are we breaking or not? It's like there's a lot more to it. And I think that's the reason why people are like, oh, this doesn't work. It does work, but there's like more components to it. You're not using it to the full potential. So maybe do a little bit more research. That would be my advice there.
I'm going to throw one more thing onto this trade, poll, not poll. I'm going to ask D and I'm going to ask Jay. What do you think, instead of risking our entire size of 5 lots on this short in YM, instead of risking the entire thing to 42.16, what if we took off, like, let's say 2 or 3 of them if we breach 42,600 so we don't have to continue to lose the full amount? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's something I like doing if I have to use a wider stop. Like I will have like mini points where I want to scale out if I'm in with more than one contract. It is a good idea. Yeah, just in case it creeps up all the way. We don't want to get smacked in the face for the full amount. Oh, my voice is going.
Okay, how does let's see, the high that we reached on this was actually 594. So so what do you think about taking 3 off at 610 just in case it goes against us?
And the ultimate stop is at 617.
Yeah.
607?
Yeah.
Jay?
I think 607 might be pretty decent. It's kind of in the middle of those 60 contracts. So yeah, 607 technically should hold, right? Because if we are failing the auction, we shouldn't even get anywhere near that.
Okay, we are down. We are now positive $250 on this short. Do we want to keep that limit buy-in at 547 for 2, or do we want to take 1 off now and change that to 1? We can lock in some profits.
Tough one. Let's see how it behaves on the approach.
Okay.
Because we really want to see it break down.
So we have my red. Yeah, if it's breaking down, I have my the DI minus is definitely overtaken the green, which is DI plus. It means directional trend is now down. My ADX is above the threshold of 25, and it is curling up, which means it's getting a stronger push to the downside. I would actually vote to pull 1 off right now and then have 1 off the limit buy. Actually, no, we're going to keep it. We just took them out 200. We locked in $209.50. That's good enough for a payout.
There we go. Yes.
$200 locked in. We are,
right there. That 547 is the opening range high. So may give us a little bit of a hesitation here, but it looks like it wants to accept back at least to 50% of that. The daily range. So, good taking 1 off there. We're in 4 now.
We are in 3 right now. It actually hit our limit buy of 2. I would suggest now that we almost pull 1 off. We split the difference on the limit buy because our point of control actually shifted up, which means we have to break through it. So I would suggest we take 1 more off around 40, and then we take 1 more off at the 23 that we had. I just love locking in these profits. I don't want to make sure we don't get stuck.
I know you do. Yeah, I know you do. See, because we have failed the auction here. So
okay, let it go. Right. All right.
Yeah.
Let it go.
Just a little bit. If it starts to hesitate, we can absolutely pull more off. Right.
Awesome.
So let's just let the price action tell us. If it starts to bounce, we can definitely clip some more off.
Sounds good. Love it. Jay, you in agreement?
Yeah, I'm looking for us to accept back into this opening range now, and we're just hesitating here a little bit, but of course it's a low volume session, so we're not going to get the quickest move in the world. But yeah, I like where we're at. We did secure some profit, so we reduced the risk. We already talked about trailing that, that ultimate exit. So, we were risking about $1,200 on this trade. I think if we hits our stop, we probably lose about $700.
We do. Let's move our stop down. Want to move our stop down?
Yeah. So we don't want this outside of the initial balance, right? We do not want it creeping back up. Yeah.
Correct.
So yeah, I would be in favor of that. I'm not a huge fan of like moving stops and stuff, but this is a quicker trade. So yeah, let's move it down.
Okay, so
I'm
down.
going to say it break even.
Break even.
Let's do it. We made 200.
You want to break even?
Yeah, we made 200. There's no point.
I just moved it to break even. Yeah, I would lock 1 more in to be honest right now, but
take 1 off. Go ahead.
Because we're gonna hit our stop. We'll buy 1. I'll just mark it in by 1. We just locked in another $30 here, and we are at break even. So right now we have a free trade. We are now 2 short on the Dow at 42,564 is our price. We have 233 locked in. We have an unrealized of 70. Now our ADX is slowing down at the bottom. We have our direction of the negative, which is the red, is reducing, and we have our greens coming up. So what we're doing is the directional trend to the downside is slowing, and we have the greens coming in, the longs coming in, taking over the reds. Doesn't mean it's going to stop. It just means that it's slowing. So if I were to do anything here, we have an option. We can just, 3, right? We can let it go, just let it play out. We can take the remaining $100 profit and call it a day, or we can add to the position if we still think it's going down. I will disagree with adding because of all of the DI stuff. I don't want to take it off, and I think we can just let it play out. What say you guys?
Yeah,
I agree. I don't think we should be adding. Yeah.
Let it play. Let it play. There's a candle that we're kind of testing. There's a candle that we're testing right. Robert, I know this is like 10 times your average trade time in a trade. So I love the collaboration. everyone has to go
longest
against what
longest
they
trade
normally
of
do.
Robert's life.
Right.
Pretty much, yeah.
But I really like, so there's this candle from yesterday. If we have my screen up real quick, there's pretty good price action in this candle. I'm looking at Quantower as well. We had some negative delta. The low of that candle is 45.63. It looked like, and why I was saying 610 should be the exit, because 50% of that candle was 610. It looked like we were going to accept price into it, and now we're rejecting out of this. So as long as the low of this candle holds here, 42.56.3, I still like this trade. Buyers tried to accept back in that range. They couldn't. And let's see what happens.
All right, let's watch it.
How many we still have?
We are two. We are two contracts short. Unrealized of 120. We locked into it. Yeah, we're 2562, and I want to make sure I get the right price for our stop loss here. Right click.
Mm-hmm.
We want stop loss by 2 at our break even spot. And we want to move our target. We don't need to take, we have a limit buy still, but we want to move our target a little bit closer, right? We don't want to take 2 off now. That'll close the trade. So I'm going to remove my limit order, and our target we're going to put back up to replace that limit order, correct?
Yeah,
so to lay it out, yeah, exactly. I'm going to lay the whole thing out. We are short 2 from 564. We have a stop at break even of 2 contracts. And we have a target of 2 contracts at 520.
520. Okay. That works.
Does that look good? All right. We're in agreement. Yep. What does the chat say? Let's hit the chat. Let's see what it says. We may get stopped out on this, and this is why I like pulling off. If I saw that another $150 on there, I would have really liked to pull one off. But this is a team effort going on right now. Let's see what happens. You said to fail the auction. We failed the initial balance. Fail the auction. Let's see what happens. A little bit whippy right now, but still in our range. So we'll just hang on, hands off, and let it roll.
D.
Anything else you say?
I want to ask D, if this was your trade, because we're seeing that failed auction, would the target be the other side of the initial balance down at 400?
Depends what you're trading. Yeah, it's okay. This is an equity index with a strong upward bias. We have all-time highs not too far. I would probably just run it to VWAP because it's very reactive to VWAP.
Makes sense.
And then, yeah, because it's rotation all the way down. Like we've built up a lot of structure around 42,500. We have some demands there. It's, if you're going to hold that, it's going to take time. So, if you've got 3 hours, then you can hold it for a full rotation. Another thing is that we are doing a failed auction against a previous value high rejection. That minimizes some of the probabilities of a full rotation through IB. So no, I personally would not be holding this for full rotation. It would be more of a scalp type trade, maybe down to the middle. But at the same time, if it was me, I would be aiming to enter closer to that ADR high, which was up at 42,594. And then I will probably wait until we rejected that. So let me see what's going on in the lower time frames. Yeah, so my entry would have probably been a little bit higher. Just looking at a 2-minute chart, probably would have entered around 42,574 because there was like a bearish engulfing on a 2-minute chart following a consolidation. So there was some price agreement. Actually, let me show you that because we've got a 2-minute chart here. And let me just do this so we can see. So this is what I'm saying. So we had a price agreement ADR high right around here, which was like 593.94. Stopped exactly there and then consolidated, dropped away. So that would have been my entry. And, and then from there on out, I would just be managing it depending on how it's moving, what's the speed, what's the velocity of the price, and then just basically just aiming for this VWAP around 42,500. That would be my D-style approach.
Makes sense. Still like it. Looks good. We're still rejecting the low of that candle, 563. We're just
563 on the YM. Yeah, we're hovering at 561, 560. Great. And it's consolidating here. We still have the downward push. We still have the DI minus is still greater than our DI plus. Our ADX is on the downside. That just simply means that the directional movement is weakening. It doesn't mean it's changing around, it just means that it's weakening. And will be stopped out if the green and the DI plus takes over the DI minus, the directional, and then our ADX starts to go up. It means we're not only rejected, we rejected with a little bit, we turned around, going back to the upside with a little more strength. But right now, we can see the reds down, the DI just kicked in higher. Our ADX is curving up, which means it's going down faster at a faster rate. Now, are we going to let this thing run the whole time, or do we want to take this extra $250?
I mean, it's reacted around 52,544.
Okay.
I don't like that.
One off.
That is where the point of control is. So I'm kind of losing patience with this now. What do you think, Jay?
Hey, real quick, Jay. My vote is we close it out and we take our money. Yes.
Take one off. Runner at break even.
You got it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Take one off. Runner at
I'm
break
gonna
even.
get in severe trouble for managing a trade right now, but
No, that's all right. We don't have like endless amount of time on these segments, so if we can grab some quick profits, that would be great. It's not like we're on fast market.
Sounds great.
3 hours to managing it.
Yep. So current status is we are short. We are short one contract. YM 42560. Our stop is break even. We have locked in $326. We are currently $75 unrealized.
The way I'm looking at this, for where our entry was and where our exits were, we maximized probably 70% of what the market presented for this trade. So on that runner, on the last 30% of it, we can just let it go, right? Where we took 70% out of what the market was presenting to us. So I'm okay with the runner either going to zero. And I think we said this before, I don't really like break even, but if it's on a runner and I already did what I was supposed to for the other half of the other 80% of the position, I'm okay letting that runner do what it wants to.
I agree. Dee, do you agree? Let's let it run and either take it or leave it, right? So we either stop or get it.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
if we are in with one, that's not a lot of cash. If it goes all the way back up, but I don't know. It's just it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. I like to see more weakness. Because failed auctions are very, very quick. Anytime it starts to amble around, it's like, come on, just do it already. Or it's not a failed auction. It means we're more in a beginning of the range-bound trade. So that's how I determine whether it's a range-bound or whether it's an actual failed auction. Failed auctions are quick, right? You failed the auction, it starts to fall. If you don't get that, start to doubt whether it's actually a failed auction or just a very slow day. So it's like they didn't have enough juice to push it higher up above the ADR high, and we just kind of went, wow. And now it's like, not really doing much. So yeah, I don't like to see that. I want price velocity to kick in. I certainly don't want to see point of control doing what it's doing now. I don't think we're at the time of day where we have enough volume to rotate. So maybe we might see a full rotation. Yeah, full rotation for power hour. So yeah, maybe the idea here is just to take whatever we've got and run for the hills.
Yeah, I'm looking at a 3-minute chart right now. All of the last couple of candles that we have here are below average volume. Last 4 3-minute candles are below average volume. So it's just not going to happen until that volume picks up, right? On a 3-minute, we probably need to see at least 1,000 contracts traded in a 3-minute period. And we're getting somewhere around, 150 to 250. So I think as soon as that volume picks up, we'll see the move that we're going to get. We just might not get it until power hour. So, yep, I agree.
Okay.
Should we just take on money?
So we just need a little bit of push down. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll give a few more minutes, right? If we don't hit our stop and we maintain in profit, we got about 10 more minutes left in the segment. We'll just close it out at that point. Do we agree with my team on here?
Okay.
Where's our entry? Yeah. Our entry's at 67 or 69?
Our entry is 59.
59. Okay.
5-9. Entry and stop. 5-9.
Right. That's where our break even is. 59. No, that can't be.
Yes, sir.
How's that possible?
Yep. 425. It is at 42569. I'm looking at my my screen on the right over here, Jay. We're minus 42569. We are short 42569. Our break even is the same price.
Got you. Okay. I would move. So the low of that candle that I was just talking about, right, where we were rejecting right at that 42.50 56.4, I would put my stop right above that. So we can lock in a little bit.
42.
It does 42.56.5 is where I would put it. But I
you agree?
taking it off, guys.
Yeah. I do agree.
So we'll move it to 42565. That's where we'll move our stop is now 42565. Oh, I gotta move it down here. 42.
So another reason is that we have the IB high at 562, and I said we don't want to push above it. So that's actually a great place.
So here we go. We got it. We have our entry at 569. Our chart. We're dropping down. Let's get this push. How's that DOM looking, Jay? We gonna get the bottom to fall out and take this trade all the way down to 534.
It looks good. The only orders I see getting filled on the tape right now, maybe I need to take my filter off, but there's a couple one lap buys, nothing significant. If we want to trail a little bit more now, I'm okay with that.
D?
Where are we trading 44s? I would, if we want to trail, because we were just talking about cutting it at 550. So if we want to trail down to 552, I'm okay with that. I'm just letting you continue to go. Too close?
Yeah, well, yeah,
it's a bit too close, but
YM is a bit, it's a bit whippy. What do you reckon, Rob?
I wouldn't mind 560 versus 565.
Okay, yeah, then I would leave it where it is then.
Okay, we got it. I mean, it's a free trade, right? What do we have? Let's go through. We are realized 326. We are still short one. We have a target of 534, right, for our time, and we're currently unrealized 120. So if it goes down a little further, down 540, we can bring our stop down and just lock in more if it happens to come back up.
Yeah, this is demand around point of control that's causing some trouble.
Yep.
It is. Okay. So on my YM strategy, my rule is if we trade around point of control, we get out. But this is a team effort.
It's just because
it's not me. This is group
potential. That's
right.
the only thing, If I'm looking at the 2-minute chart and some moving averages, we're still below that. So maybe
I see ADX is up. Yeah, leave it, right?
Yeah.
The down motion, you can see the bottom of my screen. The red is overtaking. It is increasing. Which means we're continuing to the downside. The green is reducing. The DI plus, which means we're losing some of those, and we're not only going down. Our ADX is curling up, which means we're going down, strengthening. So I think let's just leave it and hope we get a little bit of pop down. If we don't, how about we move this stop down a little bit more now? Nope, we're gonna get out.
That's fine. Where's our
stop? 5. Stop to what? 555?
547. That high, the opening.
5.
It's probably too tight. 547 is the high, that opening range.
Okay, we have a stop at 547.
That opening range, I'm okay being out.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, let's do it because this demand is still causing trouble. So I think we're gonna be done here.
Yep, we'll see.
Tom says it's a one lot, guys. It is a one lot. We're managing the trade, right? This is
there we go.
Practice.
Yeah.
So that's what we have. We just did it. Congratulations, Shay. Congratulations, D. I thought that was a fabulous move. I'm going to get my head chopped off for managing a trade, but that's okay. We are at $430 contributing to the house account through this and attempted on the YM strategy using my ADX setup and trading the YM. Thanks to both of you. This is great. We got a few more minutes left in it. What do you think? Let's talk it through. Did you agree? What are your thoughts on this? D, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think we managed this nicely because it's not the biggest trade in the world. The time of day can be a little bit weird. And, we got the move that we wanted from the level that we wanted. And, what else can you ask for? For the guy that said, it's just the one lot, guys. It's the same process for one lot or 100 lot. If you can't manage a one lot trade in this way, you won't be able to manage anything bigger. In fact, you're going to be freaking out because you're like, oh my God, 200 up. Oh my God, 400 up. It's like, you're never going to learn, right? So this is practice. Like Jay said, it's practice for trading with size. You need to take in the fact that yes, now it's maybe a one lot, but tomorrow it might be a 50 lot. How do you manage it? Exactly the same way. You have price points, you have reference points, and you try to see how the price reacts around them.
Yeah, it was a 5. We only managed that last one. We got in at 5 like we wanted to after the rejection to 42,600. You can see it on the chart. I will go and I will screenshot this and add it to the YM journey. We only have 1 or 2 days left on that, and then we're going to switch to another instrument, whatever our viewers want. I'll try to mark it up. I'll try to analyze it and see if we can put a plan together and then share it with everybody and then trade it live like this on air so we can all get to see either the benefits or caveats if we win or lose together. Jay, what do you think on this trade? How did we do, and provide some feedback?
I think we did really well. For this trade, we were not very focused on P&L. We were not focused on anything but working out that house account process and getting a collective agreement on a trade, which we all know is difficult. So better to try it with less size. And I think we did a really good job. So I'm not even focused on what we did as far as the trade goes. We had an idea. We established the risk early and managed the trade really well. I think that is how that process needs to look for any of the house account trades. So really great job all around. And someone says that's too much brain drain for a 1 lot. Trade your 15 lots in the combine. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not financial
Off you
advice. That's not financial advice.
Yeah, people.
Yeah, so those are asking on the.
P&L,
go ahead, Dee.
Yeah. They're so focused on the lot size. It's like, just because it's not 1 million lots, this is the practice, guys. That's what you need to do. And if you don't agree with that, tough luck. Like Jay said, go trade your 15 lots in your combine.
So I'll add to this. Someone they're saying here that I was risking too much. We were risking too much. $1,000, $1,200, $50 to look at $250. That is not the case. That is where we had a catastrophic stop should something have happened. We just had to stop there. This is my little flair to this. Yes, if we did that and I left it at $1,000, we're not going to take $250. It's going to be at least 1-to-1. We got that. If we go 2-to-1, we got that. But what we did on this is we took the resistance, we took the short at the resistance. If those others lined up, we had a catastrophic stop. We were taking off more before it got to that stop, so we wouldn't be losing too much too far too fast. And then we managed scaling out of the position, locking in profits on the way down. That was the approach on this. That was the style on this. If we just wanted to throw a trade on and go, we're going to go 5 lots short, and we're going to have a target and stop and leave it and walk away. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to figure it out. We're not going to risk $1,000 to make $250. We're not going to do that. This is just a catastrophic way of doing it, and we locked in our profits along the way. We were peeling some off if it didn't go against us and ended up potentially breaking out of that resistance of 42,600.
So here's what Dalton says about that. He says that you should have a catastrophe initial stop, but you should never allow that stop to get hit. What you guys should take from this process is the fact that we're using price action to limit risk. We're not leaving the original stop where it was. We're partialing the trade, and ergo, immediately you reduce the risk, right? We're moving the stop down, further reducing risk. So that's just like the beginning stop size so that we're not like whipped out of a trade. And YM is quite whippy, not as much as NQ, but it will run stops. However, what we've been doing here is looking at how the price activity is behaving and then adjusting with it. So that's a very big difference in just throwing on a stop and walking off, which you can do, right? If you're confident in the trade, you want to hold it for 3 hours, that's what you do. You don't overmanage. We don't have that kind of time. We have 30 minutes to talk through a trade, get a winning trade, and get out. So, a little bit more management has to come into that.
Exactly. That was just a different way of trading it. So please, Jay, what's your feedback?
I think that's 2 for 2 for us. For this this pairing right here. Yeah. Right, we got one last week, another one this week. Yep. Let's keep these numbers up. Good job, team.
Take that.
Good job to you all as well. I love the fact that we just sat and talked, but this wasn't my trade. It wasn't Dee's trade. It wasn't Jay's trade. It was the 3 of us. We had an idea. We all came together. We looked at it different ways. We used in the ADXFI we used Jay's looking at the DOM and looking at the order flow, how things are going, looking at the candles on a 3-minute chart, and we used D to say, hey, hold on, we have initial balance here. We have a potential breakdown of structure. And all 3 of us came together using different avenues, different ways, different styles, and came up with the same conclusion. And when the structure changed, because it's a dynamically moving market, we adjusted what we were doing. The initial balance breakout was no longer an issue once we started breaking down under 42560. It was no longer an issue. The failed auction happened. So now what do we do? Well, now we're around point of control and it's starting to hover a little bit. Cool. Let's take 2 off and let's let some stuff go. Jay saw some orders down. We better move our target a little bit closer. And then when it started hovering, we moved our stop to bring it down. Free trade, $430 in 17 minutes with a 5 lot on YM on live. So there you go. Topstep TV.
I'll take it.
All right.
That's a pretty good rate for the 17 minutes, isn't it?
I'll take it.
You know what? I'm going to lock it out. How's this sound? I'm going to lock it out. Watch this. Ready? Oh, lock me out. Do we agree? Team effort. Jay?
That's just your account, right? So they can still trade power? Yeah, let's do it.
This is my account attached to the house account. I am done with the YM for today. I have to do other stuff in Power. So we all agreement? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
PAPPA and manual lockout. I am clicking the lockout. Yes, lock me out. No more trading on YM journey. Here we have it. Thank you very much, Coach Jay. Thank you very much, Deanna, for all the input. Thank you for chat for following us along with this. Jay, 30 seconds, last words, and then DF for that, and we'll move on to Power Hour.
Yeah, just looking at the markets going into Power Hour, we have the anchored view up from the New York session down at 23.22 in the NASDAQ. We're starting to use that as a support. We're kind of pinching between the New York VWAP and the session VWAP. So if we get a break above that at 23.52, we could see some short covering coming in and a nice rally into Power Hour. So hopefully you guys can use that information if you do take a trade there. Just education. Thanks everyone for joining. Catch me at the buzzer later with Coach Paul.
Last words?
I'm going to agree. I'm going to agree with Jay. So if we do start to, I'm going to look at ES though. So if we start to push into the initial balance past VWAP, we have a potential for a short squeeze and a further value acceptance. And, this could go all the way up to 58.26, even 27. If we don't manage to find buyers there, then it's another reversal at the initial balance low, in which case you can run a second hypo, then we're going to have a further sell-off, maybe down to the lows at 57.78. But that's only if we have enough juice in Power Hour. Power Hour recently has been a little bit sketchy, so let's not, let's manage our expectations and not expect fireworks every single day. But yeah, there's a potential for 2 hypos around this inflection point, to use Hoag's words.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. We have the Dow just pushed back up to 42.565. We were almost at our entry. This is why we managed to trade this way. Again, I appreciate both of you for assisting. Great team effort. And we got coming up next, we have Andre, Power Hour, driving the Power Hour. He's got keys to the house account, his account, house account, same thing. Dobie is joining. Coach Dakota. We're going through all the coaches today. Coach Dakota coming on board. And then Zach B joining for Power Hour. Love that guy. Stick around. Be right back in just a couple of minutes. Appreciate y'all.